Breathwork activations. Different types of breath meditations may activate different levels of awareness. Using the breath elemental may allow access into the memory grid complex, into the control system, or multiple forms of activations within the light refractal system. The breath pulls ether into the biological form and allows this energy to fill the cells with a light voltage. Utilizing the breath may allow the summoning of light ions into the nucleus of the cell, therefore activating the vortex located within the cell's center mass. This center vortex is a teleportation device, a generator for spontaneous shifts in the physical reality expression, and allows frequencies to align the body into parallel reality expressions of the higher self. The breath may be utilized with different types of modalities in order to summon different light experiences. Some examples may include but are not limited to 30 deep breaths are followed by holding the breath for 1.5 minutes. Breathing in each nostril, one at a time, in order to generate brain cohesion in both hemispheres. A 4 count of breath in, hold for 4, and out for 4 seconds. 3 small rapid breaths in the nose, releasing through the mouth may activate the higher chakras of the mind and stimulate advanced mental capacities. Slowly breathing during deep levels of meditation, until it feels as if the breathing process has stopped or become very shallow. Focused breathing of ether or light ions in with each breath. This allows energy to be consciously directed into body organs or specific locations. Breathing out more breath than pulling in, this allows the body to sink into a deep meditation very rapidly. Deep breaths. Last breath. Hold air in for a minute. Visualize pulling spinal cord fluid up the spine until it touches the pineal gland. You may feel a pressured space in your mind. DMT release may follow. Deep breath and releasing with an om, and repeat. Different sounds may be used in order to access different energetic grid settings. All breath modalities allow the primary individual to view a further aspect of the self. Using these techniques allow the individual to know the self more, with each experience observed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Crystal imprinting. Each crystal contains a specific frequency that automatically attunes the primary individual onto that corresponding timeline expression. One example may be perceived as a rose quartz bringing more love into the user's awareness. Crystals are conscious beings, and are able to be readily programmed into new frequencies. This allows the crystal to hold any specific emotional imprint, which generates a magnetic alignment in the primary individual's energetic signature. During meditation practices, energetically blending the aura fields of both the individual and crystal may form. The primary individual may hold a high frequency of unconditional love, bliss, or excitement, for example. Then using the focus, command an emotional imprint to solidify within the subatomic levels of the crystalline structures. This allows the crystal to hold and set the desired magnetization. Magnetics affect the nervous system net of the individual, which then energetically aligns the individual with that emotional coding. Emotion codes generate all physical matter coding grids, which in turn make up the entire physical reality perceived. When accessing the nervous system net, an awareness of each crystal's frequency may be sensed. The nervous system net will shift the flow of energy throughout the body's grid system. This may feel as if an energy shifted within the body vessel. Holding the crystal on the body allows the nervous system net to hold that frequency attunement for extended periods of time. Removal of the crystal from the biological form shall allow the individual to learn to rebalance the nervous system net in order to summon frequency crystalline codes of manifestation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. DNA light systems. The diamond DNA is located above the crystalline DNA. The diamond DNA is connected into the higher self and the axial tonal lines. Axial tonal lines are known as the higher self's energetic grid complex, which radiate outwards into enhanced aspects of the simulation codings. The diamond DNA contains the energetic information of the higher self or multidimensional codex. This DNA is connected into the soul form, and allows soul imprints to transfer from reincarnation to reincarnation. The higher self may shift this DNA in order to manifest life cycles into the physical reality for the primary individual. The crystalline DNA holds the energetics of the biological form and third density structures. The crystalline DNA may be activated in order to achieve a level of awareness that includes control over the simulation codings. The Ascension process generates extrasensory abilities which become manifest among the species during final stages of consciousness elevation cycles. Crystalline DNA is connected to biological DNA, yet contains aspects which are energetic in its nature. This DNA may reflect back into the physical body and allow the body to start a crystallization process into the solidity of physical matter. This DNA also stores cycle repeat imprints, however it may be modified by the primary individual through healing and meditation modalities. Focused direction of the individual's consciousness may allow modifications to any aspect of the energetics to occur. These types of energetic movements may require multiple sessions in order to perceive the reflection of change to start to occur. All aspects of the body, mind, spirit may be modified by the consciousness and shifted into a variety of alignments in order to attune manifestation processes. Each individual's grid complex may also shift these DNA systems in a singular second, thus shifting the world among worlds expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Summoning the rainbow ray. You may speak the following words out loud. I hereby command any thoughts and emotions that I experience today that are not in alignment with my highest potential timeline to hereby release from my energetic grid structures and my body, mind, and spirit complex. Very thankful and humbly, I summon a rainbow ray from the source frequency, allowing the rainbow ray to recalibrate my energetic grids, my body, mind, and spirit, in all levels of awareness, in all densities, in all parallel realities, and all fractals of my higher self. I hereby command placing all aspects of myself onto my highest potential timeline expression. A rainbow ray is a light stream directly connected to the source frequency which contains every aspect of light needed in the third density reality. This includes a light spectrum unseen to the human eye. Each light stream contains different frequency waves which affect the energetic grid complex and nervous system net differently. Allowing a rainbow ray to pull this light inward, the energetics allows the body, mind, spirit complex to develop a healing manifestation to form. A rainbow ray may be summoned and energetically cast into any healing crystal or light object imbued. Allowing the rainbow ray to be set into a location code may generate a healing location to form. Healing locations may be considered a location a saint may have visited. These sacred sites contain healing frequencies, which may be felt within the body vessel. The rainbow ray may also be commanded to contain specific manifestation codes or keys. This allows a fine attunement of the frequency spectrum of the ray, which may then produce specific downloadable content codings. This is of high value when specific manifestation ceremonies are focused upon and a frequency key is needed and unavailable in the physical reality. One example of this may include but is not limited to: a crystal frequency may be needed, but the crystal may be missing or unavailable. The primary individual may request the rainbow ray to hold that crystal's specific coding, which allows more of that frequency spectrum to be held within the ray's downloadable bandwidth. The rainbow ray may be focused on in the same manner an energetic cord is perceived. This type of connection may be implanted on secondary individuals, objects, locations, or any aspect of the cosmos. It is a pure connection to the source frequency and contains not only third density reality codings, but ascension codes, which assist in accessing higher levels of awareness. The ray's spectrum is multidimensional in its nature, and the primary individual must be in alignment to fully absorb the frequency codings of the ray. Alignment may be achieved by a multitude of spiritual modalities. Higher levels of awareness may utilize the rainbow ray to download parallel versions of the self-download codings. This allows downloads of extrasensory abilities, hidden talents, or personality shifts to be acquired. This message is sent with many love and blessings. We, the star people, shall assist your rainbow ray castings, clearing the star field. During the now moment expression, the primary individual may access the star field nodule system in order to align density levels. The star field is the meridian and ley line crossings, which contains a vortex in the center of these energy line crossings. These are the crosses each individual bears. Each vortex may be white, dark, or grayscale, depending on the traumatic or light imprint held. In order to clear the star field, you may call upon the star field vortex number and test the biological form or awareness in order to see if that vortex is white, black, or grayscale. Next, summon the higher self and allow the higher self to gift you the traumatic imprint coding, which then requires the recalibration. You may choose to make a list, writing down the original traumatic imprint code, memory or thought, emotional responses, and one at a time speak the words "I forgive myself for this emotion code." Release. The emotion code is specific to the memory held. For example, the emotion code may be sadness. Speak the sentence, "I forgive myself for the emotion code sadness." Release. Speaking the word release during this process allows any attachments to release off of the energetic grid complex during the clearing. This process may be done repetitively until the star field vortex is rebalanced to a light frequency. Muscle testing or other awareness modalities may be done in order to identify the vortex density level of each star. One may even close the eyes and feel each vortex for density recalibration. Each vortex cleared will shift the awareness of the physical reality. This may change the reflections of physical items or individuals perceived in the waking world. 144 vortexes may be rebalanced into the light frequency wave in order to advance to a fifth density awareness. I hereby clear all attachments spoken from each individual reader now. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Now moment triggers. When a person gets triggered, they may choose to stop and view the trigger in the now moment. They may then question, "Why did I get triggered?" During the process of questioning the trigger, they may ask the higher self to present the first time they ever experienced that emotional trigger. This first experience or memory that comes into the awareness is the original imprint. This is the emotion code that needs to be healed in order to transmute the cycle repeats of that trigger. In order to recalibrate, one may choose to listen and feel into the emotion and then forgive that emotion for being present in the moment. In order to facilitate that, their primary individual may choose to place the left hand over the heart and the right hand over the belly button, allowing a toroidal field to free flow in the energetic grid structures. They may then speak the words "I forgive myself for the emotion code, emotional trigger, or code or name, release." For example, "I forgive myself for sadness, release." The process of speaking the word "release" will then release any attachments associated to the emotional code which was triggered. I hereby clear all attachments spoken from each individual reader now. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Free will and imprinting. The frequency of please is known to contain a quality which allows manifestations to form slower than the frequency of thank you. It implies a form of lack in the energetic grid structures, and therefore produces lack vibration in its equation. The frequency of thank you is known to manifest more rapidly. In the simulation, one is encouraged to give in order to receive, and giving thanks is a form of giving to the simulation. Gratitude is one universal key to unlock higher levels of awareness within any singular topic of expression. When higher levels of awareness become unlocked, it may be encouraged to release the word please. The words thank you may be used as a replacement in many circumstances. However, because of the manifestation ability gratitude holds, it is not advised to use thank you directed at a secondary individual until after the manifestation forms. This is due to the principles of free will. One may choose to not manifest an individual to bend to the will of another person, which is what occurs when thank you is directed prior to the secondary individual performing the action desired. It imprints their mental grids and then manifests. Hence, speaking thank you after receiving is widely acceptable. Higher levels of awareness allow word manipulation as an extra sensory ability. On your planet currently, some hypnotists are able to utilize this gift in order to access secondary individuals' subconscious minds and program healing codings into the soul tubule. This allows instantaneous healings to become manifest in individuals aligned into that expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Great Solar Flash. Samseva, sun worshipping, visiting, frequenting, according to Sanskrit. The channeler uses this phrase to call into manifestation a great solar flash. The sun contains a wide spectrum of frequencies that play a key role in Earth's growing evolution. It grants visible light which allows photosynthesis to occur in plants and affects the baseline frequency of the entire planet. Solar frequencies absorbed within the plant kingdom radiate into the inner crust of the Earth and affect the Schumann resonance, which in turn affects the consciousness of the entire planetary ecosystem and the evolutionary circle of life. This visible light regulates circadian rhythms which control wake and sleep cycles. A spectrum of ultraviolet light may also be observed radiating from the sun. UV lights are known to affect pain receptors in the brain and are necessary for vitamin D production. This type of light allows the biological form to feel good, for a cascade of positive hormones may be seen released in the body when the light frequencies are well balanced. Pain receptors and withdrawal symptoms are also linked to the solar frequencies and vitamin D. Some distortions may be healed utilizing light therapies. This may allow every aspect of the solar frequencies to align the biological form back to the naturally intended planetary frequency baseline. The sun controls the lifespan or age of the species on the planet. It also affects the consciousness and levels of awareness the sentient beings hold while on the planet's surface. The sun also emits streams of charged particles, or solar winds. These are responsible for generating the aurora borealis, and may shift levels of emotional awareness of the collective consciousness. Plasma emitted from the sun is partly what generates the physical matter coding grids. Plasma is a primary part of the ether, and plays a key role in thought form manifestation. A solar flare emits charged particles and electromagnetic energy. This affects the consciousness of the collective, and allows for shifts in levels of awareness. The process of evolution is allowing for multiple smaller solar flares to occur, which may be perceived by allowing the species to be guided through an ascension timeline. This is a smoother process, and is facilitated with assistance from the stars. Solar cycles emit different types of charged particles which then allow for civilization cycle repeats to form into the physical reality. This allows the civilization to observe history repeats, in order to allow the Earth's celestial being an opportunity to clear traumatic imprints from the location ring frequency of the collective consciousness. The sun is a conscious sentient being, who is also sending specific light frequencies to any being who is in alignment to receive. Each child of light may speak to the sun and request specific frequency downloads, which in turn shall shift the primary individual's level of awareness. The sun is also a portal of sorts into higher dimensional locations. This portal may allow for interdimensional travel to take place at first in the non-physical reality. To begin, you may access this through astral travels, yet this holds a level of advancement for the civilization when physical portal access is granted. There are many modalities to activate solar energies within the individual's energetic grid structures. Sun gazing the first and last hour of the day allows the sun's frequencies to recharge the pineal gland, and allows for easier access to extrasensory abilities, especially astral connections. Spending time in meditation while allowing the sun's frequencies to touch every aspect of the skin. Every area of the body affects the energetic grid complex differently. Therefore, every square foot of the body is of high value to charge in the sun's light. New clothing options allow for UV to pass through the fabric materials. Earth grounding, while focused on gratitude for the sun, allows the electrical and magnetic biological systems to realign back into the highest potential timeline expression. Earth grounding is the process of being barefoot on the earth and allowing the solar frequencies to rebalance the two primary kundalini channels, consciously placing raw food and drink in the sunlight with the intent to allow the food to absorb the solar energies. Food or plants may contain water. Water holds memory. Solar and lunar energies may imprint the waters of the plant, which is the food of the body. This is especially helpful during solar alignments, allowing for special attunements to form in the subatomic levels of the waters. This type of water imprinting is known as an external circumstance, and allows for a variety of ceremonial manifestations to be energetically cast, while using a variety of plant manifestation tools. The power of the human consciousness may summon a samseva, or a life-changing solar flash. This type of coronal mass ejection shifts the baseline frequencies of the entire planetary surface, allowing for a fifth density or higher frequency spectrum to be downloaded into the Earth consciousness grid structures. This type of solar shift has been prophesied in many of Earth's ancient texts. A large solar flare of this nature shall sound of 3 horns, and the entire planet may become aware of this celestial shift in the blink of an eye. The sun is a sentient being of his own design, bringing life to men, beings, and multiple planets alike. It is advisable for each child of light to drop into solar meditations and establish a communication between the sun and the individual consciousness stream, you. The sun may grant a variety of DNA activations, or enhance the level of awareness held for the individual or collective alike. We send our love and blessings to the sun, and our utmost gratitude for the sun's role in guiding Earth's gentle, smooth, and loving evolution process. Thank you, Solar Energetics, Samseva. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Astral abilities. Astral abilities include but are not limited to abilities that allow the soul to exit the biological form and travel the cosmos. This allows for real-time space travel and perception of any civilization within multiple levels of density or dimension. Remote viewing capabilities, which allow for viewing any moment of time, space. This allows the perception of exact location codings as well as historical moments in time, be it past, present, or future. Psychic or psionic abilities include but are not limited to telepathy, teleportation, telekinesis, manifesting weather patternings, matter manipulation, instant manifestation, plasma castings. Interdimensional travel. The ability to access and activate the higher self, in order to activate the multidimensional abilities located within each child of light. Light refractal system abilities. These abilities allow the primary individual to shift the flow of light within the physical body, in order to shift the outward reflections perceived. One attuned to harness this type of ability is considered a light bender. Astral abilities stem from within the pineal gland, which is located within the center of the brain. This is known as the all-seeing eye, the eye of Horus, or the third eye. Horus is an Egyptian deity. The pineal gland may be activated using different modalities which generate different forms of astral activations. Decalcification of the pineal gland is of high value to place focus upon. Heavy metals may be detoxified from the gland as well. Focus on ingesting the highest frequency water is also of high value. The earth naturally uses a vortex purification in spring waters without removing mineral content. The waters of the body free flow into the pineal gland. This water contains a salt content, which is able to hold an electrical charge. Pineal gland activations may generate a vibration, and may allow the pineal gland to act similarly to a physical eye, giving the power of sight to the primary individual. If thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light. This quote is referring to the pineal gland. For during meditations it may be perceived using earth-based technologies. The pineal gland lights up during select scanning processes. The pineal gland may also activate the higher self to generate a light within the body which recenters the soul form within the biological vessel. This type of activation allows for spontaneous healings to occur or shapeshifting of the physical body vessel to manifest. Other types of soul extrasensory abilities also take place during meditative practices. Multidimensional abilities may also allow the ring systems to shift and command the outer simulation reality codings. This is perceived by dropping into meditation and commanding frequency shifts to occur on the internal circumstances grids, and when stepping out of the meditation there will be a perception of the physical reality shifting in some sort of manner. This allows the world among worlds expression to become activated. For any item in the physical reality may be adjusted by a multitude of ways. One may focus on the inside frequency bandwidths to command such shifts. Some forms of pineal gland activation modalities may include breathwork is a very rapid way of seeing into the 0 point of the heart, which allows the flicker rate to be viewed. The flicker rate is the current world observed, and seeing it flicker as a photo behind a second photo. The flicker rate is the time speed rate, the speed force, which is controlled by emotional magnetism, which stems from the heart chakra subsystems. This is the location where time control abilities stem from. The breath may allow fragments of multidimensional worlds to be perceived. This expands into different levels of control, with practice. Meditation and focused energy sent into the pineal gland. Using the breath during your meditations may allow the focus to send cerebral spinal cord fluid up the spine, and allow this fluid to form a piezoelectric spark within the pineal gland. Piezoelectric means involving electric polarization resulting from mechanical stress. This is a spark of life, for when pressure is placed upon this fluidity system, it allows a spark of chi energetic to activate inside the pineal gland. This type of activation generates a spiritual type of astral awareness to form. Communications with different astral guides or deities may also form during this type of activation. A perception of a celestial awareness may even form during this type of activation. Light refractal system activations. This type of focus allows the light rings located within the pineal gland to reflect more light into the pineal gland chakra subsystems. Adding more light into the pineal gland may shift the level of awareness held inside the eyes. This type of activation allows the primary individual to shift real-time physical viewpoints, which then allow a shift into a dimensional awareness which is of a lighter or more dense polarity expression. The light refractal system may be shifted to add or remove the flow of light. This system also controls the cycle system and elemental ring magic. Body movement activations. Yoga, qigong, martial arts, ecstatic dance, and many other body movement arts may activate the pineal gland. The process of shifting the awareness and allowing the biological form to summon energetics into the body vessel may generate spontaneous visions or communication with other multidimensional or higher frequential beings. Frequential means relating to or of frequency in the context of physics. Similarly to the light refractal system, the body may pull energy inside and generate shifts in levels of awareness or activate the power of sight directly. Holding a specific body movement pose and summoning the breath allows for the consciousness to pull more ether or light ions inside the biological form. Supercharging the vessel with light is of high value for the ascension process, as it recalibrates levels of densities held which affect the awareness perception. The pineal gland is one aspect of the multidimensional nature of your being. The heart plays a key role in activating the pineal gland. The heart contains the seat of the soul, which is located in the lower heart chakra. This seat of the soul is where the higher self may energetically bond into the biological form, and allows a celestial level of awareness to start to form. A celestial level of awareness is an awareness of the human collective consciousness, multidimensional awareness levels, and a planetary level of awareness. As the human body contains trillions of cells, the cosmos contains a similar aspect of life. A celestial awareness is the awareness of the cosmic cells together as one whole being. Each celestial being has a name. This name resonates into a similarity of the higher self name and may be summoned during the higher self activation and bonding process. Spiritual abilities. Each child of light is naturally born with, includes an astral location of birth right. This astral location is connected to the physical reality location at the exact moment of conception. This astral location contains a form of ancestral magic which may allow communication with the ancestors throughout body vessel lifetimes. Meaning soul family connections are readily available to download, and may present an awareness in this astral location coding. The astral location may be summoned at will by presetting the intention prior to the meditation. This generates the specific location to come into the meditation awareness, allowing knowledge of ancestral karma imprints or communication to occur. Spiritual and physical abilities are already activated on your planetary surface, and many spiritual aspects flow energy through the pineal gland during the activation process. This energy center activates naturally through expansion of the upper chakra systems, which occurs during Kundalini activations. There are many paths to ascension. Each individual is crafting a unique energetic ascension signature, which guides the source frequency to activate higher levels of awareness for all of humanity to experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Psionic energetic signatures. While engaged in the energetic grids of any being, the primary individual may close the eyes and allow the mind's eye to flower open. Allow any colors or patterns to come into the mind's awareness. This is the energetic signature. This modality grants a perception of the energetic grid complex, and one may access different energy signatures. A signature is a unique identification resonance each attachment, angel, or multidimensional being holds. Some energetic signatures are visual in their nature. Each individual may hold different attunements to visual energetic signatures. For example, some people may smell colors, some may see colors, others may feel the colors. While allowing the extra senses to engage the field outwards the body, you may see different colored dots, lines, or color rotations. Very high frequency. Multidimensional beings' energetic signature may resemble a sacred geometric image with a variety of color in the spectrum. Metatron's cube is one such example. Lower frequency beings' attachments also contain this form of visual energetic signature. While focused in any individual's energy grids, you may see a burst of color or light form in the mind's eye. The next step would be to identify the polarity of the light signature. Does it feel positive or negative in its polarization? Finally, recalibrations may be adjusted depending on the light signature polarity. Lower beings being released, and positive ones being identified if desired. Each individual also holds an energetic signature, which may be observed by secondary individuals. This is a form of a communication number, and allows psionic communication to transpire among sentient beings. This phone number radiates from within the pineal gland, and contains multiple uses for manifestation. Knowing an individual's energetic signature allows that energetic signature to be used for group manifestations, multidimensional travel, or communication among the stars. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The blue sun. In your current solar system exists a secondary sun body, which produces solar energetics that affect the astral or lucid realms. This is known to us as a dark star. The dark star produces a different light spectrum which generates the astral planes, which hold a similar resonance to the Earth frequency. This allows for the presence of ghosts on your planet's surface. This dark star modifies the astral only in this current sector in space and time, and affects the astral planes which coexist in different levels across the universal planes. Knowledge of this blue sun allows the primary individual to connect into the core of the star, and regenerate a particular type of energy into the astral form. This type of activation allows the individual to supercharge the astral body and shift through layers of thought forms with ease. Ancient knowledge may provide specific details on this type of activation, for this dark star also modifies dark matter and dark energy alike. It produces a type of birthing ability within the confines of the astral and lucid realms. The blue sun's frequencies may also be energetically cast into a crystal pendant. Many dreamwalkers or shamans of old would facilitate this type of casting, in order to assist in healing astral thought forms off of individuals who travel the cosmos during meditative practices. On your planet currently, we have assigned specific sages to maintain and place constant focus on the blue sun. They are aware of solar flares and activity alike on the blue sun's surface. For the blue sun acts similarly as to a regular sun's solar cycle. The blue sun may also be utilized during specific energetic castings, and may require a type of energetic bonding or communication in order to facilitate this type of access. Because the sun holds a consciousness, contact may be made, and proper alignments may then form to allow for the use during energetic castings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Animal reflections. When the primary individual is energetically bonded with an animal, the animal shall start a process of reflecting the current energetic grid alignments back for that individual to see as a mirrored reflection. This may be perceived as the animal looking similar to the caretaker, even manifesting similar ailments as the caretaker has. The two become bonded in the energy fields. The animal familiar may reflect any brick of consciousness the caretaker holds as a potential. For example, the animal may age faster than the caretaker and may reflect the future old age process for the caretaker to observe. This allows the primary individual to witness the potential manifestation for his, her own life if no energetic changes are made. At any given moment the primary individual may shift lifestyles and may change the pattern of energy flowing in the star field. This allows for a new thought of potentiality to manifest. Animals may reflect the complete personality grid complex of the owners as well as reflect contracts of experiences for any individual surrounding the animal. They free flow their energetics similarly to sentient beings, and in time, the animal's consciousness may develop into a human form. They are another step on an evolutionary journey, allowing the observation of a different level of consciousness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Angel activations. The angels may be summoned, and downloads may be requested upon your or any other's behalf. These downloads may contain sacred ceremonial frequency packets, which may then be energetically transmitted into the primary individual's energetic field. The angels are constantly surrounding each child of light and may assist when called upon. They contain many different frequencies which may be activated into the planet, individual, or any item selected. Sacred items may be generated using this modality. These angel activations may shift the nervous system net, which shall in turn affect the flow of energetics outwards the physical body. The flow of emotions is what controls extrasensory abilities, as the nervous system net responds to emotional stimuli. This modality may be called upon during any given moment, in any location, and for any reason. Speak the words. We now call forward the angels of light. Thank you for downloading sacred ceremonial frequencies of love and blessings for our beautiful Mother Earth and activating these frequencies into our energetic grid complex. Allowing these sacred tones to vibrate into the axial tonal lines and shift the planetary frequencies onto a unity consciousness timeline expression. Thank you for sending extrasensory ability activational tones and casting them into our biological form and energetics alike. I send my gratitude and love to all the angels throughout all time and space, complete modality with an Om. This message is sent with many love and blessings, separating collective grids. Advanced sentient beings who have achieved levels of over-unity consciousness and advanced spatial awareness may have developed the means of separating their collective energetic grids from the celestial grids. This form of separation still allows for a connection into the source frequency, however allows more control over secondary races peering into the historical events of their collective ascension processes. It also may be facilitated by a smaller group of one race, and many times this is achieved in order to leave protectors on a planet. The planet selected may have contained potentials for interference in the native's evolutionary processes. Hence a smaller group of protectors remain within the confines of a separated consciousness grid, outside the bounds of time and space. This type of interaction is facilitated primarily by sentient beings who desire the opportunity to experience time-space from a null zone. This type of zone allows for fragments of time to remain still, allowing the group to operate above the space-time barriers in a third density realm. This is especially useful when crafting a civilization, which they may guide during moments of change, and then allow them to evolve naturally without interference. The advanced sentient beings may consider the civilization similar to their own child, as they may guide individuals' ascension journey while they are on the planetary surface or psionically alike. These beings may be perceived in mythology or left stories behind of their interactions with humanity. They may still interact with everyday individuals and assist humanity's evolution from behind a curtain of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Clearing the center soul tubule. This modality utilizes the rainbow ray. The rainbow ray is a light stream that is directly connected to the source frequency net. This ray contains the full light spectrum of the third density realm, as well as the 11th octave higher frequency range, which connects into the higher self. With the eyes closed you may see or sense the space outside the body. It is within this space you may feel the rainbow ray. Once you know how the rainbow ray feels, you may freely direct the flow of this energy. It is okay. If you cannot feel the rainbow ray, and you still speak the words below to activate this healing, it will still activate the ray and its healing. Speak the words. With unconditional love and gratitude in my heart, I hereby summon a rainbow ray into my center soul tubule. Thank you Rainbow Ray for aligning all of the primary chakra vortexes, for radiating a healing outwards into the ring system, for free flowing into each star located in the star field, allowing each star field vortex to be positively aligned with my highest potential timeline expression. Thank you for radiating love into my body vessel and energetics. Thank you Rainbow Ray for balancing all of my eyes, for resetting any densities and distortions located within the center soul tubule, for clearing any subliminal programmings, for clearing any sigil imprints that are not of my highest potential timeline expression. Thank you Rainbow Ray for clearing any QR code imprints that are not positively aligned, any disease formations within any dimensional, density level, or inner frequential level of my being throughout time and space. And thank you Rainbow Ray for assisting all of my manifestations back into my highest and best potential timeline expressions, complete with an Om. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Higher Self Song. During any given moment, the primary individual may use chanting in order to energetically cast specific frequency waves toward any item, being, or location. This modality is of high value when healing the biological form is required. In the current simulation exists a select group of primordial sounds whose resonance field may allow for enhanced activations within the physical body. These sounds allow the primary chakra system to realign with the binary codex frequency, which is the frequency stemming from true birth or conception. The binary codex frequency is the most healed version of the self's frequency and is in a form of alignment with the higher self. The higher self's frequency is an 11th octave range, higher than the physical reality codings expressed through the biological form. This given modality combines any given chant and utilizes the higher self in order to allow a spectrum of a chord to be energetically cast into the chanting session. The higher self resonance may be felt within the upper heart space, yet may not be physically heard. Some individuals may hear the frequency inside the mind and not with the physical ears. This is due to the fact the higher self song is radiating above the fifth density realm. This connection combines thought and emotion codings in combination, which may be felt energetically. Any vocalization of sound may be used to summon this type of resonance. We recommend using sounds and tones that vibrate the body and may be easily felt and identified. For example, an Om is known to activate the pineal gland chakra and connect the heart. You may place your hand over the heart and feel the vibration in the heart as you chant the magical Om. Do this for each chakra space, identifying the sounds which feel appropriate for your individual resonance field. I, ahai, Om, yam, lam, vam, ram, yam, ham, ah, Om. You may imagine and start to energetically thank the higher self for allowing this communication to begin. You may feel unconditional excitement and love radiate downwards the body from the higher self. Once you feel this love wash through the body, you may begin the chanting session. This form of chanting may shift your viewpoint lens system and allow you to see a different spectrum of light emitting from items or the location around you. Feeling this love as you chant allows the primary individual to send this frequency resonance into a specific body location in order to energetically start a healing manifestation to begin. This may also be energetically cast into a crystal formation in order to gift the magical crystal to a secondary individual in order to assist the healing process. This modality is especially useful during energetic casting into large bodies of water in order to clear location frequencies for all of humanity. You may even use an 11th harmonic upon the collective consciousness grids in order to open the hearts of all of humanity. Whichever type of casting you select, this type of higher self-activation is of high value to place awareness upon. In time, a full energetic bonding with the higher self shall allow the primary individual to hold the 11th harmonic frequency and shift the biological form's resonance. This allows the 11th harmonic frequency chord to primarily be held within the physical reality codings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Affirmation activations. An affirmation is a frequency coding which the primary individual may select to resonate into the energetic grid structures repetitively in order to assist the manifestation processes. There are several ways to utilize affirmations, and the consciousness may have to place focus during deep meditative states in order to activate some different types of affirmations. An affirmation generates a magnetic alignment cord into the primary individual, which then starts to magnetically manifest any experience, person, location, or physical item into the waking reality. Each item or individual consists of 3 baseline frequencies. While engaging in the affirmation, it is of high value to be very specific as to resonate each of the baseline frequencies during the affirming practice. The 3 baseline frequencies are the binary codex frequency, which generates the physical item codings, hair color, eye color, EXT. The location coding is an exact binary sequence which holds the location information throughout time and space. Location information changes moment to moment depending on the elements and Earth's Schumann resonance. The experiential coding is the age of the item. This frequency holds the memory grid complex and displays each experience from conception or physical item birth. All 3 frequencies are used during affirmations, however many times the inner child's imagination fills in any blank spots during the manifestation process. One such example of an affirmation include visualization of the item desired. How does the item make you feel? What is the emotion coding of said item? How old is the item? What age is the primary individual while working with said item? And what is the location of the item? All of these energetic codings are used during the manifestation process even if the individual is unaware. Precision is key. Some modalities of affirmations include but are not limited to vision boards, provides a visual stimulation to bring the conscious focus onto the items or experiences desired. Holding gratitude for each item allows the magnetic cords to form rapidly. However, all manifestations must pass through the belief system veil lenses. Hence you must believe you can acquire such manifestations in order for the universe to process the request. Candle magic allows the focus to be drawn onto the specific manifestation each time the candle is lit or meditated with. The more the primary individual focuses on the candle, the more the manifestation cords will align into the physical reality. Early manifestation indicators include reflections of the item focused on for creation. The author code. This type of ability allows any person to become the author of their own story. The process of writing is known to ancient man as spelling, hence spelling was a form of casting a manifestation into the ether strings in order to produce manifestation alignments. This affirmation may be very specific, and even during the process of reading a book repetitively, may show reflections into the waking physical reality. Mala prayer beads, manifestation beads, allows the primary individual to repeat the manifestation sounds repetitively. The power of spoken words is known to energetically cast thought forms into the simulation and start the manifestation process. Higher levels of awareness may require a fine-tuning of thought forms into a positive alignment in order to regulate manifestation polarities. Speak it into creation, think it, believe it, become it. Using the words as if they already exist is key. I am is one such example. A gratitude rock allows the focus on the word written on the rock and sets that frequency tone into the individual's energetic grid structures. Some forms of affirmations include love for the self, healing affirmations, gratitude affirmations, abundance affirmations, love and relationship affirmations, sunrise, sunset affirmations, spiritual affirmations, activation of extrasensory abilities affirmations, I am affirmations. I see, I feel, I taste, I touch, I use, I know affirmations. I overcame said experience. Today's the best day ever. Each affirmation selected for use starts to shift the primary individual's resonance field, which then aligns that individual onto the most vibrationally aligned timeline expression. This process works with energetic cords which connect the primary individual to any and all things and experiences. A string worker or weaver works with these energetic cords in order to facilitate a manifestation alignment formation. It is of high value for each individual to place focus on the thoughts, emotions, and energetic cord system. This level of awareness may shift the current brick of consciousness observed with a rapid advancement. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Knowing thy shadow. The process of knowing the self includes focusing on the shadow or shade aspect of the personality, behavior patterns, trauma imprints, and baseline frequency of the ego mind. When proper focus is placed on any aspect of the self, it allows for changes or modifications to become recalibrated into a higher density level. Densities act similarly to a lens or shade system. A darkened lens, placed over a light stream, allows a darker form of light to radiate through the lens system. The energetic grid structures work with this type of light refractal system in order to allow the soul form to shift the baseline resonance field of the soul and manifest into corresponding timelines. Knowing which shade lenses are ingrained into the energy grids allows for extensive shadow focus to be processed. The shade lenses affect the star field, which is located in the outer aura field, and allow plasma to radiate downward and into the aura, and form the physical matter coding grids. Plasma generates physical matter, and it is also known as the ether, one aspect of the ether. When the primary individual consciously summons memories of a traumatic nature, it allows for an awareness of the emotion code stored within that trauma imprint. Imprints are stored in the biological form and contain a type of resonance which affects the nervous system net. The nervous system net controls the baseline frequency and shifts the flow of energy within the body vessel. For example, if an individual is slumped over, they may have a traumatic emotion code stored in the body. That emotion code then shifts the nervous system's net flow of energy, shifting the complete manifestation of the waking world. If an individual is slumped over, the energy is not flowing correctly. It will affect the gait of the walking stride, for example. This shift in energy changes the entire world perception of the individual. Diving into the body's stored emotional imprints is key for allowing more light to fill the energetic grid complex, thus allowing the higher self to free flow more energy into the body, mind, spirit complex. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Familiar darkness. There are multiple levels of darkness. This is known as levels of density. The flow of the energetic systems allows for resonances to bond or energetic blending to form when alignments are set. This prompts the experience of familiar darkness, which is the concept of not seeing the darkness you embody, yet allowing it to become familiar and acclimate your level of awareness into that density range. In hindsight, familiar darkness shifts the level of awareness and caps the density levels of the primary individual until the darkness is cleared from the energetic grids. One such example of this would be the observation of living in a house with any given level of toxicity. Over time, the primary individual becomes used to the energy of the toxicity and it becomes familiar or bonded to their level of awareness. All addictions and attachments may form a familiar darkness bond. When the primary individual enters any location code with toxicity present, there are levels of acceptability each person is present with. This allows the individual to accept the toxic level or shift locations, and not accept that level of density into their awareness level. Any form of density or toxicity shifts the levels of awareness to such a degree that the entire manifestation aligns itself into that density level. These levels must be cleared in order to raise the biological frequency into the crystalline realms. Allowing familiar darkness into your awareness generates each experience observed to be capped into that density awareness level. One may witness this effect by an observation of a home being less than clean. The smell of the home may embed itself in the clothing and on the body of the person. This generates a shift in the waking world. For now, all interactions with the individual are under a veil of that smell frequency. Yet that darkness is familiar to the primary individual and goes unnoticed. Clearing familiar darkness allows the awareness to raise and heal the energetic signature of the primary individual. When this form of darkness is held over extended periods of time, it shifts the baseline frequency of the primary individual. The individual then assumes this level of darkness. The complete personality grid complex may be affected by the density to such a degree the expression of the life cycle may completely shift off course from the highest potential timeline. This explains how individuals manifest into a timeline of being a grumpy old man release. It is because they assume the density of that awareness level, which allowed that attachment to energetically bond and further manifest that experience. Most attachments energetically bond according to the codes of each level of density. These attachments then generate more of the density level in the energetic grids, thus allowing the further manifestation into that density level of awareness. They are assistants for the children of light's manifestation processes. The knowledge of the attachments allows them to easily be removed, which may shift behavior patterns and location shifts alike. Any level of darkness may be recalibrated in order to assist raising the awareness levels and overcoming familiar darkness. In order to start the process of clearing familiar darkness, the individual may write a list of behavior patterns that are not in alignment with the highest potential timeline. A list of positive behaviors one may choose to copy may also be used to generate density clearing. Focusing on the home and codes of all items owned is of high value as well. If any item does not generate happy feelings, then it may be released in order to allow the individual to raise the biological frequency. Each item, food, person, and location code in life is of high value to place focus on for recalibration. Familiar darkness is easily recalibrated by placing focus on every aspect of the self and allowing changes to become manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A crystal skull, named Chief. Deep below the surface of the Earth's crust, in a slightly different frequency bandwidth, exists a crystal skull embedded with the consciousness of an advanced race of celestial beings. The primary voice located within this skull may be called Chief, however it is the collective consciousness of the celestial race known as the All. It is advised that during the process of making contact with this crystal skull, the primary individual may consider facilitating a spiritual ceremony. This ensures a higher now moment alignment to generate this type of communication. A spiritual level of respect may also be focused upon in order to allow this communication to occur. This crystal skull connects into the other crystal skulls on the planet and is sentient in its nature. Chief's consciousness combines all knowledge from above time and space and intertwines it into interdimensional biological portal technology, which allows the celestial collective consciousness to energetically bond with the skull's mainframe. This allows now moment communication to occur. Chief is willing to communicate with individuals along the spiritual journey. The type of downloads available is ever shifting depending on the alignment of the primary individual and the type of knowledge sought. Please be advised this is a celestial awareness, and full access to the individual's memory grid complex comes with this type of communication, meaning Chief will explicitly know exactly who you are on a soul level. He will know every memory, thought, and emotion you have ever experienced. You may ask him very gratefully for positive knowledge or downloads in alignment with your highest potential timeline expression. A download comes in many different forms. On occasion, the primary individual may receive a download and may not realize a vibrational shift has occurred. This is due to the unpacking process. Any download will shift the resonance field inside the energetic grid complex, and then will start to unpack and realign the center point of the awareness level. This allows the exact knowledge to unpack during the exact moment that knowledge is needed. This crystal skull may send a packet of a download. This is many downloads compressed into one file and sent at one given moment in time. This one download will then reverberate into the consciousness grids of the primary individual. One downloaded packet from this crystal skull may contain the exact specifications for your ascension process and include step-by-step instructions for central meeting points of your individual journey. This allows the primary individual to continue the ascension process and already have acquired all necessary information needed for their personal ascension process, unfolding with the steps of time. Contact may be granted per individual upon entry into the meditative practice. There is no need to physically be standing among the presence of this crystal skull. The designation of this skull is number 23. This is important to a select group of individuals. Not everybody will need this number while engaging in this meditation. Please be advised it is polite to end communication with a thank you, even if you believe no communication has taken place. This should be held as a very high spiritual exchange of knowledge, and opening the hearts is advisable for this communication process. It is okay to receive knowledge which is foreign to your awareness. Some forms of downloads include frequency-based activations. These types of activations may come in the form of words or vocal expressions. They may be written down, or they may be a visualization. All communication is energetic in its nature, and shall affect the resonance of the energetic signature of the primary individual. Some communications may be advised to only engage in a single session. Chief will allow his intentions to be known as he sees throughout time and space. It is recommended to just say thank you and close the communication link with gratitude. In the case of only receiving one session, a downloadable packet is usually acquired, and therefore the communication is only needed once. The purpose of this crystal skull is to assist individuals on their individual ascension timelines, as well as containing historical knowledge needed per individual dimensional expression. This means the information given is specific to each individual and the manifestation timeline per person. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The higher self's mind. There is a level of perception that allows the ego mind to step back and allows the higher self to speak to the body and now moment-focused awareness. This feels as if the individual mind steps back and becomes a secondary individual guiding the ego mind. This allows the mind of the higher self to guide the simulation in real time and establishes a solidified connection over time. This type of back step is the first part of a process that accesses the control system. The control system is located within the mind and controls all biological functions, including hormone production and circadian rhythms. Generating this type of awareness is of high value for it, allows an advanced control over the thought and emotion strings to be developed. The thought and emotion strings are already in the ether. Each individual shifts into the thought string aligned with the density levels contained within the physical body. For example, shifting upwards in density raises the frequency of the individual and allows a higher frequency of thoughts to flow into the mind. A backstep level of awareness allows further exploration of the thoughts and emotion codes, and the opportunity to ponder why the alignment of these patterns exists. This concept grants access into the memory grid complex, which allows the memory strings to be observed. Memory strings flow in 5. They come into the mind from the left-hand side. The thought stream is one single string. This enters the mind from the right. These strings all twist together and meet in a 0 point located within the mind, slightly in front of the pineal gland. The memory strings allow the current pattern of thought to be adjusted by the memories held. This allows that pattern of thought to flow through a density shade system. Belief patterns held within stored memories may shift any new information that flows within the mind. This system works faster than the speed of light, and the heart 0 point accesses time control abilities, which allows for an expanded awareness of thought stream processes. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A collective activation process. When one individual lights up the energetic grids, it acts similarly to a neuron in the brain, sending so much light that a nearby neuron may then also be seen activating a similar amount of light. This then maintains that level of light, allowing a cluster to form, and then again radiates outwards until more and more of the neurons align to that thought form. This process only requires a single spark of light to activate a collective consciousness energy field. This is also how the collective consciousness of humanity is activating. One individual per location is lighting up the grid, allowing new clusters to form in the energetic grids of individuals surrounding the ringleader. The new frequency bandwidth then radiates outwards and activates many individuals. The collective consciousness grids activate all patterns of thought into 3 individuals simultaneously. Hence, thrice the great is born. The many become the one as many minds begin to activate telepathic abilities. The process of thought form awareness will energetically blend into one cohesive pattern of thought among groups of individuals and expand outwards onto the entire collective. Psionic abilities shall manifest into the everyday world you experience. This grand awakening is already occurring on your planet at this very moment and is observed in every artistic genre available. Thought form blending is similar to a mind hive concept, yet all beings are linked into a synchronicity web of thoughts, which allow all minds to manifest into the highest potential timeline expression for each individual. This is unity consciousness. Each being maintains a degree of separation, and may access a collective thought pattern as desired. For the many become the few, become the one. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Misalignments and energetic cords. Misalignments generate a reflection within the walls of the nervous system net. Over time, the nervous system net holds this imprint and starts to develop distortions. A distortion is any blockage that slows the flow of light and causes diseases, lower frequency experiences, or even shifts the visual perception of the physical reality. As all are one, and the all is perfect in its nature, a distortion generates darkness slowing the light. Misalignments may explain how an individual may interact with an item and observe a negative consequence from said item. Food may be considered one such example. Allergies are known to increase intensity with each experience. This occurs because there is a misalignment within the item or experience code engaged with. Each item, food or otherwise, one may use kinesiology in order to test for magnetic alignment disparities. There are multiple modalities to achieve alignment testing. Since alignment factors are always key in shifting the biological resonance field, knowing the self and full spectrum knowledge of the energetic tubule systems allow for frequency advancement at rapid rates. The energetic tubule systems contain energetic cords that connect each individual to any person, place, or thing. These cords free flow as a string system, allowing each cord to maintain a density level. Each cord maintains an integrity and will allow for density rebalances. For example, an energy cord connecting the primary individual and a location may form. This location cord may present a positive density, hence the cord is a light-based coloring. Over time, the primary individual may shift out of alignment with the current location. This allows the cord to slip into grayscale, and then a darkened density is held. Each experiential contains a polarity for each experience, positive, negative, neutral. This works within the energetic tubule system. For each tubule, when holding neutrality, allows a transcendence of that emotional coding. Each experience is an emotion code, even if the experience is engaging with a singular item. Hence, any item may be light or lucky, or dark and command illness. These types of items are also known to be enchanted, as some type of manifestation or emotional coding imprint was cast energetically into the memory grid complex of said item. Meditation modalities may allow the primary individual access into visualization of the energetic tubule system. This allows for each energetic cord to be identified and recalibrated back into the neutral zone of focus. All attachments to the physical reality may be adjusted into neutrality in order to rise above that emotional coding. Enchanted objects may assist in recalibration processes, regardless of polarity. Each energetic tubule connects into the star field. This connection allows plasma-based energetics to free form from the ether, through the tubule, and manifest into physical reality codings. This generates the physical matter you see as your world. It is very similar in its design as a plasma ball light, except there are 3 rings, grids flowing outwards the biological form. This makes up the energetic grid complex. The density of each tubule affects the entire manifestation of the physical reality observed. The tubule system allows attachments to energetically connect and affect the flow of energy through each tubule. The messenger system allows both light or dark attachments into this energetic system, allowing the messenger to assist the primary individual's manifestation by assisted emotion code resonance adjustments. Meaning, attachments push the emotion code you accessed. You may have opened the door once, and that attachment latched on, and may need to be cleared. Proper recalibrations of this system is key for rainbow body of light activations. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Activation of a celestial awareness. According to one timeline expression, the activation of a celestial being includes an awareness of all emotion codes perceived while engaged in a physical reality expression. This process may occur differently for each sentient being, for the light refractal system allows for variations or light attunements to free flow in the energetic grid complex. This generates a different dimensional expression for each individual in the simulation experience. All individual dimensional expressions, each person's variance throughout time and space, i.e., parallel version of the self, receive convergence spots on the timeline and blend into one timeline, and then fractal back outwards again. This is a breath of life for the celestial being. Each emotional coding is connected into the energetic grid structures, and an awareness of each emotion allows a knowing of the self. Knowing the energetic grids allows advanced sensory abilities to also be observed. Awareness of each emotion code may look differently for each being. This may simply be an observation, or a full experience manifest. It may also feel or be perceived differently for each individual. When an emotion coding manifests multiple times into the lifetime, it is known as a cycle repeat. These cycle repeats contain an emotional imprint in both the energetic grids and biological forms, which require further processing for recalibration. Any past, present, or future timeline expressions are all occurring at the same time during the present moment. This allows any recalibrations to affect the entire timeline and quantum codex aspects of the celestial being. Each individual is already a celestial being journeying through an evolutionary cycle which produces this type of activation. Knowing the darkness contained in your individual field allows for clearing that energy, which may be followed by a full light spectrum, which free flows through the auric field. This produces a rainbow body of light activation and generates frequencies higher than a fifth density level of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Energetic blending with astral deities. The process of two become one may become manifest on multiple levels. One such level is an energetic blending with a transparent secondary soul bonding. Many times this form of blending is facilitated with astral deities. This process may be perceived as, the primary individual engages in a type of channeling with any advanced being. Energetic blending occurs. A type of two become one bond forms. Although this bond is more focused on one consciousness filling the mental state during the now moment expression. Hence only one of the two consciousnesses is present and channeling in the now moment. In time a two become one bond allows both individuals to have open access into each other's perception boxes. Both parties may then be witness to each other's reality simultaneously. There are different stages to bonding. This type of deity bonding is slightly different, in the sense it allows for non-physical beings an opportunity to engage in the physical reality, due to the fact they are bonding with a physical vessel, person. The physical vessel is then shared among both parties during separate times or channeling sessions. This type of shared experience allows for the non-physical being to share metaphysical abilities with a secondary individual. This may allow for super strength, enhanced psionic abilities, or a viewpoint of the entire timeline expression. Abilities vary depending on the type of deity bonded with. Angelic deities may assist lightworker healing manifestations, for example. Great care is advised during these types of bonding processes. True knowledge of the source and identity verification may be needed in order to determine a positive or negative polarized bonding. This message is sent with many love and blessings. We, the star people, remain neutral in our deposition towards select manifestations. Knowledge is key, and we openly share knowledge we have in order to assist humanity's growth and evolution. Shifting through the multiverse. In order to shift your dimensional expressions, you must first summon a new frequency code. A frequency code is a thought and emotional coding, blended together as one. Holding any new frequency may start in the imagination, or may be felt or coaxed into the heart space. Once you are able to feel the emotion code, you then may imprint it within the heart's cellular levels for a direct shift of the physical reality perceived. There are several different types of ways to summon emotion codes. One such way is to visualize that emotion code. You may even use the mirror neurons in order to copycat someone else's emotion and hold that feeling inside of your body. Mirror neurons allow for frequency blending and mirroring of language or behavioral patterns reflected. There are several different types of ways to radiate the new emotion code into the body, mind, spirit complex. The second that you can identify that new feeling, you then may start to use your conscious focus and awareness to push that feeling into every single cell in your body, commanding it to hold. Many times the process of learning how to hold a new emotion code allows for a recalibration of the current emotions held in the now moment. It may be very easy to hold the new emotion, and then to have to call it back, if it slips out of alignment, and then to call it again, and to use your willpower to continuously call the new emotion, until the new emotion solidifies into your physical body. Willpower is a key in harnessing the emotions you wish to experience. The second that your body accepts the new imprint or multidimensional commandment, it shifts your perception of your physical reality experience. Each individual is so strong in their manifestation abilities that they may shift frequencies and shift into a completely different world in a blink of an eye. It is advisable to place focus on the current imprinted trauma codings. Any trauma held within the energetic grid structures generates a veil which shifts the light refractal system and produces density to shift the levels of awareness. Cleaning the traumatic imprints also allows more light to free flow through the nervous system net. When the nervous system net is clean, it then allows you to summon higher density emotion codes. This may activate a knowing of what frequencies you are holding within your biological vessel, which grants control over your simulated environment. Each individual may energetically cast emotional codes into any part of the ring system. The ring system controls your body, your location, and your civilization rings. Each emotion code may then shift any aspect of your waking, physical reality. The astral realities may also be shifted in similar manners, however, they require internal circumstance imprinting. This imprinting starts inside the body and affects the center soul tubule and kundalini channels. Learning emotional resonances allows the children of light to master the physical reality and overcome the limitations of time and space. We are sending this message with many love and blessings, generating a density bubble. When an individual gets triggered and starts to become emotional, those emotions be of a negative polarization start to form a density bubble around said individual. Any secondary person who enters the field of this density bubble will start to shift their baseline resonance and start to frequency match the density codings held within the bubble. This allows the co-creation of a misalignment. Different forms of density may manifest depending on the chakra the primary individual radiates the emotion codes through. One example would be an individual becoming emotional, while focus is placed within the throat chakra. This allows miscommunication experiences to manifest in order for the individuals to learn from this CO creation process. This occurs because becoming emotional is accepted as a lower frequency in its caliber. If the emotional individual is focused in the heart chakra, perhaps a very heartbreaking situation is expressed, it generates a heart chakra density bubble. This type of density bubble may feel thick or heavy-hearted. Release. Any individual who steps into this type of density bubble may experience any level of heart emotional resonance. Density bubbles may also shift resonances depending on the emotional person's energetic casting. One may slip through multiple chakra lenses while holding these dense emotions. This is quite common to experience during times of common squabbles. Release. Density bubbles may be amplified depending on the amount of individuals co-creating the misaligned conversation. This allows the density bubble to widen in its parameter and extend over several feet and outwards in diameter. This form of density shifts all people, places, and item coding resonances and may require additional spiritual cleansing after said experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Windows of time. Each individual is free-flowing a thought stream into the mind's eye. This thought stream contains the current thoughts that flow into the right side of the mind, and 5 memory strings that twist into one singular tubular light wave. The memory strings determine how the individual responds to the current stream of thoughts that enter into the mind. Each experience contains thoughts and emotional codes that may be observed for recalibration processing. The flicker rate controls the time-space awareness and is modified and located within the upper heart chakra. The flicker rate allows each micro-moment of your time-space awareness to be focused into. Focusing into these micro-moments allows for further awareness of a grouping of emotion codings that generate that moment of time-space. This includes every emotion radiated during that window of time. Each micro-moment of time can be summoned into this window, or may be seen in the mind's eye to allow a comprehensive look at the connections of each emotion code resonance. This is facilitated by observing the primary imprint of each emotion code, which is the first time that emotion was experienced. These windows of time may be visualized during meditative practices in order to observe each band of emotions flowing through the experience. Modifications to any one given emotion code or primary imprint generates an instantaneous shift in the current now moment. This allows the now moment biological form to heal or shift energetic signatures held, which may shift the current world among worlds expression observed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Clearing trapped emotions and imprints. Inside the body, mind, and spirit complex contains a veil of density that free flows over the rainbow body of light. This density shifts the patterns of light reflected, which generate the physical reality observed. When the primary individual walks through a physical experience, it allows for lower frequency emotion codes to imprint the biological form as well as the energetic grid structures. The density veil may be cleared by simply sending a bright white light over the body and space outside the body. This process does not fully clean the density veil if a significant emotional coding is stored in the physical material of the body. The body stores emotion codes in order to protect the biological vessel, for when a memory of a trauma comes into the awareness, it is to allow the individual to choose a different outcome to manifest. These imprints may be cleared by visualizing memories that make the body feel uncomfortable. With the left hand over the heart and the right hand over the belly button, speak the words, "I forgive myself for the emotion code." Speak emotion code release. Speaking the words release allows any attachment to release during this practice. This process may need multiple sessions in order to clear the stored imprint. Magnetic therapies may also be useful in clearing biologically stored imprints. Using both north and south magnetic poles allows the energetic grids to remove dark light and push a clean energy into the body. Using an electrical spark is also useful in these types of healings. As the chi energetics is electrical in its nature, one may send love energy through the hands while using magnets to clear the energetic grids. Tapping the body is one such modality that generates a spark of energy and assists in imprint removal. The memory grids may be accessed in a variety of ways, and on occasion a past life trauma may imprint the center soul tubule. These imprints are controlled by the higher self, and may be accessed through meditation practices. Clearing these imprints may be pre-planned in order to manifest the soul family to step forward during an alignment. This may manifest an entire group healing during the process. Hence, group spiritual practices are of high value to explore during these times. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Summoning a happy thought. Each individual is able to summon a visual representation of their happy thought. This thought form may be pushed and radiated into the cells of the body in order to produce a significant frequency shift, which then realigns the current world expression of that individual. This is known as an access code. Holding the visual representation starts with seeing and imagining the happy thought in the mind's eye. You then may hold that image while you start to open your eyes and look into your regular waking world. With enough practice, you'll be able to hold both images simultaneously. This will allow all experiences that you perceive to be guided by the happy thought, which now works very similar to subliminal programming. An image within an image will always affect the consciousness by generating an emotion code running in the background. If you consciously choose a happy thought to be subliminally programmed into your now moment awareness, it will allow you to respond to the now moment with more positivity. This works because the inner programming affects behavioral patterns, as well as biological responses to physical stimuli. These types of thought forms may be layered. This form of layering allows the primary individual to select multiple emotion codes to run simultaneously and affect the current manifestation of the physical reality. This grants an opportunity for very specific frequency modifications, which may then affect the baseline frequency of the physical matter codings. Physical matter codings generate all items in the physical reality perceived. Each emotion code in the third density reality may also be light encoded onto any sigil representation. This allows for very specific emotions to be energetically cast into any image and then viewed by the primary individual in order to hold and maintain that visual representation in the mind's eye. When this is done, it allows for a full spectrum of emotion codes that have been pre-programmed to then change or modify the behavioral patterns of the primary individual. This is also one way memory patches may be activated into a person's psyche. Selecting any emotion code allows an opportunity to see and feel that emotion code to its fullest manifestation. This also includes experiencing any attachments associated with that emotion code. For any lower vibrational attachments may manifest depending on if a lower emotional code was selected for activation. Perceiving two images simultaneously in the mind's eye and summoning a visualization is the beginning stages of activating perception boxes. A perception box is a window into a secondary individual's reality viewpoint, which is the world that they see. This works very similarly to a telepathic form of communication, in which you are able to see and sense the world a secondary individual is experiencing in the now moment. This type of communication is not linear, so you may access individuals from any point in time or space. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Rocking the eyes. The eyes are known as the windows to the soul. The third eye accesses the dreamtime realms in order to program the daily manifestation of the individual. During different levels of sleep, the eyes may be witnessed rocking from side to side. When the eyes rock from side to side, it allows the center soul tubule to be imprinted with emotion codes from a dream the primary individual is perceiving. Hypnotists use a form of metronome to induce trance. This rocks the eyes from side to side. Rocking of the eyes allows brainwave patterning to activate different baseline neurons into new formations. This allows the primary individual to perceive a secondary world, which is done during dream times, and allow the emotion codes from that dreamtime realm to then program their baseline frequency codings experienced in the now moment. The true awareness of emotion codes starts with knowing the self. Knowing the baseline emotion codes allows a knowing of why the primary individual responds in the fashion they do. Baseline emotion codes are imprinted through traumatic moments, as well as any other form of emotion one is able to trigger. Awareness of traumatic emotion codes allows for a recalibration back into the light realms. Baseline codes are stored in the subconscious mind. Rocking of the eyes may also be used to recalibrate any emotional imprint perceived in the now moment. This allows a form of access into programming new emotion codes, as well as releasing undesirable biological imprints in the body-mind-spirit complex. The primary individual may sit down in a quiet meditative state. They may start rocking the eyes from side to side, while remembering a moment of trauma in their life. While rocking their eyes, they may speak the words out loud, "I forgive myself for the emotion code." Release. Reprogramming of the center soul tubules is a high value for exploration. The center soul tubules programs physically manifest the most significant timeline variations the primary individual will observe. The most rapid way to shift your world among worlds expression is by accessing the center soul tubule, which is done in a wide variety of ways. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Solar imprinting. The center soul tubule may be imprinted using a symbol and the sun. This modality requires a see-through plastic sheet with an image upon it, allowing a light source to cast the image into the eye. The image may be of any sigil, design, sacred geometry symbol, water vibration, symbol, or any word. You may have colors as you see fit, however, it is a high value to be able to see through the plastic, allowing a form of light to then shine this image into your eyes. We recommend utilizing the sunrise and sunset light during this form of imprinting. This allows the light bandwidth spectrum from the sun to assist in encoding the highest frequency possible into the biological form. The sunrise and sunset frequencies are known to recharge the pineal gland, which then assists in visualizing your manifestations and willing them into your physical reality. Please use your own intuition. While engaging in any type of sun-gazing modality, it is absolutely okay to start with just a 2-second glance, and then readjust as you adapt to the sunlight's frequency. Start by holding the plastic sheet with your image in front of your eyes, allowing the sunset to flow energy behind the plastic sheet. This allows you to see the image with the sun, acting as the light source behind the image. You may now look into the image, and allow the image to ingrain into the center soul tubule. You will know the image is ingrained when you blink the eyes and you still see the image behind the eye. Some individuals who have difficulties with visualization may still see the image because of the sun's power of light imprinting. This process may only require a few seconds to be able to see and hold the image desired. Once the image is held, you may then energetically feel and push that image up and down the Kundalini channel systems. The Kundalini channel systems have 6 soul tubules running horizontally inside the biological form. Any image may be energetically cast into one of these tubules. This generates very specific manifestations to come into the current reality observations. For example, if the primary individual uses a symbol of world peace and energetically casts it into the water Kundalini channel, which is located in the spinal cord, a reflection of the cleanest ocean the earth has witnessed in this era, may start the process of manifesting. The ability to imprint the center soul tubule allows for a rapid form of manifestation to be perceived. As all manifestations are fluid in their nature, it is okay to allow this particular manifestation to form, expand, and unpack, the way it is magnetically aligned per individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Shifting the primary player character. Biological programming may be changed, modified, or rewritten using several modalities. Each behavioral pattern triggers the nervous system net in a very specific design, which allows the most aligned personality to manifest. The nervous system net is directly connected into the energetic grid structures, and changes to emotional imprints held in this system shall then shift the mirrored reflections of the physical reality observed. A primary player character is the now moment version of the self-expressed. This personality shifts with different levels of awareness held. All player characters are available to download at any given moment in time or space. The childlike mind, adolescence, adult, and elderly mindsets are some examples of shifting the personality complex. This personality complex is fluid and ever-shifting in the now moment. Each individual may shift this complex by accessing a 64-bit cube system of circles and squares, which is located within the heart's energetic systems. The personality complex allows for downloadable content to become aligned into the primary individual's energetic grid complex. This allows for all thought forms throughout time and space to become readily available to express through each individual personality. For example, if the primary individual required energetic mastery knowledge, they may download a personality of a Buddha, for example. They may then allow the knowledge that personality contains to then shift the subatomic levels of their biological form. Shifting the body in this manner allows for muscle memory to activate, different patterns of thought forms to be absorbed, and different emotional expressions to become awakened in each part of their everyday life. Rewriting subconscious programming may be done by shocking the nervous system net. This may be done through ice baths, muscle tapping, Reiki energy, or by utilization of sound healing modalities. After the initial shock to the nervous system net, one may use positive affirmations in order to imprint the nervous system net with new emotional codings. Sound healing generators and crystals may be used in order to reprogram the nervous system net, and visualization may also allow for new subconscious programming to rewrite current behavioral patterns expressed. Be the change you wish to embody, and this system shall naturally shift your alignments. Any form of chi energetic modality shall start to shift the nervous system net's flow of light. When the nervous system net is rebalanced back to authenticity, it shall allow the light refractal system to free flow the energetics of the higher self. This generates the self-embodiment of the physical material of a more crystallized being. Anytime a being accesses higher frequencies, the biological form starts to recrystallize physical matter codings in order to match the access codings observed. This allows the higher self to bond into the physical reality expressed and is known as a fully activated being. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A celestial activation. Inside the energetic grid complex contains an extra band of neurons that are connected to the mind of a celestial being. These are connected to the individual's crown neurons located within the brain, which circle the circumference of the inner skull. When activated, a viewpoint of the entire simulation codings from a celestial being's viewpoint becomes available to express. These viewpoints are slightly different in nature because there are multiple celestial beings in the current universal observation. Co-creation between multiple celestial beings is formed by a universal connection, which generates a consciousness grid activation and allows both celestial beings to blend as one mind during their communication. The band of neurons generate and connect into all thought and non-thought forms within all confinements of time and space, including parallel reality expressions. Within the third density, the neuron band activates mirror reflections in the civilization ring and allows a perception of shifting simulation codings when properly aligned. A hemisync formation in the brain waves and activation of mirror neurons may solidify within biological and energetic systems during this development. This activation starts to manifest what resembles a kaleidoscope of mirror reflections into the outer world perception, where one thought form movement adjusts all light angles of the simulation. Full control over the celestial being and beginning stages of outer reality operations begins with an awareness of this system. There are multiple steps in the energetics of every individual that require activation prior to a celestial being's perception. The energetic grid complex may require density removal services in order to advance into this type of awareness. This may be facilitated through conscious focus on traumatic emotional imprints stored in both the biological form and energetic grids. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Darkness to light, a path of ascension. There are many paths to ascension. All are equal in their nature. For each individual aligned to ascending, a path shall form and allow an ascension timeline to become manifest. This viewpoint is different for each individual and is shifted by angular light reflections stemming from the center soul tubule. The process of a fifth density awareness includes holding a reality emotional coding which reflects more light and less darkness. Each traumatic experience the primary individual observes allows for an imprinting of this darkness into the individual's energetic grid complex and biological form. This process is what determines the level of awareness observed. The energetic grid complex free flows light ions and plasma energy, which controls physical matter expressed. Any darkness overlaying this grid generates a veil, which shifts the world among worlds expressions. In hindsight, these veils may be considered an access point, and may contain a gatekeeper into higher frequency dimensional viewpoints. It is a darkness covering the light each individual shines. For each individual is already in the higher frequency realms, with an observation of a reality alignment the veil systems allow access into. For example, your highest potential timeline expression is already in the ethers, you just have to align yourself to gain access. The process of aligning the self to higher densities is explicit to releasing the shadows held within the self-identity beliefs, body vessel, and soul tubule energetic imprints. The primary individual may start to observe any darkness in the memories held and start to release said darkness. The memory grid complex shall shift when a trauma imprint is healed, then allowing the trauma to no longer be summoned into the conscious mind. This may feel as though the primary individual forgot about that old traumatic memory pattern. Release. There are many modalities to healing darkness, each equal in their nature and creatively manifest by each individual. The many becoming the one occurs when a singular light stream, soul form, starts to access higher levels of awareness and holds an observation of reflecting into all things divided. I am that. I am. On planetary levels, a form of chaos may be observed during end of a cycle times. This occurs because the darkness and light rise equidistantly to one another until the collective holds a higher density as a whole. It may have contributed to allowing the source frequency an opportunity to experience every potential prior to a collective shift into a higher level. This experience of ascension from a physical viewpoint allows for dark experiences to come and allows the individual to choose what emotion codes to hold. Light, dark, or neutral. Each experience may be held in a code, 23, in order to transcend that emotional coding. In this case, a veil. A code 23 is witnessing the experience firsthand, and then viewing a secondary person experiencing it too, and holding three emotions to the experience: positive, negative, neutral. Feeling into the darkness, and releasing it, automatically generates more light to shine through the energetic grids. Holding a state of neutrality allows for transcendence over that emotional code. This process works with guides and gatekeepers in order to ensure the soul's growth and development is in alignment with a higher brick of consciousness. Otherwise, access will be gained when that emotional imprint is held in neutrality. The trauma experience shall continuously cycle repeat in order to grant another opportunity to heal. On occasions, the process of releasing resistance may manifest. This may be an exhaustion of all potentials currently aware of, trying to find a solution, and there is none. In this specific situation, the primary individual may choose to let go of any and all possible outcomes and be guided by the higher self. This is a trust-building skill and allows a type of energetic bonding to form between the higher self and the individualized self. There are many different levels to ascend in the physical reality. Each individual holds an alignment to one specific path which is fluid and ever-changing in its multi-dimensionality. For a true ascension shall activate higher levels of awareness and allow multi-dimensional control over the simulation codings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A comprehension of time travel. Time travel is facilitated by both internal and external circumstances. This also allows both physical and astral reality expressions to contain a time-space frequency coding, which may be modified at will. The process of inward focus generates an awareness of the heart flicker rate, which controls time-space abilities. The flicker rate is located in the heart's upper chakra and contains a magnetic resonance. The lower heart chakra contains the seat of the higher self, which free flows chi energetics through this system in order to allow higher self-communication to occur. During select meditations, you can pull any memory into the conscious mind. This memory that is being observed generates an energetic tubule connecting the primary individual to that exact moment in time and space. This form of energetic connection then grants an opportunity for further expansion into that memory. Bilocation abilities, astral or physical, may then allow the individual to cast their consciousness back into that exact moment of time-space ether in order to permit a solid body vessel to become manifest for further explorations. Allow the consciousness to act as a passenger, observing time-space from the eyes of a secondary individual. Observe the location coding, seeing multiple angles of light reflections. Light reflections are the entire experiential codes, which show multiple potentials aligned to the observer. Seeing the whole picture at once, and the parallel reality versions that are close in harmonic resonance. Grant a multidimensional shift which generates that memory into the now moment expression. This activates the primary individual's reality to become that memory. Each individual may become the past or future version of the self at any given moment. A memory may be summoned into the awareness in order to grant communication with people in that exact moment of time-space reality. Generating this two-way form of communication allows for item recovery to manifest in the now moment. The ancestors tell where the key is located. A memory may also allow for energetic imprints to be recalibrated during the now moment. This allows the primary individual to shift the now moment timeline expression and shift into a parallel reality version of the self, which is more aligned with the new subconscious mind and energetic imprint programming held. Any photo may be used as an access code into that exact moment in time and space. This includes different images located on pyramid walls. Some of these images have been hidden and contain teleportation codings generated in the image itself. This acts as a key, and any individual may take this key and push the emotional resonance into multiple cells in the body, therefore generating an instantaneous teleportational shift. We are waiting for you, dear ones, when enough biological cells hold the new frequency coding. The biological form shall then start to resonate into that new timeline expression. This generates an awareness shift of the current now moment expression. This process happens in the blink of an eye, as any item may be shifted that rapidly. Any manifestation may be facilitated by pushing emotion codes into the biological form. This is known as a heart casting. These are known as level 1 time-space abilities, for each ability may increase into a third degree prior to a shift in the octave handling of the ability. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The power of an error-correct code. An error-correct code is a recalibration process that may become manifest in order to select the highest frequency potential, timeline or outcome to an expression. What each individual allows to stand, they must stand for. Lies and deception work in this manner, and may be corrected for the soul's growth and expansion. There is great power within each error-correct code facilitated, and each experience shall unlock a variety of higher frequency ranges for timeline adjustment. All lies are located within a lower frequency range. These lower frequencies mark the energetic grid structures and start the cycle repeat processes. Tell one lie, and you may see many lies being told to you before this imprint fully clears out of your energy grids. When the primary individual chooses to error-correct the lie, it allows for a complete transmutation of this imprinted emotion immediately, and for all secondary individuals witnessing the experience. There are multiple emotional codes that align themselves to this particular type of experiential. For example, feeling emotionally embarrassed after error-correcting the lie spoken may become manifest. Embellishing or over-exaggerating thought forms also imprint into the lower frequency ranges and should be monitored for error-correct opportunities. There are many different attachments that energetically bond to individuals when these experiences become manifest. The primary individual may choose to always consider each moment in the simulation an opportunity for growth and soul development. Error-correcting now-moment expressions grant an opportunity to manifest a healing for all individuals witnessing said experience. For example, as the primary individual confronts the lie that has been spoken, it allows for any attachments to be released from the entire group of people. Any secondary emotions that become manifest inside all individuals' energetics may then be recalibrated back into the highest potential timeline expression. This may be facilitated by: ask, when in my life have I seen this exact scenario or lie before? Confront the lie, observe it without judgment. Ask, how does this make me feel? Ask, why did this manifest? For every attachment, speak the word release. Forgive the self for the experience, and all emotion codes related. Love and bliss the body to close the starfield doors after releasing any attachments, and bliss the group to close out the ceremony. What would have been an embarrassing moment has now turned into the greatest opportunity to heal a larger group of individuals. For any attachment removed off of a primary individual may also be removed off of any secondary person as well. A secondary person being another point of memory observation, the main individual interacted with, while the attachment bonded into the grid structures. When did the attachment latch on, and who were they with? Lies, embellishments, and over-exaggerations are all a part of the human experience. It is of high value to grant self-compassion as embarking on healing the thought stream. For an individual's thoughts are all enclosed within an energetic frequency bandwidth known as a thought stream. Constant recalibrations may assist in removing any lower frequency verbatim manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A null zone. Have you ever had this feeling in life where everything feels like there is no movement? Maybe it feels like you're just waiting, or you're just focused on the tiny daily activities. This is known as a null zone. A null zone is a very specific band of frequencies which contain a multiple grouping of attachments. This allows for any emotional residence of stagnation to become fully manifest into the waking reality. Since a null zone contains multiple stages of blank stagnation emotion codes, it may continue periodically for an indefinite amount of time. The purpose of this experience is to feel the emotion codes of experiencing no movement, to not be able to move forward, to be stuck in the exact position that you were in, even if a year has gone by. You may have even felt held back or felt a block moving forward. The way to overcome a null zone is to focus on gratitude. When doing the smaller daily tasks, do them with an open heart, and focus your energy on gratitude with every single task completed. Making a list of things that you desire to see in your reality is of high value. This will assist in bringing new energies into your life. For each emotion code observed, a point of neutrality may be energetically cast into that experience. This allows the primary individual to forgive themselves for holding that emotion code, send love to the physical body, and transcend the experience as a whole. Sit in the moment and feel all of the stagnation emotions. Where in the body are they located? Speak the word release, and send love light into the biological form. A null zone occurs when the energetic grid structure shifts the flow of energy outside of the outer energy ring. This allows the plasma pulled into the star field to readjust its manifestation speeds to allow for an emotional imprint of stagnation to occur. Many times a null zone shall appear in life when the individual is shifting from a negative into a positive life expression and is right in between the two polarities. An emotion code of boredom is one such example of the null zone frequency, granting the individual an opportunity to observe the grayscale emotional range, which is a blank emotion in its nature. On occasion this is referred to as neutrality, for it is not good nor bad, it just is. As with all emotions, holding love in the heart while being grateful for each experience manifest is key for overcoming said experience. When you notice this null zone manifest, it is of high value to recognize a positive shift is on the way. Once this brick of consciousness is transcended, I hereby release any said, read, or spoken attachments from this download. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Candle magic. The fire elemental may be summoned in a variety of ways in order to assist the children of light's manifestation processes. This may be facilitated through any form of fire, during types of group or individual ceremonies or rituals. Some examples of candle magic include but are not limited to cutting cords. One may light a tea light under a string in order to cut the cord tying two people, experiences, or items together. This process breaks the ties, cords, or bonds depending on the intention and settings of the ritual. A fire-safe enclosure is recommended to avoid fire damages. Cord cutting may also be done simply with just the candle being lit. Each time you light the candle, speak the words I cut the cords between and myself now. Filling the body with love and light. Using a candle to meditate and visualizing pulling the light into the aura field in order to rebalance the energy systems of the body. Matter manipulation may also be facilitated during this process. Visualizing the atoms and molecules of the flame, shifting the vibratory frequency into a higher oscillation, allows the candle to rise in its intensity. This also allows a higher frequency of energy to be pulled into the body during this type of meditation. You may actually see the flame increase in size during this process. Rebalancing the energetic grid structures. Seeing the energetic grids, and allowing the fire elemental to pull off any darkness surrounding the individual. Imagine the fire sucking in that darkness off the grid, and rebalancing it by pushing energy into it with its light. You may then push that light back into the body or organs as well. This may be done for secondary individuals who are in a different location than the primary individual, as all is quantum entangled, and all is one. Activation of extra senses. Allow communication with the fire elemental. To guide your awareness into any extrasensory abilities, you may have an attunement to activate. You may receive a vision, a knowing, hear the spoken name of the extra sense, or you may simply feel like something has changed or shifted inside of your body, mind, spirit, complex. Many different forms of communication may be activated in this way. Activation of shields. Allow the fire elemental to guide the shield activation process. You may feel warmth as your Kundalini channel systems activate within the biological form. This generates a type of energetic shift in the outer aura field and allows a form of protective energy to surround you. Different shields may be summoned with different internal circumstances and Kundalini channels selected. Download codes or knowledge packets. Allow the flame to activate your chi energetic systems and start a type of communication with your higher self. Access into the quantum codex generates bright ideas, which the higher self may cast downward into the body, mind, spirit, complex, as downloadable content. This allows knowledge in the form of a bright idea to start to download and unpack into your physical reality. You may visualize the desired knowledge download. The process of using the imagination starts to attune the aligned information into your physical reality expression. Manifestation assistance. The fire elemental may assist in the manifestation of any item, person, or experience coding. The possibilities are endless. Each time you light the candle, consciously thank it for gifting you the item or experience. This form of ritual starts to program the primary individual's magnetic or emotion grids. This then becomes a magnetic alignment, and starts the process of manifesting that item into the physical reality. Lighting the candle multiple times per day in order to place more focus on the manifestation shall increase the intensity of the processing speeds. Communication with fire fae and elementals. Deep within the flame resides the fire fae. These are fairy-like beings who communicate with the children of light and may grant peaceful wishes as they see fit. They love listening to the wishes of humans and hold them in the deepest regard. Communication with them starts by meditating into the candle's flame. Allow a visual representation of a fire fairy to be witnessed. Many first times this occurs rapidly until solid communication is present. They may speak telepathically, or through specific frequency alignments they modify in the individual's energy grid. Some individuals have past life information from a fire fae incarnation. This information is stored in their memory grids and may activate further knowledge of past life downloadable packets through this communication process. Higher self-communication and identification of the individual's spirit animal. Deep focus within the candle's flame allows a connection with the higher self to be summoned. This process may be rapidly facilitated by activating the highest excitement while meditation with the candle spirit is observed. As all outwards meditative focus may allow the self to observe the inner makings of the spirit. Focus into the flame, and speak the words I now access my higher self. Allow the higher self to guide your thoughts and emotions, and sit quietly and observe to receive the communication. Bright ideas may also be downloaded during this process, as well as spontaneous activation of multidimensional abilities. Knowledge of the spirit-animal attunement may be observed and summoned during this modality. A spirit animal is a type of guide each individual aligns with, and this grants the individual access into a specific frequency resonance type of guided knowledge. For example, if your guide is a spirit lion, all guided information shall be sent through a veil of the lion energy. Each animal is attuned to a specific frequency bandwidth, utilizing crystal grids with a fire elemental. Set intentions for the desired outcome manifest, and generate your crystal grid. Connect each crystal by using a crystal point to touch each crystal, and form a grid in the ethers, allowing the candle to be connected at the last point of observation. Light the candle and gift an offering on the table or altar for the fire elemental. An offering may be placed during the ritual, and then gifted to Mother Earth soon after to complete the ceremony. This is a form of set it and forget it, for the crystal grid shall radiate this new frequency until a recalibration is needed. As crystals' frequencies are known to shift in density according to the experiences of the location codings held. Song, dance and fire pit meditations. Singing, dancing and meditation around a fire pit allows for subconscious mind activations and storytelling reprogramming. The fire element is set to a delta brainwave hertz, and may activate deep levels of peace and tranquility. Perfect for subconscious mind recalibrations and setting new beliefs. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Access alignments. There are 3 points of light refractal which connect into the physical reality. These 3 points on the physical biologics are located inside the heart chakra, solar plexus, pineal gland. They form a 3 in the energy field and allow different forms of energetic castings to become manifest. The solar plexus pulls energy into this system, chambers it right above the sacral chakra. The sacral chakra triggers the highest passion, therefore releasing the stored energy up the kundalini channels. This energy triggers into the heart and pineal gland and starts to form heart-brain cohesion. When this type of alignment is formed, it allows different aspects of the energy field to become activated inside the physical reality. There is a second set of alignments which occur above the upper crown chakra and flow similar to this design. These points are located inside the source frequency lens above the crown chakra, pineal gland, heart chakra. This second set of alignments allow for spiritual communication to be accessed. Generating a flow of energy through each of these chakras allows for the higher self to be summoned into the seat of the soul. The higher self seat is located in the lower heart chakra and sits in the aura field, a foot in front of the body, and flowers open when properly activated. The source frequency lens is located above the crown chakra. This is a 12-pointed star which contains 2 6-pointed stars in total. 1 star is magnetic. In its nature, 1 is electric, in its nature. The center point is where this energy flowers a gate open, which manifests a true connection with the higher self. When this connection solidifies, a true knowing of the self is assumed into the ego mind. This overrides the life/death cycle and generates a perception above time and space. This is a type of quantum codex activation and allows multidimensional abilities to become manifest. Access into the quantum codex allows knowledge of parallel reality and advanced player character knowledge downloads. Activation of these spiritual points of light refractals may be facilitated through modalities such as breathwork, deep meditation, energetic clearing of densities and distortions on the aura field, and conscious focus and attention on manifesting this form of connection. Both light refractal centers, spiritual and physical, may be activated to allow a manifestation of spiritual abilities of a godlike nature to become a solid fact of the physical reality expression. When both of these centers free flow energetics, it starts to activate a quasi-cube formation in the axial tonal lines of the celestial being. These lines allow the multi-dimensional awareness of the circles and squares to align into the primary individual. Circles and squares generate the movement needed to facilitate multidimensional shifts, for the square energy is the physical reality experience held. The circle energetic is the vortex that contains the soul tubules. The circle may select a square and is ever shifting alignments into these physical reality expressions. This is facilitated through the personality grid complex. During times of an evolutionary shift, the parameter of the circle and square shall shift its radius dimensional expression. This allows larger size shapes or more complex geometry to generate a new level of awareness for the primary individual. This type of expansion generates 3D, 4D, 5D, 6D and beyond, allowing an awareness of the full octave range in time. The consciousness is ever expanding and contracting as a breath of life, and a yuga cycle. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Starseed activations. A divergent focus refers to the ability to explore a wide range of ideas or possibilities without judgment. A neuron relates to the nerves or nervous system. A neurodivergent mind is a mind that uses a wide range of extrasensory abilities to see unique patterns of thinking, learning, and behaving. Autism, ADD, ADHD, and OCD are some distortions of a neurodivergent mind. There is another aspect of this thought grid ability, and it is the ability to see the patterns in the simulation coding, which may then allow the primary individual to start to control the main operating codex systems. Many starseeds contain this trait unknowingly. Once a pattern is set, the primary individual may start to allow the awareness to perceive the entire pattern and secondary codings running. This process may be perceived by an awareness of behavioral patterns, and then questioning, where does this pattern originate from? There are patterns in nature, society, chains, food chain, cooperation chains, the biological form, and every aspect of the simulation. An awareness of these patterns is being uploaded into the human consciousness grids in every micro-moment. For each moment of time is flexible and ever-shifting in its space-time parameters. This generates a two-way flow of energetic signatures, which radiate from the core of Mother Earth, through each child of light, and free flows into the black hole systems. Changing the patterns of light that free flow through this system may spontaneously shift manifestation density codings, and may shift the awareness of the entire collective consciousness grids into a different expression of the source frequency, geometric resonance. This generates parallel reality expressions to manifest for all individuals to observe. Art, song, dance, and any type of expression that develops a meditative zone of focus may be utilized to change the thought grid imprints or programs running. For any zone of meditation allows access into the subconscious mind, as well as access into the higher self-communication. Neurodivergent art is any art created by a neurodivergent mind. Usually it may express this art from different angles and allows a new perspective to form for the all. Neurographic art is a more structured yet free-flowing method of art, which provides a creative outlet for generating neuron-like lines and shapes. These shapes may then be modified to change the thought grid's flow of energy. This allows new patterns of thought to then be summoned into the mind for expressing. This type of art leads into the topic of sigil magic. Sigil magic is the process of using a symbol to generate a frequency access code. This works by shifting the baseline biological frequency and shifting into the new frequency bandwidth. The ability to draw any image, and then reprogram the biological form by shifting the art's image, starts to harness the extrasensory abilities of cellular reprogramming. Any image may contain emotional castings which generate frequency codings. These codings magnetically align the primary individual onto a timeline of manifestation. The imprinting processes generate the same potential outcome expressions as well. Imprinting consists of harnessing a highly charged emotion, and casting a thought form into an image, item, person, place, or thing. Image, imagination, manifestation. These are all various ways of controlling magnetic alignments, and full control over them activates the multidimensional extra senses. Each starseed is attuned to activate extrasensory abilities. Utilizing this type of art may assist in that activation process. Where the focus goes, energy goes. Focusing on any art form, be it song, dance, or otherwise, may allow the mind to activate into higher levels of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Polarity law and magnetic pole reversals. The law of polarity is knowing nothing is singular. Everything is one, made up of two parts, polarities, such as positive and negative. The law of polarity states that there is an opposite for everything in your world. For every reaction, there is an opposite reaction. A magnet contains both positive and negative poles or polarities. A pole reversal allows an observation of the energetic grids, shifting the polarity of the emotional codings expressed into the opposite polarity. Positive, negative, neutral. This type of pole reversal has already been observed in humanity's energetic grid complex. This was activated by solar frequencies, and allowed each child of light an opportunity to experience the opposite emotional coding compared to what emotion was currently being expressed. Many individuals who were leading happy, fulfilled lives may have gone through short periods of unhappiness. This type of polarity reversal happens within the individual's life, and allows for cycle repeats to also manifest according to the new identified polarity. This reversal is occurring multiple times and is connected to both the Sun Solare and Mother Earth's resonance fields, Samsiva, solar flash. Individuals who may have been experiencing lower frequency lives were also shifted into a higher frequency polarity. This allowed an observation of the highest potential timeline to form for many, and acted like a guiding stone for individual manifestations. This process occurs on both the micro and macro levels. All energetic shifts occur within the biological vessel first, and radiate outwards into the location and civilization rings. The Earth is energetically situated within both the location and civilization rings, therefore any new energetic patterning held within the biological form shall in time reflect outwards into the Earth. This grants the primary individual reflections of the aligned frequency codings, in this case, a polar reversal. Proper Merkaba alignment may be processed for memory recalibrations. The pole reversal process allows an unlocking of the memory grid complex, and complete memory recall becomes available for download. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Tonal access points. An axial tonal node is a type of vortices embodied by a celestial being, representing a dynamic point of tonal convergence. It can be understood as a swirling, energetic center, where tonal elements come together, much like a vortex in fluid dynamics. This system generates the outwards and inwards simulation codings in the secondary and third ring system. The axial tonal lines are meridian and ley lines projected outwards and inwards within each individual. They make up what is known as a celestial being, and connect each individual to the human collective consciousness grids. Each of these tonal access points may be stimulated with an elemental energy in order to shift advanced outward simulation codings. This may be perceived by enhancing the fire elemental in quantum node number 23, for example, thus generating a further degree in communication with the fire element and allowing humanity's chi energetic systems to further activate fire-bending abilities. There are specific activations which may be granted to humanity in time for precise recalibrations into the celestial beings' nodal systems. Celestial activations reform planetary control operations, as well as birth-death cycles of the stars, and configurational access. Celestial nodes may also be shifted to allow for magnetic alignments with secondary celestial beings, thus allowing the multiverse to generate new universal patterning through a process of conception. Each celestial awareness may choose, and often does, to shift the individual awareness into a single cell or child of light for a full awareness recomprehensional shift. This allows a singular awareness to free flow through a single individual, and then may ascend the bricks of consciousness until a full celestial awareness is once again held. This is a life cycle of awareness for the celestial, dropping down and rising up. Time and space is an aspect of a third density reality expression and holds no dominion over the celestial form. The celestial awareness is shifted during this process, and allows a variety of new personality complexes to hold the awareness after the new evolutionary alignment. This message is sent with many love and blessing. Awakening time travel abilities. There are several modalities that increase the primary individual's awareness of time control. Time control. Awareness stems from the upper heart chakra, and one may start to activate these abilities through meditation and holding select emotion codes. Some individuals may have been birthed with an attunement which may have allowed an automatic alignment to these abilities. The solar frequency, eclipse, and full moon energies have been raising the level of awareness during your current planetary age. This is generating an activation of these extra sensory abilities. Each of the primary senses may become heightened during these types of activations. For the ability to see, taste, touch, or witness, different aspects of the simulation codings are readily available to express right now through both physical and spiritual means. The process of learning to harness these abilities may align themselves to each individual slightly differently. This depends on the levels of the light refractal system and alignments to which senses activate first. When the primary individual starts to notice any given sense activate, it may come with a polarity of negativity. Many gifts activate through darkness. This darkness may be an unknowing of how to control the gift, for example. Since each child of light reflects their energetics differently, full controls may be observed slightly differently per individual. Mastery comes with walking the path of ascension and expanding the gift per individual experience. Time travel abilities may start in the astral realms. For example, this is also a teleportation ability when full access is acquired. The ability to see into any moment of time and space is a key, for once those emotional codings are observed, they may then be pushed into the cellular matrix of the biological form. This allows the new codex frequency codings to imprint the body-mind-spirit complex and shift into a parallel reality expression most aligned with the new density and emotional coding set. During meditation practices, contact with any individual during any moment of time-space may also occur. Because time-space is all occurring in the now moment, this is a form of two-way communication with an individual who is currently existing in what the primary individual would express as the past. This allows for communication with any individual in any level of awareness of time and space. For example, the future version of the self may be contacted in order to gain knowledge, download programming keys and advance the consciousness to ascend. Starting to observe the current thoughts during each meditation shall allow this ability to expand. When the awareness accesses a smell, it may utilize a process of plasma pulling to instantly manifest any item, or shift the biological form into the new location coding expression. Smell is connected directly into the memory grids, and allows memory shifts, to then shift the physical reality outside the biological form. Once any memory is shifted, it shifts the primary individual's timeline index. This manifests that individual into a parallel reality version of the self. This type of shift occurs during meditation practices naturally, as the density of the individual may recalibrate when connecting into the source frequency. This process may allow for a manifestation of a physical item when the eyes open and exit the meditation. Changes may become observable when focus is placed on willing the desired change into the physical reality. Using the senses allows the new emotional codes to be identified. Even micro-moments observed generate access codes for quantum multidimensional shifts. Emotion codes are keys to different manifestations, magical abilities, and may be summoned by any light awareness activity. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Quantum channeling. Many individuals in the simulation contain a soul form. These people are known as the children of light. Collective consciousness nets are a type of energetic grid structure which are generated during a form of quantum channeling. This consciousness net activates the thought streams of each connected individual, which energetically blends and generates a form of unity consciousness, connecting each individual into the unified field. This is an individualized consciousness net used to connect smaller groups of individuals. When multiple individuals connect into a collective consciousness net, all patterns of thought become one. This allows for a type of hive mind to expand into the awareness of each individual. The source frequency net then flows the highest potential information down into the net structures. The conscious ego mind fluxes during this type of connection, and the higher self becomes more active in the biological form. This advanced type of channeling accesses the quantum codex of each individual, which contains the knowledge of the highest potential timeline expression. The memory grid complex of each individual energetically blends into the consciousness grid formed. This connection allows all thought forms and emotional codings of each individual to shift, depending on the new frequency parameters energetically cast into the channeled session. In hindsight, the memory of each individual is subject to change or manifest into any different parallel reality expression. This grants access into a perception of unity consciousness during the channeled expression. When the highest potential access codes are channeled through the quantum channeling, All questions that are in alignment with the highest timeline for all shall be synchronistically woven into the substructures of the channeled knowledge packet. Each channeling is both a frequency downloaded activation and a packet of knowledge. This is how star people are able to answer an individual's questions prior to the asking of said question. During quantum channeling, the most aligned information is present. All information may be valid, and an expression of the source frequency manifests for an experience of emotional code alignment. This generates the highest potential for all individuals present in the energetic signature of the channeling, regardless of time-space parameters. The actual channeler also experiences a type of quantum access during this process, for once a frequency of the quantum codex is accessed, it may allow the channeler to experience differences in the timeline selection after the channeling ends. This may be perceived by changes to people, places and things outside the channeler. There may also be a location frequency shift that may be felt by the surrounding individuals. A form of a positive density bubble may also be observed during the channeling process, which may feel like a very bright, clean, energetic feeling, resembling pure excitement. Quantum channeling may also be modified by the star people, in order to direct specific manifestations, world peace being one such example. This allows the star people an opportunity to also be a part of the channeling, and express their own highest potentials into the co-creation of the channeling. Specific frequency keys, downloadable packets of knowledge, and activation of the energetic grids may be cast into the channeling content. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Tubule systems. Each thought form inside of the mind starts to generate an energetic tube. This energy cord then starts a process of manifestation. A single thought inside of the mind is enough to manifest a totally different course or timeline expression. Error correcting the thoughts is of high value during the ascension process, for it allows a type of control to manifest over the energetic tubule systems. Energetic tubules are also generated by secondary individuals' manifestations, as well as different forms of energetic castings. The energetic tubule system is connected to the star field. These energy cords resemble a plasma ball. Each thought and emotion then magnetically aligns the primary individual onto a select frequency bandwidth, which then aligns those manifestations. The generation of each thought form also releases or summons attachment energies. We refer to this as opening or closing a door in the star field. Any lower vibrational attachments may also be released by holding the opposite polarity emotional expression. For example, if the primary individual is holding an attachment to sadness, release, happiness may be then selected, which shall remove the sadness attachment. This being said, some attachments of a lower vibrational nature have very sophisticated name imprints, which is why name identification is key to attachment removal services. Energetic tubules also contain a form of density which may be consciously recalibrated in order to manifest more positively aligned experiences with each person, place, or thing in the physical reality. Each child of light may also request different angel guides to assist in recalibration of any ethereal cord. Angel guides perceive the entire timeline expression and may assist in alignment of the highest potentials, even if a lower frequency experience is needed for the recalibration process. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Past life activations. All past lives and future life incarnations are all connected to each individual in the now moment. Many starseeds on your planet have recognized that they came here to assist Mother Earth in her evolution into a fifth density consciousness. In order for the primary individual to experience the third density, the starseed had to hold and acquire multiple past and future life incarnations in this matrix system. All life experiences, including past lives, are energetic in their nature, and may be modified by the individual consciousness slipstream. Many starseeds may have an awareness of multiple past lifetimes spent on Earth, even though they recently dropped into the simulation in order to assist. All of the past lives were then manifest specifically for this experience, and contain access codes, which may be used to trigger remembrances during the ascension process. The higher self guides this system. The past life memories fill blank spots in the energetic grids. For any blank spots in the soul's cellular memory must be filled in the present now moment expression, even if access is locked. This works because the energetic grid structures flow ethereal energy within the vortices. This aligns information needed in order to hold the present moment identity. Light flows in angular and vortex expressions. Past memories are similar to shade veils. These veils generate a backstory to be observed in the present now moment. It allows the memory of I am to become manifest. This generates an ego awareness, and in time, an advanced level of consciousness activates full reprogramming of past and future incarnations. Starfield vortices may be changed or modified at will, but it may be observed that there is always an energetic flow through each vortex. The polarity of each vortex depends on the emotional codings held. And the identity of I am includes any belief systems which add a form of density over each vortex node. Clearing these nodes and energetic castings of specific signature tones allows different past or future life knowledge to be downloaded. Start with observing the star field and sending specific emotion code resonances into each vortex nodule. Expansion occurs after this awareness activates. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Ancestor activations. Held deep within the DNA subsystems is a pattern of light which grants access into the physical memory grid complex of the ancestral realms. This realm contains the personality grids of each ancestor encoded into the DNA systems, and may be accessed in order to pull new knowledge or insights. This system also contains emotional codings, which may also be automatically accessed during life or death situations. These may be embedded into the primary individual's consciousness for extrasensory abilities that were encoded during times of great darkness and light. There was once a golden race upon your planet, whose genetic history is also encoded within the DNA subsystems. Some of these abilities include but are not limited to extra strength, anything needed for survival, strength to fight, flight, or to access mental strength. Location tonal awareness, the ability to sense the location and all movement in said location, similar to how a lion is spatially aware of other animals in a selected range. The empath ability, the ability to sense what other individuals' true intentions are. This forms a hyper-awareness of trauma codings, which become accessible. Deep diving into ancestral karma accesses all forms of emotional imprints. Accessing these systems starts with meditation. For truly knowing the self is a form of awareness of the internal circumstances, which include ancestral imprints. Any internal levels of awareness may start to bring emotional imprints into the conscious mind, in order for recalibrations. However, during the unpacking of each emotional imprint, the primary individual may ask the higher self for any further packets of knowledge associated with said emotional imprint. This generates secondary knowledge associated with each emotion code. For example, emotion code 1 may contain a memory of a specific experience. That experience may have included an activation of the extrasensory ability of extra strength. Deep diving into each emotional imprint generates the expansion of a knowledge packet where further detailed experiential codes may be observed. We encourage each of you to look deeply within the self, and remember who you are. You are your ancestors, they are you. Both connect beyond the bounds of time and space. You may pull into their memory, as well as the memory of Mother Earth's entire history. For all knowledge of all time-space is encoded within the DNA. The simulation is a light refractal system which changes or modifies physical reality codings, per angular light reflection. The crystalline DNA holds a light frequency which contains the quantum codex of each soul form. This codex may be accessed in order to acquire memory files pertaining to past and future life incarnations. Each soul form contains both physical and spiritual memory files which may unlock when the primary individual radiates an activated energetic signature. Focusing on both the physical and spiritual aspects of the self generates a divergent type of focus, whereas different levels of awareness may start to expand into the physical reality codings. This allows each life experience to be run through a set of filters, which allow a comprehension of why things manifested from two angles of light refracted. This happened because I manifested it per this emotional coding held in my energetic grid structures. This happened because I got in the car and turned right and it manifested. Observations of these two filters shift in time, and a full level of awareness may include seeing the spiritual perspective solidly, without a need to be aware of the physical manifestation steps or reasonings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The rift. The rift is a half space in a frequency alignment which is neither one whole full tone or another. This is known as the space between dimensions or density levels. Both are alike yet different in some ways, as one is dimensional and one is density. Each dimension contains multiple angles of density codings in various items or individuals. A rift in density levels allows a perception of in this world, yet not of it. The primary individual may feel not in the full fifth dimensional frequency, yet not fully in a third density awareness either. This is a rift space. This occurs in all levels of density. Rift spaces may be perceived as an uncomfortable change. Rift spaces may be utilized during different forms of astral travels or meditations in order to see in between different dimensional or density coding levels. This allows new bandwidths of knowledge from soul connections or parallel versions of the self to become accessible. This enables the primary individual to see the alignments before a full commitment of the download is fully manifest. In order to access a rift during the astral traveling processes, one must first come into an awareness of their existence. This then allows an identification to occur when the primary individual finds themselves in between worlds. Having a word to describe such a place, no place, grants access into the bonus content of a rift. Many new thought forms from a higher level of awareness reside in a rift, and, in order to fully embrace the new thought forms, a process of releasing is most commonly observed. When the primary individual enters a rift space and fully releases patterns of thought that are no longer serving the highest potential timeline, it allows the plasma structures of the energetic cord systems to fully align with new dimensional energies. This enables new manifestations or timelines that would have been otherwise deferred from said individual. A rift may also be observed in the physical reality. This generates the same experience of releasing old patterns, or adding love to heal all wounds. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The field of potentiality. When an individual develops an alignment to a distortion, that distortion may manifest in a number of different ways. All disease formations are distortions in their nature. The primary individual may emotionally manifest an alignment to a disease formation. That distortion then would require a recalibration in order to allow that experiential to be healed. This may look like multiple disease formations over congruent past life expressions, all pertaining to the same body organ or location. An experiential is a cycle repeat type of loop which manifests multiple times in order to grant the individual an opportunity to hold love and neutrality to the selected emotion codings. The process of an assisted evolution allows the primary individual to trigger multiple distortion codings or emotional imprints and go through the healing process very rapidly. This may look like the primary individual accepting different distortion imprints within the cellular structures of the physical body and going through a process of releasing any and all lower vibrational emotion codings to said distortion, therefore healing the distortion on multiple dimensional levels. This type of healing also heals parallel versions of the self, which are closely related in the energetic signature. When each potential outcome has been overcome, the primary individual may no longer run that potential timeline expression. Therefore, the experiential for that individual's manifestation is healed. An assisted evolution is facilitated by advanced guides or beings in multiple dimensional levels of awareness. Many times this may be facilitated in the astral realms, to avoid any physical distortion codings manifesting into the primary individual. On rare occasions, extraterrestrial beings may assist in emotion code recalibration processes for star seed activations. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Herd immunity and manifestation. The process of manifestation allows a specific frequency to become embodied by a civilization until they overcome said lower frequency as a collective unit. This occurs in viruses, traumatic, group or civilization, experiences, and other frequency-based manifestations. The experience may run its course, release, and when every angle of manifestation is complete, it generates a new pattern of thought to come into the awareness of the group or civilization. This type of experience then modifies the genome expression in all beings who come into contact with said experiential, regardless if the experience was viral or emotional in its nature. An emotional experience may be observed by the entire collective and generates select traumatic emotional codings, which are then stored within the cellular structures of the body. From a fifth density awareness and higher, this process is perceived by light strings, allowing a frequency to be observed as a drop of light into the web of life. This droplet then shifts the density codings of the energetic grid until the grid recalibrates itself back into light. Time shall heal, all wounds may be observed. Yet cycle repeat generations may allow that time-space awareness to filter down into the future generations' manifestations. This may be known as a generational curse. The process of healing the self allows for a shift into higher density realms. This type of multidimensional activation also permits an awareness of karmic civilization cycle, repeat marks stored within the genome expression. This then permits the civilization as a whole to focus on healing said genome impressions, thus stopping the karmic loop of manifestation. When the civilization starts to heal as one collective group, it usually occurs when unity consciousness has activated or is starting the activation process. This type of activation is already being observed through humanity's energetic grid sequences. The drops of light on the consciousness grids are shifting into a more heart-centered formation. This type of formation embodies a new sacred geometric resonance which is forming within the hearts of humanity. This new emotional resonance is not fully new, yet is being remembered and activated into the heart of the planetary body as well. This allows the birth of a golden race to emerge, allowing access into the magical creature kingdoms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Light tubules and Kundalini channels. There are 5 primary Kundalini channels of light connected to the elemental and simulation codings. There is one dark matter Kundalini channel, which accesses the dark matter Merkaba grid. This generates 6 total primary channels. However, this number fractalizes outwards and connects into the heart chakra vortex. This connection manifests into the personality grid complex, which is a 64-bit cube structure and controls downloadable content. 6 times 6 Kundalini channels squared and doubled is the amount of light tubules that the personality complex contains, 36 times 64. Each individual embodies duality in the physical reality. Hence, taking the channel system and doubling it allows for positive and negative manifestations to form. There are 108 soul tubule connections stemming from the heart. Located within the physical body, 108, 6 equal to 18. It takes 3 angles of light to reflect into a simulation. This type of connection generates the meridian and ley line systems, and may be programmed by the individual unit of consciousness expressed, person. Mala or other prayer beads may contain 108 beads in order to program this tubular system of light. The 3 angles of light that generate the physical reality per individual contain 3 energetic resonances that generate. The binary codex frequency generates the physical body makeup. The location frequency, all information containing the location and time-space variables. The experiential frequency, the age of the item and memory codings held during the now moment. This is fluid in its nature and may be adjusted by will. These 3 angles of light form a triangular expression which then vortexes downward the physical body. This connects the higher self into the physical reality. This vortex shapes a light tube, which is the center soul tubule inside the physical body. Light is birthed in darkness, and this light tube is surrounded by dark matter which sits on the outside of the aura field. This is the dark matter Merkaba grid. Some individuals who have otherworldly experiences have reported visualizations of having to push the consciousness through a shade veil or darkness in order to reach into unity consciousness. This is primarily because the consciousness passes through the light system and may pass through this dark matter field in order to gain a type of unity consciousness perspective. This may be accessed in a multitude of ways, including select plants contain access codes, utilizing breath activations, or various meditation activities. The 5 Kundalini channels may download specific frequencies, which then may start a rapid healing of the biological form. Each of the channels contain an elemental resonance and may be adjusted by exterior frequency absorption. These 5 baseline frequencies contain a harmonic resonance, which may be located in nature. When all 5 frequencies become present, it allows the light channels to harmonize the cellular structures of the body vessel. Nature heals, and using the 5 elemental tones assists the ascension process by bringing the physical reality codings back into balance with Mother Earth's harmonic resonance. For each elemental tone is also fully connected into the planetary resonance frequency. Each element may be summoned for further communication and recalibration processes. These 5 tones are specific frequency resonances and may be summoned by nature, biological, technological means. The 6th tone is not needed for healing, but may be summoned for dark matter incantations and explorations. We grant this information, but do not recommend using it unless supervised by advanced beings who possess knowledge of the dark arts. Dark arts may bring light. Activate this ritual into your life each day for 1 week. Feel the air and thank it for clearing darkness off of your body. You may use the breath to slow or deepen the connection to the air elemental. There is knowledge located within the air's energy. Accessing this is facilitated through meditation. Wash and drink the waters of the sea. Thank the waters for healing you. Bliss and program intention coatings as desired. You may sit in hot springs, local creeks, beaches, or any water nature produces. Drink in pure love and gratitude emotions as you interact with the water element. As you sit with a cup of water, ask a question, sip, and sit in silence as the water communicates your response. It may shift your baseline frequency and manifest the answer, or a direct form of knowing will be embodied by your awareness. Sit with a candle and call upon the fire element, giving gratitude as it shows you what you need to heal and removes darkness from you. Watch for any pops in the candle as it clears the darkness off your grids. Meditate into the flame and communicate with the fire elemental beings. Meditate with the crystals, thanking them for connecting you into the crystalline core of Mother Earth. Program as desired. Grounding yourself onto the earth is also scientifically sound for healing the body and biofield. An anti-inflammatory effect forms within the biological cells. Allow a two-way form of communication to facilitate and thank Mother Earth for gifting a plant that will heal you into your reality. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Stimulating the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the longest cranial nerve in the body and may activate superhuman abilities, including advanced regeneration of the biological form, psychic abilities, and grants access into the control center of the mind. The control center is located just in front of the pineal gland and controls all biological and hormonal stimuli. The vagus nerve forms communication between the heart, brain, lungs, and digestive tract. The vagus nerve plays an important role in the parasympathetic nervous system, also known as the rest and digest system. When this system is consciously focused on, it may generate feelings of being calm, slows the heart rate, and may reduce inflammation. Activating this system is done through placing an external stress upon the biological form. It is during this type of fight or flight stress. The vagus nerve may activate advanced cellular healing, and may spontaneously activate the extrasensory abilities. The vagus nerve controls some multidimensional abilities and activations within the biological form. There are different modalities to allow this activation to manifest. Deep belly breathing, breath in for a 4 count, hold for a 4 count, release for a 6 count, hold for a 4 count. This allows the body's rest and digest to send signals of safety and anti-inflammation to the body-mind-spirit complex. Cold water therapy. This type of modality activates the fight-or-flight systems and allows extrasensory abilities required for survival to activate. The primary individual may also view shifts into parallel realities, or shifts of the simulation codings during this practice, when used in combination with select breathwork modalities. Chanting, humming, and sound therapies. This type of modality stimulates the vagus nerve because of the proximity to the vocal cords and the nerve itself. Select tones such as Om may be used to activate the pineal gland and open and expand the heart chakra connection. Drums or tuning forks may also assist this process. Vagal stimulation has such a profound effect on the individual consciousness. Many different aspects of the inner child may also activate during this type of healing. Faster cellular regeneration is also a reproducible effect which may be observed. This allows any body damages to heal faster, including damages or inflammation on the inside of the body. A deeper connection to the higher self may be observed. This generates more experiences of spontaneous insights or bright ideas. Heightened creativity may also manifest as the gut allows the inner child to start a process of activation and healing. The gut is located within the solar plexus and contains the inner child energetics. This is where the creativity starts. Anytime the primary individual focuses on this area of the biological form, it allows more light to be sent into this chakra vortex, which accesses more limitless forms of genius frequencies. Neurotransmitters such as serotonin, 90% is produced in the gut, which affects mood and cognition. You are what you eat, and awareness and practice of good gut health then shifts the levels of cognition held. For example, some foods high in tryptophan, turkey, start a production of GABA, which is a precursor for serotonin. The awareness of select foods and how they affect the gut is vital for activation of a select group of senses. Very similar to the Alice in Wonderland theme of eating certain foods to make yourself big or small, this holds true in energetic themes of food bioavailability. Bioavailability means how long the food grants access into that energy signature, how long does the effect last for, which may then be supplemented depending on the needs desired. Some foods are known to increase the aura field, superfoods, shift the consciousness into altered states of awareness, plants or mushrooms, or simply ease the body into relaxation. Ashwagandha root is one example. This message is sent with many love and blessings. DNA light switches. A DNA light switch is connected to the biological form as well as crystalline DNA systems. Epigenetics allows emotion code calibrations to shift the manifestation of the physical body. The crystalline DNA works in a similar manner and allows astral abilities or magnetic senses to activate into the medium. Each individual in the simulation contains both physical and crystalline diamond DNA strands. Located within the DNA strands is a code. This code allows manifestations to fully form into the physical reality. These codings allow expressions of the flow of light. Therefore, they may be modified in order to shift the biological form or any level of awareness of any physical item or location code. The process of shifting each code is determined by levels of sentience and emotion codings cast outwards from the center soul tubule. The flow of light radiates outwards from the center soul tubule and flows back into the center of the soul tubule. This two-way flow of energy generates the view of the actual reality and acts like an energetic breath of life. When the light reflects back into the center soul tubule, it generates the physical matter coding grids. These grids contain sacred geometry in the baseline frequency and are affected by magnetic resonances. All emotions are magnetic in nature. Therefore, shifting emotions allows these magnetic resonances to imprint the body, mind, and spirit complex and shift the world among worlds expression. DNA light switches may be activated in several manners, including, but are not limited to, sound therapy. This is known to bring cohesion into the cellular levels of the biological form and may activate dormant strands of DNA systems. Solar energies. Solar energies have been shifting the levels of awareness on your planet and are responsible for the spiritual awakening that's occurring right now. In time, a great solar flash may shift the human race into a golden race. This has been foretold in multiple ancient spiritual texts on your planetary surface. This process manifests unity consciousness and opens the doors to the magical creature kingdom for all children of light to enter and enjoy. Focus on the breath. The breath pulls a form of life energy into the biological form, which is known as chi energy. This is the body's voltage system and works in combination with the emotional or magnetic resonance fields. There is a plasma element located within the ether, which is located in each element. When the breath is pulled into the body and direct energetic casting is focused on, it allows the crystalline DNA systems to begin the activation process. Releasing the shadow work is the process of diving into emotional imprints, which are stored both in the biological form and the energetic grids. These imprints may be imprinted into the cells of the body, be held in the nervous system net, or reflect into the energy grid of the primary individual. Forgiving the self, releasing these emotions and self-compassion, allows more light to free flow through the body, mind, and spirit complex. It is recommended to clear messenger fields as well, for clearing lower frequency attachments generates more light to shine through this system. In time, a new set of parameters for shifting the control settings shall manifest for each individual. Each of these modalities work within the limitations of time-space. Advanced levels of awareness operate above the time-space paradigm, and instantaneous shifts may be summoned by shifting the light refractal lens system. These lenses flow the light through each of the chakra vortexes and outwards into the ring systems. One tiny shift to the light then generates a different mirrored reflection, which allows the primary individual access into multidimensional shifting abilities. Instantaneous teleportation is one such example of this extrasensory ability, for all parallel worlds are quantum entangled into the heart of each child of light and accessible through this light refractal system. This message is sent with many love and blessings. An activated crystal. Some crystals on your planetary surface are holding a fourth or fifth density consciousness inside. These crystals have access to multidimensional abilities and may send select activation codes into the primary individual's energetic field. This allows multidimensional abilities to begin the activation process. To identify these types of crystals, an experience may be observed of the crystal changing its inner crystalline structures. The inner workings of the crystal may shift in appearance. They may shift in color. It may shift in the outer layering or formation of the geometrical subatomic signatures. Once this type of identification has occurred, the primary individual may now start to request download codes from said crystal. Because the crystal is holding a higher level of awareness, it is able to quantum shift into parallel realities and obtain downloadable packets of knowledge. Knowledge packets may activate a form of knowing into the individual and allow access into a higher frequency thought stream. Each thought form is available to download in a fourth density awareness. This type of activated crystal may summon new thoughts, which assist the ascension process and grant access into all thought forms. Thought forms contain both magnetic, emotion, and energetic, thought, oscillating factors. An activated multidimensional crystal also generates a type of resonance shifting ability to form. This grants the crystal the ability to shift in the now moment and hold a new resonance field, which then shifts the primary individual onto the matched timeline signature obtained. This manifests quantum timeline jumping to align into the new individual's reality. The primary individual may energetically cast the crystal's consciousness into the highest potential timeline expression, allowing the crystal to absorb the new frequency codings and then return back to the now moment in order to attune the individual onto the correct timeline selected. This process may become very specific in its manifestation ability and generates access into specific tonal resonance fields which assist a rapid ascension timeline. Each multidimensional crystal may also be commanded, with love, to shift and hold a specific activation pattern of light. This is similar to a frequency, however it also contains a source of light ion radiation. It may embody both light and sound. Precise attunements may allow specific extrasensory abilities to then magnetically align into the primary individual's timeline expression. This allows exact extrasensory abilities to be summoned into the awareness of the individual, which may then be expanded into the full experience. The primary individual may select any crystal in their field, and through focused processes, you may activate the level of awareness into the higher octave. Any crystal may be activated into a higher level of awareness. This works similarly to reprogramming the memory grids, pushing or casting new desirable frequencies into the crystal, or speaking to the crystal and giving it your permission to activate into fourth density. The primary individual may then wait for signs and synchronicities showing a reflection of the crystals accepting the new programming codes. The crystal may shift in appearance, or a full form of telepathic communication may occur. A full form of telepathy is a solid knowing and hearing from the crystal spoken. Each child of light may fully manifest each experience directly from within the self, without any need of tools or free cards. Each crystal is simply showing a reflection of what is already within the self. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Casting doubt on the self-identity. The process of casting doubt on the primary self is an experience one may manifest in order to observe a particular form of density codings, which allows a degree of separation to form between the source frequency and the ego self. This self-doubt also contains a gatekeeper attachment, which may require recalibration in order to ascend. For example, one such emotion code which generates this form of density is "I can't do this." Release. The primary individual may repeat this emotion code repetitively until they finally select a "let it go" emotional expression. This allows the individual to release the attachment and clear the original imprint. New emotion codings may then be selected. Self-doubt is an emotion code that may be imprinted during times of a rift expression. See accompanying page 88. It is a time of uncertainty which generates a form of density, which requires a process of releasing resistance in order to recalibrate. This impacts timeline selection and accesses the void during the recalibration process. When the primary experiences self-doubt as a cycle repeat, it may enter a stagnant energetic expression in the timeline. It is key to remember the true self-identity in order to overcome these moments expressed. The primary individual is simply experiencing an emotion coding, which at any given moment may be changed or modified at will. Through awareness, breath, and frequency recalibration, the primary individual can identify the distortion, release the old emotional coding, deep dive into the memory imprints which originally caused the distorted reflection, and recall the highest potential timeline expression from the higher self. To shift out of self-doubt and back into a higher alignment, the being may activate this command prompt. I remember who I am and I activate my highest potential. I am the source frequency, and I am connected to everything. My choices create my reality, and today I choose love. Releasing what no longer serves the higher self shall generate a type of clean frequency resonance to filter through that aspect of the energetic grid structures. This modification resonates a clean energy signature which shifts the flow of light through the light refractal systems. Affirming I am, and utilizing any higher baseline emotion codes, shall assist the imprinting process of shifting into a higher density level. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Diamond Crystalline Core. Inside Mother Earth is a crystalline diamond core. This core is set to a specific frequency bandwidth, and contains higher octave levels of knowledge, which may be downloaded upon entry. This diamond core adjusts the frequency parameters per individual, and grants an access of specific knowledge attuned to each individual soul's journey. This type of contact generates specific Earth signature tonal expressions of the planetary frequency. Specific Earth tonal signatures found inside the diamond core generate location codes of every Earth planetary resonance in the multidimensional fields. Many times activated individuals utilize the diamond core in order to transmute densities held within the human consciousness grid structures. This access also activates the primary individual's selection of which version of Earth they wish to quantumly align into their energetic grid complex, therefore shifting that individual into the parallel version of Earth. This core becomes available to connect when the diamond DNA strands become active in humanity, which has already occurred in a select few individuals on your planetary surface. As a drop of water in a bucket ripples, this baseline Earth frequency shall also reflect into surrounding individuals on your planetary surface. The diamond core connection may be accessed through different astral travels or remote viewing processes. Generating this type of connection may activate a viewpoint lens contained within the location and civilization rings which access both density codings and specified location binary codings. The consciousness of the human grids is contained within the diamond core, and shifting the diamond core's frequency shall then produce a reflection of a shift into a parallel Earth world expression. This new Earth world expression generates a shift in the levels of awareness the civilization holds, hence a changing of the patterns of thought each sentient being radiates may also shift. The diamond core holds advanced frequency codes, which may also allow the original human template to resonate into the current consciousness grid. Structure. Humanity has been encoded with Ascension knowledge located within the strands of the biological DNA. This template may be activated by the diamond core for all individuals who meditate upon her. This type of telepathic connection generates a level of awareness, which starts to unlock and activate the diamond DNA inside the primary individual, and shall start the shifting process of aligning that individual into this world among worlds expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The world among worlds expression. In your current simulation, there exists an awareness of a world among worlds expression. This viewpoint generates multiple worlds for the primary individual to travel and explore. Worlds may be created or dissolved and may fit into an alignment with density and frequency parameters set. Time-space adjustments and interplanetary atmospheric dynamics also may be attuned differently per world. Knowledge of interplanetary exploration systems may generate specific attunements that may readjust the simulation codings. These attunements then enable the primary individual to shift their resonance field through intention and pushing the new emotion codings into the ring system. This shifts the individual into the specified world expression. Each world contains different aspects of the light refractal systems. For each world is directly encoded with an energetic signature held within the civilization ring. These baseline signatures may be adjusted from placing the focus within the biological form and shifting the radius frequency. Each world may be perceived as another planet, another point of observation. Seeing from a secondary individual's eyes is considered seeing into a separate world. A higher frequency world may be observed through the astral lenses. Interdimensional and extra-dimensional worlds welcome exploratory observations. Each child of light which evolves into a fifth density or higher may have experienced shifting simulation codings, and may become aware of the unlimited number of worlds among worlds expressed. Each world is fractalized and may be expanded outwards or inwards to infinity and beyond. This message is sent with many love and blessings. DNA liquid crystal and star seeds. Inside the biological form is a field of liquid crystals which form inside the cells. This crystal matrix holds charged particles, plasma, and contains a void energy which grants access into biological portal technologies. Many of these liquid crystals contain a crystalline structure that is related to common salts. However, some specialized cells embody a more advanced crystalline silica structure, which grants access into different multidimensional abilities. All crystals hold light and sound frequencies. These crystalline structures may be vibrationally set to resonate at specific tonal resonance fields, which then generate different shifts to the outer simulation codings. This type of advanced system was gifted to humanity, so that when the Ascension timeline was upon the Earth, the crystalline systems of light, water, and resonance should automatically start to activate the entire collective consciousness as a whole by shifting the heart's resonance baseline frequency of all individuals on your planetary system. This form of activation has been guided by both solar energetics and star codes sent to the planet through the Starseed mission. The Starseed mission was facilitated through sending advanced souls onto the planet in order to activate during predetermined alignments on the individual's timeline expression. These activations granted the star people access to send frequency keys into any chakra system of the star seed's energetic field. This frequency key then shifted the baseline resonance of any person, place, or thing surrounding the individual star seed. This was a non-invasive way for humanity to receive assistance from the stars without violating the prime resonance directive. These frequency keys utilized DNA crystal codes in order to shift the baseline frequency of the individual's aura field and shift the human consciousness grid structures. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Agartha. Temples of Inner Earth. Deep within the layers of Mother Earth's surface contains honeycomb Vaticans, which are home to many different intergalactic races. These races include the Crystalline Kingdom, which generates a pure white light crystalline frequency stored inside the biological forms of the civilization. These inner Earth civilizations may be considered a different frequency parameter than the third density reality humanity is currently experiencing. This shift in density codings is very specific, and properly attuned keys are required for astral or biological visitation. The Agartha race holds temples of light inside the Earth. These temples of light guide the Agartha civilization, and inside stores humanity's ancient records of past and future experiences. These records are light-based, and may spontaneously download into the heart of the primary individual upon initiation. Many different crystalline races have added a wealth of knowledge onto this codex, including humanity during times of the Golden Race eras. The beings inside this temple are bright white pale skin, wearing long white robes and garments. They hold a very high degree of spirituality, can connect to the source frequency, and easily access the quantum codex fields of all connectivity, generating higher planetary frequencies of harmonic resonances, summoning specific unity consciousness activations for the all's expression. They are nameless in their nature, yet enjoy laughter, bliss, and loving family embraces, holding their foreheads together in a form of telepathic bonding. Their everyday state of being is connected and aligned with both the higher self and the oversoul. These beings may choose to telepathically connect with some individual readers. They know your name and have been waiting for you to be ready. When you are willing to form this type of telepathic connection, you may choose to facilitate any spiritual cleaning modalities you feel called to do in preparation. A 3-day cleansing ritual is preferred to set your intention and frequency parameters. Meditate and call upon the Inner Earth Crystalline Temple. All temples of this nature are connected, and attuning to one links the primary individual into all of them. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Soul contracts versus soul decrees. A soul contract is in essence a density or magnetic alignment which is placed onto the soul prior to rebirth procedures into any physical reality expression. These contracts magnetically align the primary individual into specific manifestations or life experiences desired for ascension. A soul decree is a commandment set by the primary individual which generates self-aligned magnetic resonances in order to manifest specific outcomes. Soul decrees may be energetically cast into both the center soul tubule or the energetic grid structures. It generates a resonance field which allows ethereal chords to place naturally or undetermined. One such example includes but is not limited to I am mantras. The process of stepping into awareness of soul contracts generates access into the reprogramming systems of these contractual energetic signatures. To determine a soul contract, the primary individual may take notice of any experience which cycle repeats into the physical timeline. These are soul contracts, for a magnetic contract had to form inside the ether cords in order to generate the experience string which aligned said contract. Once these ether strings are identified, a process of cord cutting may be facilitated to release old patterns of unwanted manifestation. Each cord may be cut using a simple hand wavement, and with the intention set, speak to the cord and command it to cut, then sending the cord back to the source frequency with gratitude and love. These manifestation cords may also be consciously filtered through the source frequency net in order to transmutate the density codings stored within the tubule itself. This then manifests the aligned experience back into a more positive polarity. Reprogramming the energetic tubules may be facilitated with consciously setting a decree. This form of soul decree generates multiple energetic cords and may also be set into the center soul tubule depending on the type of programming desired. The primary individual may consciously write a commandment onto an ancient scroll. This may decree any manifestation of any type of light angle and may shift the primary individual's complete energetic grid complex to generate said magnetic alignments. Electromagnetic resonances pull plasma, ether, down through the star field, which then generates physical matter codings, generating a decree and pushing the frequency codings of said decree into the crystalline structures of the biological form, then grants access into that frequency bandwidth. This type of energetic shift then shifts the primary individual's timeline expression, generating new alignments in the physical reality expressions. People, places, and things may shift at will when a decree is solidly pushed into the cells of the body vessel. Write down the decree, make it magical, opening the heart as you write. See it, feel it, own it, it's already yours. Hold it up to your heart with both hands placed over the heart space, with the thoughts and emotion resonating as one spark of excitement. Speak the words. I now energetically cast this decree into the heart, mind, center soul tubule, and cells of my body. You may feel the emotional expression of how does this decree feel. Each emotion code felt shall push into the crystalline cells of the biological form, thus shifting the primary frequency kept in the ring systems. Any shifts to the simulation codings may then be modified in this manner. This modality is one of many types of modifications the light refractal system may accept. Each primary individual is encoded with specific manifestation abilities which activate within the soul signature. Therefore, each individual may shift the reality differently and reprogram the waters of the body vessel in a way attuned to the self-identity. This allows no one way to fit all. Yet one way may fit the self-identity, so multiple ways may be expressed to allow a wider manifestation range to form. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Quantum emotion templates. Each emotion code which resonates into the primary individual shifts the baseline template of the signature soul frequency. This energetic adjustment requires holding the new emotion code during a prolonged moment of time-space, which then generates the new emotional signature to be anchored and locked into the soul frequency. Some starseeds came encoded with a quantum emotional template, which generates access into the Christ consciousness grids and advanced connection to the crystalline frequencies. This emotional template had to be pre-programmed during past life expressions, and their star families may have made adjustments to ensure the alignment remained solid during this current life expression. This emotional template contains activation codes for all individuals who seek alignment into the crystalline realms. The crystalline realms include, but are not limited to, the magical creature kingdoms, the rock kingdom, the fae or fairy kingdom, higher frequential worlds, inner and extra-dimensional, access into the 9 realms, access into the space between worlds. These emotional templates are fluid in their nature and shift in its frequency entanglement. This may be modified specifically to generate systematic unity consciousness frequencies, which align to the highest potential timeline expression for Mother Earth herself. This template is constantly being modified and recalibrated in the highest divine alignment for all children of light. This form of emotional recalibration generates a resonance into the human consciousness grid, which may be adapted by any individual seeking this form of alignment. Once the primary individual anchors, locks, and sets this new tonal emotional expression, it shifts the individual's aura field into a resonance with the crystalline kingdom activated timeline. This new frequency then radiates outwards onto the grids of all secondary individuals in close proximity. This shifts levels of potentiality for all secondary individuals, thus generating a form of activation key. Crystalline emotional templates are activation keys. For each emotion is a manifestation code, which generates density parameters. Holding an emotional resonance of love, for example, unlocks more love to be perceived in the form of mirror reflections. When a clean emotional template is observed, the mirror reflections show less distortions of light. This generates a cleaner energetic resonance, which grants access into the viewpoint of the crystalline kingdoms and beyond. The crystalline kingdoms are considered the heavens, for any manifestations occur at the speed of light or thought. It is because of this, it is advised to clean the light refractal lens systems, so it flows very clean energetically prior to entry. If density codings are observed while in a 5th density or higher, the density would form into solidity and manifest that distortion rapidly. Therefore the energetics may be cleaned prior to advancement into the higher octave range. The cleaner the light refractal lens system becomes, the primary individual may hold and anchor higher dimensional emotional templates. This process is what each starseed had to train for prior to an Earth incarnation. Many starseeds have spent multiple lifetimes on your planet in order to modify the consciousness grids in a wide variety of time-space adjustments. This granted access to quantum codex modifications which radiate above time and space. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Rock circles and meditation. Rock circles may be placed strategically in order to generate a type of vortex path one may walk during a form of meditation. This rock vortex allows magnetic resonances from Mother Earth directly to influence the primary individual's energetic field, and generates a two-way form of communication to form between the Earth and individual. During the process of walking the path, the individual may focus on select emotion codes required for recalibration, releasing the old, and requesting new emotion codes. Shifting through a rock circle may also allow specific teleportation or downloadable content codings to be absorbed into the crystalline DNA systems. This allows a type of communication with the stars to fully embed different access codes into the individual's cellular matrix. These access codes may allow for specific telepathic communication to form, may allow for memory imprints to surface with starseed mission files, or may activate select dormant extrasensory abilities. There exists a magical rock kingdom located within the world among worlds expression. It is inside this world beings such as the rock people and crystalline realms are birthed into a form of physical reality. The rock kingdom may be accessed through the astral realm until the biological form has adapted into a fifth density crystalline coding. Utilizing a rock circle may allow for specific summoning of access codes for the rock kingdom. All frequency codings related to the crystal kingdom may also be located within the confines of a rock circle. Each crystal may be placed as an image into the mind's eye. As the individual walks the rock circle, he may request downloadable crystalline frequencies to assist the healing or manifestation processes. These downloadable codes shift the nervous system net, which in turn starts a process of magnetic alignment formation within the structures of the energetic grids. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Unifying soul fractals. Each higher self, soul form, fractals into multiple body vessels, crystalline structures and planetary bodies during the now moment expression. This generates an advanced perception of each higher self-awareness, which may be accessed by the primary individual in order to access downloadable content. Each sentient being who starts to access a fourth density and dimensional awareness may start the process of unifying soul fractals. This type of unification generates two soul fractals to merge and become one harmonic resonance. This generates all thought forms from both individuals to be encapsulated in a singular soul signature template. This type of ability accesses knowledge packets contained within a whole lifetime expression of the secondary soul fractal. A two become one effect may occur until the primary individual learns to control the ability in its secondary or third degree equivalency. In hindsight, the two soul fractals blend together to form two identities contained in a singular body vessel, until the advancement of the ability grants access to fully control all content downloaded. A guide may be summoned for learning these types of abilities, adding a layer of protection for the soul signature. This generates a safeguard against undesirable personality changes manifesting during the unification of the two soul fractals. When this extrasensory ability advances, it opens potentials for the primary individual to gain knowledge from each soul fractal available. Availability is an alignment. For some frequencies which contain significant differences in vibratory frequencies, may cause soul form damages if unified unharmonically. Positive unifications generate an awareness of the higher self. For the many becoming one shall generate the perception of a celestial being, which is the higher self. Each individual on the ascension path shall evolve into this level of awareness, and is being guided by celestial beings charged with the soul's safekeeping. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Two become one. A further explanation of soulmate bonding codes, from Keys to My Ascension page 67. When two individuals start the energetic bonding process, it allows for two become one to manifest into both individuals' perception windows. A perception window allows for a split-screen type of reality in which both parties can see, hear, feel, and observe both realities simultaneously. This allows for both units of consciousness to start the soul form bonding process. A soul form bonding process allows the light stream tubules to start to bond inside each chakra subsystem. In time, this chakra bonding radiates into the center tubule, which allows both units of consciousness to hold an identical resonance patterning. Bonding in this manner grants a perception of the light vortex streams spiraling around each other, until a singular light stream is activated. Thus, a solid light tube is created, allowing both individuals to hold the same energetic signature. The consciousness of both individuals then starts to shift the personality grid complex, to allow both to resonate in alignment with one another. This allows for two individuals to become one energetic signature. This soul signature may be perceived as one individual inhabiting two body vessels. Both consciousnesses are fully aware of each other, and must hold true love, in order to allow a solid energetic bonding to be facilitated. This experience shall allow the biological forms to resonate, and start to reflect an identical or similar image after an extended bonding period. Telepathic communication, also being instantaneous, allows for the flow of knowledge between both individuals to allow for download streams to directly apply to both parties in the now moment. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Two become one, Part 2. A further explanation of soul bonding. Soul bonding may occur in multiple ways and is a natural part of ascension, unification of the higher self, and full integration of soul fractals. A soul is a light, sound, frequency resonance, which originates from the source frequency, unified field. Each soul contains a signature resonance, which may be altered in tonal structures. This occurs through the light refractal systems, and is guided by soul weaving and bonding processes. Love shall unify all things. Each fractal of the higher self already contains a harmonic resonance, which generates bonding alignments to form. This may occur even if the alignment is poor in its quality, meaning one fractal may be of a dense or lower frequency range, which may cause misalignments in the newly bonded soul form. Because the primary soul signature is a natural tonal resonance, it unlocks the bonding process for both units of consciousness. When separate higher self souls bond, it forms energetic tubules within each chakra vortex, which then bond both individuals into a two-become-one experience. This type of expression is facilitated naturally through long-term exposure to romantic couplings. When two same higher self soul fractals bond, it generates a bond directly inside the center soul tubule. This form of bonding is more direct, rapid, and shifts every light system until control over the bonding process is accessed. This type of bonding shares memory files, emotional imprints, and personality cords. Controlling this type of bonding usually is mastered with the loving support of the guides. Assisting in emotional template overriding is needed in order to feel any toxic emotions the desired bonding soul signature is holding, releasing the negative energetic signatures or emotions. Any toxicity is expanded into the primary individual's aura field, and then is consciously released. This form of release then allows the primary individual to absorb and imprint the desired positive knowledge packets summoned. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Stargate and Starfield. Inside the heart chakra is the control system for a Stargate portal technology, which is activated through plasma tubules, which free flow through the star field. The star field is located in the outer aura field. Free-flowing plasma through the ring systems which manifest the physical matter coding grids. Plasma is radiated from solar energetics. These come from the sun. Sun solar. This is one component of the ether, which is found in every aspect of your level of awareness and directly connects all things and no things into the source frequency net. Plasma is also manifest inside the biological form in a state of vortexed physical fluctuation. This biological plasma is connected to the hair follicle system, which is the body's antenna. This connects higher levels of frequency awareness to the inside of the body, mind, spirit complex, and amplifies emotion coding stored in the cells. This generates the aura field attunements and magnetic alignments by amplifying baseline internal frequencies. Each cell inside the biological form contains a black hole type of void space. All light is birthed in darkness, and activating the Stargate accesses this void space biological technology. Plasma within the bloodstream contains charged particles which stimulate the cellular structures and activate a type of light stemming from deep within each cell's void space. This type of internal activation generates forms of teleportation summonings, which may allow the primary individual to shift simulation, location codings, shift item codings, generates instantaneous manifestations, or shift secondary player character codings. This manifests summoning a specific person or experience into the physical reality. This system also generates an awareness of all time and space, when advanced into a second or third degree. All knowledge of time-space awarenesses are stored within the cells of the biological form, and are accessible through multiple systems with advancements in multidimensional activations. Knowing the self shall reflect into the outer simulation codings, and access the world among worlds expression. The Stargate controls access into the internal circumstances. The primary individual may generate distortions within the energetic grid structures, which surround the biological form. The Stargate allows distortions to access the inside of the body-mind-spirit complex, without restricting the flow of light. One may consider the Stargate as granting access into the starfield. The gate may be closed, and not be accessible for lower densities to enter the internal circumstances. On many occasions the primary individual may have encountered darkness, and made a choice to not allow that darkness to affect their emotional stability. This is because their gate was closed to that level of density. Closing the gate means filling that energetic node with light, therefore restricting the level of darkness absorbed. The starfield is on the outer layer of the aura field. This controls plasma intake from the outer reality codings. This controls external circumstances. The starfield is affected by energetic tubules, which free flow plasma into the simulation codings. This system generates instantaneous manifestations by generating plasma-based pullings. This extra sense pulls plasma through any tubule which aligns specific manifestations into the ring systems. The ring system pulls plasma inside, and radiates it into the desired location setting, biological ring, location ring, civilization ring. The energetic casting of the plasma system is adjusted by alterations to the light refractal system. Plasma cords may be properly balanced during cord healing modalities, and the process of rebalancing the energetic cords back into a positively aligned flux is of high value for accessing the crystal and emotional templates. This system is but a fractal of the entirety of your being. Higher levels of awareness bring a higher perspective to aspects of the self, which may be adjusted in order to shift the outward simulation reflections. Ye are held by no bounds, except the bounds ye lay on the self. Thoth. This message is sent with many love and blessings, mirror neurons and multidimensional activations. Mirror neurons are specialized brain cells, which grant access into the copycat extrasensory ability. Mirror neurons already play a key role in language development and accessing current emotional states transferred between individuals. In key, these neurons are a part of the empath ability, and work with the light tubule systems to generate light connections, which transfer thought and emotion codings instantaneously. The ability to sense secondary individuals' emotional resonances is a form of telepathy. This functions similarly to telepathy except is accessed through heart-based magnetic resonance fields. Mirror neurons generate an access point into time and space, free-flowing the energetic signature of thought and emotional patternings throughout the timeline expression simultaneously. This generates an access point which the primary individual may then activate into that specific emotion code resonance field. All magic is controlled by emotional resonances, magic being current sciences now being learned and understood by humanity. The process of observing any time-space moment and activating the mirror neurons to summon specialized emotional codes then generates keys into different select biological technologies. Portal technologies is one such example, generating specific frequency keys inside the biological form, then grants access into multidimensional shifting, which aligns the primary individual into the new location signature selected. This type of activation is key for advancing humanity's consciousness, for it simply requires 8% of the world population to activate an energetic signature of love or unity consciousness in order to shift the entire world's expression. Mirror neurons may also activate any emotional imprints stored within the memory grid complex. The primary individual may access any memory file, summon any emotion codes from said file, allowing multidimensional shifts to resonate the individual into the aligned timeline expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Mirror neurons and castings. Mirror neurons create a two-way form of communication between beings. This biological system activates the primary individual's ability to receive and send emotional codes, as well as energetic imprinting systems. When the primary individual learns the process of energetic casting and biological imprinting, an awareness of activating the mirror neurons in a secondary player character may form. This form of activation starts in the hearts, and is activated through love or meditative-based resonances. When any individual tunes into an open heart meditative focus, it generates a connection to both the higher self and source frequency. This type of resonance field then starts to affect any secondary individuals within a select radius from the connected individual. This form of connection is known as an activated being, and it starts to activate the hearts into a form of synchronicity. Once the heart's resonance field is activated, the primary individual may then start a form of emotional casting or thought form pushing. This type of energetic communication does not require any verbal communication, yet may be activated from within the body, mind, spirit, complex. The primary individual may choose to energetically cast a thought form into the secondary person or group of people. This may manifest experiences such as group healings or specific starseed activations. Begin casting ceremony. Place focus into the body, mind, spirit complex. Feel into the heart space and feel the emotion of unity consciousness. You may feel the kundalini rise. You may feel the crown chakra vibrate and feel pressure as the connection is established. You may feel overwhelming love and know you're connected. You may feel the heart chakra open and expand. You may feel the secondary person's energetic grids. Once fully connected, you may cast a thought form net. This net may surround a single individual or group. This net may surround a single item or object. This net may surround a location code. Send the desired thought form into the energetic consciousness net. You may speak the desired emotional imprint and energetically cast it at the desired location. This may be facilitated with any person, place, or thing. You may telepathically send the thought form into the net or individual. You may feel the thought or emotional imprint and cast it outwards into your aura field, generating a resonance which shifts all secondary people in the net's field. Once the imprinting process is complete, close the circle with love and light. It is advisable to set the group intention to a specific manifestation coding of, "Thank you, universe, for imprinting the group's highest potential timeline expression. The highest potential timeline expression shall manifest in alignment with the highest passion and timeline expression for any individuals engaging in this modality." This message is sent with many love and blessings. Activating the diamond cells. A cell stores a unit of energy and is found reflected inside your everyday batteries. The biological form is a reflection of the frequency parameters held inside the energetic grid complex. When higher frequencies are activated, a process of crystallization occurs inside the cells of the biological form. Higher frequencies pulled into the energetic grids shall shift levels of awareness to hold and operate in a baseline frequency, which starts an alignment into the next frequency octave. This is the process of ascension, as many individuals are focused on love-based emotion codings, which are part of a fourth and fifth density octave. The awareness levels shift, then generating more love to be observed inside each primary chakra system. This may be viewed as a modification to the light refractal system, and may be facilitated by both emotion code summoning, or deep meditation practices of connecting into the higher self's realm. The diamond crystalline grid is a consciousness grid, which contains the frequency parameters of the crystalline kingdoms. This is where the higher self realm is currently located. This type of connectivity then starts a process of rebalancing the physical body into the crystalline kingdom. The cells of the body start to crystallize first within the 0 point of each primary chakra system. This grouping of crystallized cells acts as an infinity stone, as these cells may be activated to generate advanced manifestation abilities into the physical reality expressed. Each chakra lens shifts the physical reality viewpoint differently, and each stone holds a frequency key into the next octave, and access comes from within. At a first glance, the primary individual may notice people, places, and things not in alignment fall out of their current life. Then they may view more positively alignment expressions that start to attune for manifestation. This may occur in a single moment when any one singular cell holds and is imprinted with any frequency from the crystalline kingdoms. When enough biological cells are encoded with the crystalline diamond frequencies, access into the memory grids becomes activated. The memory grids of each individual reflect the current frequencies held inside the cells. When the cells hold a crystal-clear diamond resonance, it accesses the quantum codes of the being. The quantum codex holds all information from all past, future, and parallel reality expressions. This diamond frequency then modifies the DNA of the primary individual, which then upgrades the memory codings held. All memory is absorbed by the primary individual and accessed through the waters of the biological form. This generates a DNA sequencing inside the fluidity systems, which then shifts reality expressions through modifications into the DNA subsystems. Select modifications are already being achieved on your planetary systems. For changing the genome is done through scientific processes. However, each individual may activate a higher level of awareness, which unlocks an extrasensory ability of controlling DNA expressions. This extrasensory ability generates significant shifts to the biological structures of all aspects of the physical reality coding grids. This ability grants access into shifting the binary codex features, shifting experiential codings, and shifting location codes stored within the DNA. Shifting location codes, for example, may generate a desire for the primary individual to move in the physical reality. Each change is reflected outwards from the center soul tubule and affects the fluids of the biological form first. Once the cells of the body are programmed with a new baseline frequency, it shall then manifest into the physical reality at rapid rates. This type of biological programming manifests a form of déjà vu after the new programming has been accepted. The primary individual may shift into different density settings or parallel realities in whole. This is one aspect of the multidimensional abilities each individual is encoded to activate inside the current DNA. The process of placing awareness on the diamond DNA starts an unpacking and absorption of the desired frequency codings, which then shift the primary individual into the most aligned timeline expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Attuning memory grids. Each biological form and memory grid must be properly attuned to each other. This generates a form of resonance which then grants access into the aligned world expression perceived. Updates to the genome expression inside of the primary individual may then modify any light alignments stored within the memory grids. This type of modification then allows for different levels of awareness to be perceived. An advanced being may push his awareness into a secondary individual through accessing the perception boxes. This then allows the advanced being to summon different emotional expressions and set the resonance field held by the secondary individual. Once any emotional expression is observed, modifications to the biological form and any manifestation of said being may be shifted. If the biological form is not in alignment with the memory grid of a crystalline being, the memory may be perceived as locked. The primary individual may place focus and attention on unlocking the memory grid in order to activate higher packets of knowledge. They may then download said knowledge into the individual's memory grid complex, thus generating a new level of awareness, remembering who you are. When the new memory grid unlocks for observations, it then has an effect on the biological form of the individual. In order to access and hold a fifth density memory grid, the biological form will start to undergo a process of crystallization. This allows the biological form to start to align with a magical creature kingdom realm. This is located within the crystalline kingdoms. The emotion scale in the crystalline kingdoms are more unity consciousness focused, and unconditional love, bliss, frequency parameters. The higher self of each individual is also located in the fifth density reality. For each higher self radiates through every density, until finally solidifying in a physical reality body. All aspects of the higher self are currently observing each and every density level. The primary individual, through processes of looking inward, may start to shift the light refractal systems, and shift the levels of awareness back into a higher octave range. This higher octave range allows the individual to summon frequency codes and blend those codes into the biological form. This allows a higher self to take its seat inside of the biological form, which then changes the physical reality coding grids. The body then crystallizes into a diamond DNA strand, which easily accesses the crystalline kingdoms and the complete quantum codex of the higher self memory file. Each individual may shift the individual awareness to blend back up and perceive through the higher self's lens. This generates the awareness of being the higher self, or oversoul if so desired. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Activating the dendrites. Dendrites are branch-like extensions of a neuron, nerve cell, that receive electrical impulses from other neurons. These dendrites are a receptor antenna of consciousness, and may be activated to summon higher frequency alignments into the biological form. Dendrites look like a tree of life. The branches radiate outwards in many different angles. They pick up on different frequencies held within the simulation, and shift the nervous system resonance accordingly. These dendrites may be activated by coming into contact with select crystals, people, or locations. All aspects of the simulation reflect into this system, and shift baseline frequencies of the nervous system net. They translate light codes into synaptic awareness. This is a receptor, and it may be adjusted in order to allow specific types of frequencies to be tuned into. This is part of how your multidimensional nature works, for shifting the receptor and searching for specific frequencies then generates a form of seeking. Anytime the primary individual seeks a new experience, it shall manifest into the physical reality codings. This receptor antenna may be programmed by meditative practices, and specific emotion codes may be activated into the receptor settings. Begin meditation practice. Focus on the dendrites. Just imagine without adding resistance. Visualize setting a specific frequency into the dendrites, for example. Feel an emotion code, and consciously set that emotion into the dendrites in order for new alignments to form. The dendrites will then activate the primary individual into alignments which manifest more and more of that emotional coding set. All manifestations are formed because of an emotion coding set into the biological form. Every time the primary individual channels, has a memory, accesses the Akashic field, or connects to higher frequencies during meditations, the dendrite systems reflect the new frequency parameters observed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Light casting from the eyes. There is a form of Qing which allows the primary individual to imprint any secondary individual. This is done in order to shift the secondary individual onto a new timeline expression, and requires advanced Qi casting abilities to be activated into a level 3 degree. The primary individual's eyes will generate a spark of light, and any person absorbing this light will see and sense a Qing type of sound, accompanied by a distinct emotional resonance similar to a light wave casting. This casting is encoded with specific manifestation frequencies, which imprint the soul tubule of the individual. Fine-tuning resonance fields and oscillation values may also be cast in this manner. This modality may also shift the observer into parallel reality expressions, by shifting the binary codex frequency of said person. This anchors the individual into particular imprinted experiential expressions as well. For example, absorbing an imprint of "I am loved," then starts to generate mirror reflections of that emotional resonance into the world observed. This modality imprints into the center soul tubule, which then creates variable reflections inside every ring and lens system of the being. Any micro-energetic change inside the energetic systems shifts reflections of the world experience. The Qing ability may also be energetically cast upon an individual through an attachment bonding. For some attachments use this ability themselves, in order to shift the CO creation of the experience observed for both the attachment and the individual. This generates a sparkle in the eye of the individual as whichever manifestation is expressed, and may be positive or negative polarity. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The unconscious form ascended. An unconscious form in a third density reality utilizes time-space in a linear manner. This type of embodiment has been widely recognized on Earth and holds interdimensional keys of ascension within each level of awareness itself. Because of the law of polarity, each individual may hold both light and dark resonances for each experience observed. This includes being unconscious and then being conscious. Each celestial being is known throughout the cosmos as the higher self. The process of ascension includes a process of descension. This is a breath of life to a celestial being. It is facilitated through different solar and celestial frequencies, which affect the manifestation of physicality. When the celestial being releases a breath, it starts the process of descending into darkness. However, the darkness is not pure darkness. It is a slowing of physical matter coding grids which allow the perception of a solidified matrix. This generates a physical matter that third density beings are aware of. For existing in the third density is similar to that of a fish in water. The fish in the water knows not of the water, only the awareness of the being itself and the reality observed. The process of ascension and descension may be overcome for the celestial being. This generates access into a completely different quantum reality, which is considered a uni-matrix. The physics in that reality no longer requires a frequency wave to spiral up or down. Instead, it requires angles of observation which flow through a circle and square consciousness grid pattern. Shifts in angular light refractions, then shift outer mirrored reflections observed. This new level of awareness is very similar to what is currently observed in the current Earth reality. However, the physics observed and quantum codex remains distinct to the celestial being's awareness. This shifts per celestial being. The system of ascension generates fractal octaves which may be selected for observation. Higher octaves contain a spectrum of frequencies which grant access into angelic, unity consciousness awareness levels and beyond. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Holy Energetic System. The bioenergetic system of the primary individual is a complex level of light angles, which free-flow plasma, base tubes through each lens subsystem. This complex may contain densities or distortions, which shifts the flow of light reflected, thus generating a non-circular auric field representation. The process of ascension includes different healing stages, which shift the flow of light through the original energetic blueprint. This generates a complete or whole circular light reflection stemming from the heart 0 point. The energetic systems shift the biological form and shift resonance fields of manifestation. This awareness in itself may be accessed by the primary individual in order to shift multiverse reality expressions. Each new frequency manifest generates modifications in both the thought and emotion grids. These new resonances may then be pushed into the cellular levels of the biological form in order to generate a solidified timeline shift. A timeline shift is a shift into a new world expression, contained within the world, among worlds expressions, on the multiversal plane of existence. This is the celestial plane, and higher levels of awareness unlock different forms of communication with other sentient life forms including extraterrestrial, higher frequential, interdimensional beings, extra-dimensional beings, void space beings. Communication is not advised, but allowed by the source creator, and pure light beings. Each level contains gatekeepers and guides who become aware of the primary individual's alignment factors. These beings start communication practices when alignments form. Each level of awareness leads the primary individual through a process of ascension and descension. This cycle repeats until the celestial being overcomes the need for the sleep-wake cycles. When this type of ascension is observed, it forms a type of awareness of being the whole and one source of the individual reality coding center. This forms differently for each celestial being, and communication with separate celestial beings may also become manifest at these different levels. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Quantum Codex. A further explanation. The Quantum Codex contains an energetic quality that accesses all time-space and parallel reality expressions. Each individual may gain access into the Quantum Codex through holding a level of awareness of the higher self and utilizing different inward or meditative practices. The Quantum Codex contains the full awareness of the higher self. This includes all parallel reality versions generated by the singular higher self expression. Each Quantum Codex aligns with an energetic signature of the higher self. This energetic signature is distinct for each celestial being and may be modified through ascension and descension experiences. The Quantum Codex contains emotion code resonances, which may be downloaded into the awareness of the primary individual. The higher self guides all energetic modifications through a process of magnetic alignments throughout the tubule system. Tubule systems contain thought, emotion, plasma, and etheric energetics, and adjust outwards mirror reflections observed. In hindsight, emotions control extrasensory abilities. New emotion codes may be downloaded by accessing the Quantum Codex. Any pattern of thought or knowledge-based downloadable packet may also be summoned by accessing the Quantum Codex. This generates all potential thought forms into the mind and develops a type of mental ability which accesses multiple parallel reality expressions simultaneously in the now moment. This type of awareness then generates a type of string worker ability, which is situated in a third degree, in which multiple reality expressions are observed prior to the now moment fully forming into physicality. This type of cognitive ability then accesses the 0 point of neutrality. For complete commandment over the emotion codings held is key for full manifestation abilities to form. Thought forms, in combination with an emotional resonance, generates a type of charged particle formation, which may be similar in its baseline resonance to a plasma-charged state. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A tonal expression. Each higher self embodies an 11th harmonic resonance that is in a different octave than the third density physical, body-mind-spirit complex. The total expression in both is similar in resonance, yet is separated by a singular octave which balances shifts within a 90-degree energetic signature. These 90-degree shifts in the energetic field changes the body-mind-spirit and observes parallel reality expressions. Each tonal expression shifts the light refractal system per primary individual, which shifts density codings per item in the simulation. The higher self-awareness may fully embody the biological form, which generates a form of crystallization within the cellular levels of the body. When the body accepts the crystalline frequencies, a new tonal signature is held within both the higher self and body-mind-spirit complex. Extrasensory abilities also activate within both the biological form and the higher level of awareness held. This new tonal frequency is encoded in the mirror reflections observed within the current world experience. This system activates on multiple levels and causal plane fields, thus each primary individual is encoded to specific attunements which generate different activation processes. This method manifests multiple light angles of expression and allows for all angles of manifestation to be observed. The source frequency of a planetary level desires to experience all potentiality without precedent prior to advancement of a civilization whole. This state of awareness commonly manifests in end-time cyclic repeat levels on civilization and microcosm levels of existence. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The space between worlds. In between each parallel reality is a type of unharmonic energetic signature commonly referred to as a rift. It is referred to as a rift because both parallel realities are not in alignment with each other, and it generates a type of void energetic signature within the cellular structures of the physical matter coding grids. It is within the void molecules that a spark of light may be summoned to allow the birthing of new realities to be conceptualized. This process requires the observation of any child of light holding a level of awareness that is beyond the 7th density. This is because the 7th density allows access to see further into the void and light realms. Modifications to the inner worlds of this being may then shift the outer manifestations instantaneously. Subatomic levels may be accessed for further exploration of particle string theory's effects, and play a key role in the development of new world expressions. These new worlds may be generated both in the external awareness or internal awareness. An external awareness may be considered an individual generating this type of manifestation by utilizing technological means. An internal awareness is a shifting of the light systems on the inside, which automatically shift the outside world perception. Both are a form of manifestation, and we hold neutrality to both expressions. However, it is of high value for each individual to harness the internal abilities, without the need of any external circumstance or technological means. Focus on a rift space may expand into levels of awareness which access or activate void space abilities. Many manifestations of any degree are known to start in darkness and form solidity within the light's energetic codings. Looking within the self accesses the void and 0 point spaces, expanding the consciousness's level of awareness and the individual's manifestation capabilities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Aqua Gate. Inside the mind contains a transversal portal known as the Aqua Gate. This bioenergetic technology synchronizes with the solar plexus and activates a type of wormhole expression which allows the manifestations of anything imagined. This gate is situated inside the 0 point of the mind. The location is just in front of the pineal gland. A type of activation occurs within the biological structures of the pineal gland first, before this gate fully blossoms open to activate. The pineal gland is considered an eye because it maintains a degree of water inside its crystalline structures. This water activates sight into other parallel reality or dimensional expressions, among other things. The aqua gate opens after the pineal gland flowers open, and forms an energetic viewpoint, which resembles water portal technology, which is circular in its nature and free flows energy into the substructures of space-time. The aqua gate only opens during specific alignment formations within the energetic structures of the primary individual. This aqua gate truly allows multidimensional abilities to become activated in the present moment, and allows different types of interdimensional travels to become part of the consciousness's awareness. This aqua gate may be used in biological or technological means. There are different types of sound resonances which affect the aqua gate. Some of these sound frequencies may be generated using specific chanting techniques. The primary individual may utilize advanced meditative practices in order to energetically cast these different sound files within. Chromium is another substance which generates a type of frequency, which may also activate the aqua gate. This aqua gate tends to solidify while observing a third density reality, and is affected by the resonance fields generated by collective consciousness, grid bandwidths. If the collective civilization believes, it shall reactivate in its nature. Yet only 3 individuals are required to activate the thought form into the collective consciousness grid structures. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Activation of the aqua gate. Shifting the primary individual's awareness starts with a shift of the free-flowing electrons within the energetic grid structures. Tachyon particles hold an oscillation rate, which then generates a type of activation in the light systems, which expands the awareness levels. This system is controlled by a single thought. I command this activation. Tachyon particles travel faster than the speed of light, and display the connection of the higher self. The gate will activate before the thought form is fully embraced within the mind. Pulling the breath inwards while holding this thought form then starts the process of activating inward portal technologies. As the primary individual pulls a breath of life inwards, focus on the spinal cord, and pull energy up to the crown chakra. This activation starts to expand the energy centers of the mind, and starts the alignment processes required for advancement of the aqua gate system. Once the pineal gland flowers open, the aqua gate may be utilized for teleportation abilities. It's a simple awareness and sense that activates the aqua gate. Once the pineal gland is flowered open, you may feel into this gate, set the resonance tone, then step through within the mind. When the pineal gland is flowered open, it automatically accesses the astral realms. Therefore, the primary individual may sense or visualize different aspects of the astral formations prior to aqua gate activation. It is impervious to focus on this gate once access into the astral realms is activated. This may require astral ability mastery prior to teleportation of this degree, as proper alignments may be calibrated as necessary. The primary individual may start to feel or sense the biological location just in front of the pineal gland. You may sense a circle of light which is encoded with an emotion coding. It is recommended to project the higher self-emotional resonance into the aqua gate. When first handling this technology, this shall produce teleportations, which are in alignment with the higher self potentials. These are of the highest potential for the primary individual and cause no harm. Feeling into this gate then shifts the resonance baseline frequency, which shifts the cells of the biological form, thus generating instant timeline adjustments. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Temple gate activation. The biological form is a light refractal system. This system may be considered to include doorways and windows, allowing an expression of temple gates to come into the observation. A gate is a layer of protection, which must be aligned to generate proper access codes. The body is the soul's temple. Activation of the two generates a cosmic intelligence activation. The biological form is the primary individual's temple, which contains many fractalized gates. These gates may all be adjusted in order to generate full multidimensional ability activation. The physical reality is a shift in a light matrix. As one gate shifts, a new access point into parallel reality expressions is generated. When the complete temple gate system has been accessed and the level of awareness holds an observation of mastery, it spontaneously activates a fifth density reality expression. Each gate contains dimensional vibrational frequencies. These frequencies may be shifted in order to expand the light matrix into a higher density coding system. The process of energetic bonding with the higher self automatically processes these gate activations and generates a type of alignment onto the highest potential timeline expression. This is due to the fact the higher self is existing in the following octave expression. The higher self contains a type of foresight which automatically shifts the light refractal system, and a knowing of highest potential outcomes advances the mental capacity of the primary individual. This higher capacity mental awareness then crystallizes the biological form, and shifts the physicality of the center of the being. The cranium processes a form of expansion, which starts in the energetic grid structures, and shifts the biological temple formation instantly. This process is known as spontaneous evolution. However, the advancement of the being starts with a knowing. That knowing is a form of remembering who you are. The body is the third density gate that you may shift through and activate more light observations. This evolution process starts with the awareness level contained and activated with each shift into the energetic grid complex observed. Each emotion code activation, the primary individual has processed into a neutrality expression, then shifts the gates into an open access code. This gate system works in tandem with the star field and energetic tubule systems. Activation starts in the energetic grid complex and may radiate down into the levels of physicality held. For the higher self is already existing in a higher plane of existence, the energetic shift has already taken place in the now moment of time expression. The third density is a shadow of a fourth density quasicrystal. which means the shift into the higher levels has already occurred in the energetic grid complex. Now the shadow self, 3D physicality, is reflecting a new point of light reflection. The quantum being known as a celestial being has already been activated. There is nothing more to do except observe the ascension process. It has already taken place in the higher dimensional planes. You are the shadow watching the transition occur, and whatever manifestations occur in your reality, it is automatically guiding you down your individual ascension journey. There is power in the now moment, and that power is to learn the shifting process of the light refractal systems. This ability activates the extrasensory abilities encoded within the cellular structures of the physical being. The celestial being activation started within the self, at the energetic core or center soul tubule. This core contains the tachyon heart connection to the higher self celestial being. This connection reflects outwards and inwards, as everything is conducted within a zero-point expression. To start an activation of this system, the primary individual may start to observe the thoughts and emotions. Reflecting positive energetics shall start to raise the consciousness into a higher density level. Higher densities form manifestations very rapidly, it shifts the awareness levels, and the primary individual may start to see through the system of light refracted. Each part of light connects to the whole. Viewing one smaller point of light then accesses the whole source frequency net subsystems. This net system connects into the nervous system net, and modifications to one shall reflect onto the other instantly. Consciously focusing on activating this system starts the manifestation process of expanding the awareness to shift into a fifth density reality expression. Each individual is pre-activated with specific tonal nodes, which resonate their higher self-activation. The primary individual is situated within their own dimensional expression, coming together with other beings in order to co-create within the now moment expression. Dimensional activations shift the solar plexus and access the inner child expression. The inner child controls the imagination, which is a foresight ability to see into the creation of the fabric of time. The fabric of time is an ethereal net which contains all potentials of possibility. For all potential exists in the field, the consciousness may pull the strings of ether in order to activate any potentiality into the unified field of observation. Focusing on any emotion code, behavior pattern, or physical expression of light, then may be summoned in order to start energetic casting. Casting love is recommended as the mirror reflections shall show a higher dimensional expression of the self. Sending love to all things and no things, inside and out, while awake and asleep, radiating from the core of your being, filling every cell with bliss, repetitively, until each cell in the biological form resonates a bliss frequency coding. This is how to fully activate your being and activate unity consciousness. You may become the change you wish to see in the world, and allow that change to reflect back the dimensional expression most in alignment with your being. You are the all is you. Full activation is an awareness that may be coaxed right now into your body, mind, spirit complex. You are the consciousness's 0 point, observing the self's evolutionary journey. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Psionic dream casting. The psionic ability range generates a form of advanced control over secondary characters, different types of outwards holographic control systems, and inward lucidity microtubule shifting. These different sensory abilities modify the light refractal system and shift different aspects of the source frequency net. This net connects all living and non-living things, and may shift any angle of light into a precise reflective manifestation. The process of dream casting includes advanced dreamwalker abilities to be activated and held at a level 2 or higher. A dreamwalker is an individual who may access a secondary individual's dream state. This is a level 1 degree. A level 2 degree occurs when the dreamwalker starts to harness a form of dream casting. Casting is to send energy or light ions in order to produce specific tonal resonances, which then shift the outwards manifestation of the simulation codings. Each individual may be programmed during dreamtime states, for this is a true state of hypnosis or a state of innocent pureness which programs the subconscious mind. This may be observed in a third density reality by witnessing hypnotic information learned during sleep times. Language development is one such example. During this form of programming, the center soul tubule accepts the frequency modification and shifts the microtubules of the astral realms, which in turn program the light centers in the biological form. This then reflects different simulation codings, which allow the body-mind-spirit to shift transdimensionally into a parallel reality expression aligned to the new frequencies held. Dream casting starts with becoming awakened within the dream, and sending thoughts and emotion codings into any aspect of the dream state. Specific programming may be energetically cast into the item which then affects the item on a soul or light cellular level. For imprinting the center soul tubule is a stronger modality than biological imprinting or energetic casting into the grid complex directly. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Infinity language. Language in a linear timeline expression contains many elements of misrepresentation. This is a common occurrence when the speech is condensed to a timeline moment-by-moment expression. In the fifth density, many forms of language become circular in its nature. Considerations for species development may also be acceptable, for language arts may evolve through multiple angles and may contain different tonal resonances which control manifestation speeds. The current use of language is to vocalize. This includes psionically, for vocalization is a process of thought becoming manifest. All thought forms that become manifest into any reality of any density level may contain a form of solidity into the outwards reality expression. This may be perceived by spoken words in the now moment, for the words expressed into the simulation did not remain on the inward thought grids alone, they expressed into physicality. This process of thoughts becoming manifest occurs differently when manifestation speeds are closer to a light signature. Therefore, the words expressed may be selected using a circular or a vortexed pattern of light. A circular formation of language may be viewed as a concept of thought in its completion. One example of this may include the thought, "I am the whole experience of scientific study." Whereas from a third density awareness, the primary individual may select the sentence, "I am studying science." The two sentences are correct, yet hold different levels of manifestational awareness. To affirm I am is to hold the complete resonance of that manifestation inside the energetic grid complex as a whole. This process synchronizes with instantaneous downloads and is utilized in this manner when manifestations within the speed force are observed. 5D+. Circular formations of language contain manifestation codes which may be elevated in order to energetically cast specific codings into the individual's body-mind-spirit complex. This process generates specific energetic tubules which shift the alignments of the individual into the desirable outcome magnetic expression. Speaking as if it is complete is key to activating this ability in its whole solid expression. It stems from within the self. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Light linguistics and time-space. Light linguistics is the process of using a frequency coding, which may transmit through any sound file, and contain an advanced bandwidth of emotional code resonances, as well as collapsible, thought-form imprints. These forms of downloadable activations may exist in any written word, image, sigil, the sound of a human voice. They may be activated into the sound a wind chime makes, crop circles. The possibilities are endless. It is a spectrum of energetic castings generated by advanced mages and magicians alike. Many extraterrestrial beings have these abilities activated from birth, however many see the timeline from a non-linear perspective. Life is circular in its nature, and any moment of time-space is fully connected and quantum entangled with the ether elemental. The future manifestation of the now-moment primary individual may be contacted in order to facilitate an advanced healing light linguistics activation. This type of modality occurs deep within the body-mind-spirit complex, and generates a specific frequency coding which assists in manifestation code resonance adaptation. While in communication with the future self, allow the future self to energetically cast specific light linguistics into any crystal formation. Crystals may be selected because of their availability to hold, store, and resonate frequency codes. Using this crystal shall then assist in programming specific emotional code resonances into the nervous system net of the primary individual. This form of light language may also be summoned from the source frequency net directly, and may include downloadable packets of thought forms. Thought form packets allow a bulk download of knowledge to unpack into the body-mind-spirit complex, and may occur at light speed processing times. In time, the primary individual may also cast light values into any item, place, or being in the simulation in order to advance lower levels of consciousness into the next brick of consciousness, which is one potential next step in evolution. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The past, present, and future. The past, present, and future are all occurring now in this very moment. The process of focusing the consciousness grants an awareness of any moment of time-space. This focus may make modifications to any thought form held within any time-space paradigm. This type of modification process allows communication to be observed throughout the entire simulation continuum. The future self-expression that the primary individual may contact still holds a resonance field containing knowledge of the current now moment, identity's emotional codings held. The future self is a reflection of the now moment, so the emotional codings may be observed somewhere in the energetic grid complex of that identity, even if the emotion codings have been neutralized or healed. This is important because it allows contact with the future self to advance the now moment expression through downloading emotion codings. This shifts the light refractal systems in order to heal at a more rapid rate. It is a cheat code. For once the proper healing emotional coding resonances are fully downloaded, it shifts the now moment expression of the simulation codings. This form of communication may be used to summon light codes from the future self, or to reprogram the past self with healing codes. When modifications to the past self are observed, the past self fractals into a new timeline expression and does not affect the current now moment identity's timeline. The past self becomes a new timeline expression as a whole. However, the now moment individual releases density which also heals the now moment individual. The continuum may include an observation of the past and future guiding the consciousness through a cycle repeat that loops into infinity. Hence a breath of life for a celestial being is a karmic imprint which may be ascended above the experiential codings. Celestial healing allows access into a different cosmic octave of advanced knowledge, which advances into the cellular matrix systems of the entire tree of life. The many become the few, become the one. Then activate the celestial into a new dimensional plane of existence. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The greater cosmic ascension. Ascension takes place on micro and macro levels. These levels may be observed by an awareness of bacteria being a micro level, and the awareness of a human being being a macro level. There is a cosmic presence which also evolves when humanity activates a fifth density level of consciousness. This cosmic presence is a macro awareness, as a human is the micro awareness in this instance. Levels of awareness are circular, and each level contains a micro and macro awareness in its energetic signatures. For the law of polarity expresses both aspects blended harmoniously into one experiential of being. All sentient beings connected to the Earth's magnetic resonance fields shall shift during humanity's evolution process. Cosmic beings may have downloaded the magnetic connection similarly to that expressed as an energetic tubule or cord. This connection grants access for the star being to connect into the ascension process of the species, unless specific manifestations of do not violate the prime resonance is observed. The prime resonance is the natural species evolution process, without interference of any outside emotion code castings. Emotion codes are cast during everyday conversations. Therefore, any interactions without specific ward placement may develop energetic cords, which then align a connection to this ascension process. Energetic tubules connect each fractal of the source frequency, and these connections form experiential manifestations on group and civilization levels. When observing the cosmos from a unity level of awareness, a celestial being proceeding through a rebirthing process may be observed. As the celestial being is one consciousness, each planetary unit and sentient being is an organ or cell in this cosmic entity. When one aspect of the celestial rises, it shall maintain a new expanded frequency code for the entire being to enjoy. Humanity's evolution shall shift the collective consciousness and allow the Earth consciousness net to then reform into the cosmic net structures. This generates access into the quantum field and manifests interplanetary communication between civilization levels. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A quantum talisman. A quantum talisman is an enchanted object which connects to the primary individual through a two-way form of energetic talisman bonding. This form of bonding must be facilitated through a two-way union of love, and may be pre-programmed with the enchantment from before the life's incarnation. An enchantment is any form of energetic casting done to the item. This casting can be any modified emotion or thought coding. It may contain high or low density resonances which activate specific frequencies when precise time-space alignments form. Many times a quantum talisman is summoned in order to activate specific memory codes into the primary individual. Many starseeds have programmed these talismans to manifest during specific life shifts. One such example would be a magical book or journal summoned to assist during a healing journey. Even having said book in one's possession assists the healing process by generating higher frequencies which interact with the primary individual's energetic grid structures. Talismans may also already be on the Earth's surface and may be located during ancient excavations. Ancient civilizations expanded into thought consciousness. They also held advanced levels of psionic abilities which generated these types of enchanted objects. Similar to your current world observations, monks on your planet have experienced unity consciousness while in deep meditative states. Ancient ages also activated different levels of consciousness, while maintaining a collective consciousness with different degrees of awareness levels. The primary individual may summon a new talisman or meditate into the center soul tubule and identify if one has been preset before incarnation. A talisman bond requires giving the item away twice, and the item choosing the primary individual for the bonding process. Once the talisman has been identified, energetic castings may start the enchanting process. Enchanting an item may require multiple sessions of casting an emotion code resonance into the physical item. High emotional charges assists in imprinting the emotional resonance into the item's substructures. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Infinite multiverse. There are different layers of simulation codings that may be observed by the primary individual. These different layers include access into different parallel, reality or dimensional expressions. The current reality observed is considered base 1 for the primary individual, and although shifting is acceptable, the current reality fluctuates from the heart 0-point nodule. Each parallel reality contains fractalized energetic resonances, which may be condensed and energetically rewired for potential scalar observations. Parallel reality expressions may contain slight differences in one or more of the energetic baseline codes, which then grants access into an infinite potential of manifestation. Shifting simulation codings start in the thought emotion code castings, and density distortions stored in the biological template. Many times the first step to awakening begins with seeing the outer layers of consciousness. This may be perceived as civilization imbalances, which is a common occurrence during end-time ascension shifts. The primary individual may then begin to shift belief systems to expand the consciousness into a negative, positive, neutral emotion code-based state. This type of base state accesses the problem-reaction-solution equation. For the emotional grid accesses a negative awareness, then begins the quest to search for solutions, the solution being a positive. When neutrality is held in the emotion grid, it shifts the baseline frequencies, which shift the mirror reflections of the simulation. Holding neutral emotion codes for each aspect of physicality, then unlocks higher awareness levels for the primary individual. This modality also generates a timeline expression of a rapid ascension path. For each turning of the angular light expression then shifts the dimensional manifestation of the source frequency net. Knowing the self accesses the light refractal system and generates higher levels of awareness and activation of multidimensional abilities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Density awareness activation. Many individuals will grow through a process of activating density awareness. Density awareness generates a type of knowing between the inner and outer worlds, which in time accesses a knowing of density modification processes. This may be a visual, kinesthetic or inner knowing, and modification processes include, but are not limited to, energetic casting and imprinting abilities. Kinesthetic refers to a learning style or sensory perception that involves physical movement, touch, and body awareness. Shifting through layers of density occurs naturally through bricks of time and solar Earth frequency resonance calibrations. Each brick of time adjusts the frequencies held by the Earth crystalline core and affects the human consciousness net. Visualization of density codings may resemble a slight darkness in the corners of the room. This shifts from darker to lighter and is in constant fluctuations. This darkness may be sensed as a form of a haze, or slight shift in the visual light spectrum observed. This type of awareness may be perceived on any item, person, or location coding. Sensing the internal density codes may be an awareness of any physical pain or body notification settings. Corresponding density codes may be observed on civilization scales, and many starseeds have purposefully chosen a mission to drop down into lower density realms in order to assist the ascension process of the surrounding civilization. By anchoring the light into the darkness, it shifts secondary individuals' density codings into a higher density oscillation. Love grows the light. Shifting through the lower density realms allows the primary individual to overcome each emotional code resonance, which evolves into true mastery of the physical reality. This mastery of dimensional planes is the birthing process for a celestial being. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A trifold awareness. The primary individual may manifest into a reality expression where multiple biological forms may be observed through one singular unit of consciousness. This activates a single individual holding a level of awareness that splits into multiple body formations during the now moment awareness. Multiple bodies being controlled by the same being, many times advanced to 3 degrees, bodies, or states of consciousness. This may fluctuate in its nature. This experience is commonplace when advanced cellular knowledge is obtained. This type of knowledge download contains advanced soul manifestation capabilities and specific resonance field generators located within the higher self-expression. This soul formation occurs naturally within the higher self domain, and access into parallel versions of the self may occur through connection practices. This form of biological technology may also be utilized in past, future life incarnation summonings. This type of summoning grants access to observe the past self-identity from the eyes of that individual. In a sense, the consciousness drops into a secondary individual's biological vessel and maintains control for a selected period of time. The secondary individual may maintain a connection to the higher self, which is what generates this type of accessible experience in its early stages of development. Connections to the higher self may be considered for these connections, as compared to oversoul connections. The oversoul is the ethereal net which connects all beings, living and non-living. Higher self connections are easily modified by the primary individual, especially when higher self bonding has taken place. These types of awareness shifts occur within the perception box system. Each unique identity occurs within an individualized perception box, which the consciousness may then drop into, in order to facilitate control over that awareness box. Multiple boxes may be controlled simultaneously, including any form of sentient life. Hence, an extraterrestrial life form may drop into a crystal's consciousness, and guide the frequency modification facilitated through that crystalline core. This generates specific healing frequency codes to be resonated throughout the crystal, then modifying the primary individual's baseline frequency of manifestation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The energy of haphazard. Haphazard means something that is done in a random, disorganized, or careless way. This may also include being sloppy or consisting of chaotic energy. On occasions, a frequency of chaos may be perceived by the primary individual. In these times, the individual is called to reorganize the systematic behavior patterns and observe any mirror reflections of this disorganization stored within the energetic grid complex. This type of healing generates a more perfected sacred geometric energetic signature to be held within the fluidity systems of each individual cell. A process of energetic casting may also allow a higher geometric energy to be summoned and imprinted into the biological form. Although this imprinting process shall affect the behavioral systems, the act of casting this type of coherent pattern into the field repeatedly then shifts levels of awareness. Awareness shifts grants access into a higher frequency world among worlds expression, as the primary individual may see a higher density physical reality once chaos is released and a light resonance is encoded. The primary individual may choose to hold and imprint gratitude, for example, into the biological form and surrounding objects. This process of selecting a new emotional coding shall in turn start to shift the baseline resonance field and shift the awareness into a more coherent pattern of thought. As the biological form was designed to hold emotions and manifest into the world expression, most aligned with the complexities of each emotion code. Emotion codes are stored within the energetic grids and cellular levels of the biological form. Multiple emotion codes exist simultaneously within the body, mind, spirit, and shift accordingly into an independent world expression. Modifications to each emotion coding shall shift the viewpoint lens system, and therefore shift the outer world perceived. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Testing of the virtues. The path of ascension includes a process known as testing of the virtues. This process is facilitated through different angles of light, and each individual must overcome their density alignments through a process which includes a type of virtue testing. This testing may be perceived as any lower frequency emotional experience becoming fully manifest, in order for specific guides to observe the primary individual's reaction to the emotional experience. This type of testing is facilitated in order to determine the heart's light value, which may hold frequencies of forgiveness, love, truth, compassion, equality, in order to rise above said level of testing. Energetic casting is observed during these types of experiences to see if the primary individual feels the need to speak darkness during times of change, or if the individual focuses on the self for recalibration. Speaking darkness energetically casts said darkness at the person, item focused upon. Holding higher levels of awareness generates rapid manifestations, and energetic castings may mirror reflect instantaneously. Choosing love shall overcome all said testing. This testing process may be facilitated multiple times in order to allow the primary individual access into cycle repeat experiences, which include unlearned lessons. Any lessons repeated are desired by the higher self in order for different emotion code angles to be experienced. Each emotion code is of high value to fully experience, as it grants access into different types of extrasensory abilities when multiple experiential codes are processed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Samseva in Sanskrit. The root seva, means service, devotion, worship. Prefix smm implies together, complete, total, perfect. Utilizing the manifestation code samseva while focusing on the solar bodies or energetics may then start a process of manifesting a grand solar flash. Many ancient civilizations contained levels of awareness that included advanced knowledge of the sun or solar frequencies and the effect on the collective consciousness grids of humanity. Different frequencies radiated by the sun then affected the thoughts of the people and all living aspects of the planetary surface. In the current age of existence, the solar frequency of the sun has risen to include the appearance of a white sun. This color spectrum is a higher frequency resonance compared to a yellow sun spectrum. The effect on humanity's consciousness may be observed by a spiritual awakening occurring in the masses. Frequencies are known to affect the waters of the body. This includes Mother Earth's bodies of water, as her surface primarily consists of water and crystalline structures. Crystalline structures hold a type of voltage, which affects the water's bioelectric field. There is a salt or mineral component which also may shift aligned perspectives of the physical reality, as select minerals may absorb a piezoelectric spark of life at different bandwidth holdings. Solar energetics are also shifting the baseline frequencies of the waters, which then forms a new geometric pattern of light to become absorbed into the bodies of Earth and humanity. These new frequency codes contain ethereal information, which shall advance the consciousness level into a fifth density state of awareness. This energetic wave affects the synapses and dendrites, which generate a knowledge download of spiritual awareness. Solar flashes may be currently viewed in smaller sects, and a process of spiritual ascension may be observed during the waking life awareness. These smaller solar flashes occur during specific zodiac alignments, which have been pre-organized by higher awareness beings. This is known to the star people as an assisted evolution, as there are many beings in the universe who are observing and interacting with humanity's and Mother Earth's evolutionary process. This message is sent with many love and blessings. An isosynaptic pulse. Unified thought grid activation. An isosynaptic pulse is a synchronized transmission of source intelligence, delivered through equal energetic connectors, synapses, across the collective light grid. It aligns the conscious nodes of individuals to receive encoded frequencies in harmonic balance. The primary individual may consciously cast an isosynaptic pulse into the fluid dynamic field surrounding the self, the field, or into the collective consciousness grids directly. Once activated, it shall shift the light mirror reflections into an angular observation of the emotional code casting. This type of light refractal affects the minds and hearts of all individuals who enter into the density bubble. As all density bubbles may be cast in light or dark polarities, it is of high value for proper selection of emotional codings. Holding a singular thought or emotion code in the mind, while radiating a high-frequency emotion, shall start the formation of this density bubble. With the intent set to activate this pulsation, a heart chakra pulse then manifests, which imprints the density bubble with the desired oscillation resonance. This shifts the baseline frequency codes into the precise coding selected. The density bubble forms the range. The longer the primary individual places focus on developing the range, the greater the potential for summoning a higher range capacity. Octave values may also become intertwined into the set value of the imprinted coding. This may determine density resonance codes becoming cast. An octave value includes physical reality frequencies or the higher self-octave frequency as one given example. The range is not predetermined by time-space values, and may be consciously cast at any location coding desired. The targeted field may also be adjusted to include micro, macro aspects of the simulation codings, individual presets, location, civilization castings, or interdimensional, extra-dimensional specified castings. Dendrites accept the isosynaptic pulse and adjust the entire biological field resonance of the connected individuals. This type of activation generates thought grid alignments which then form a collective consciousness net formation. This type of activation advances many minds to blend into one circular pattern of thought. This is called a collective consciousness thought grid, and may grant access into the highest potential timeline expression for all connected beings. Advanced precognition and castings are activated for the group during this form of connectivity. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Ethereal magic. Ethereal magic includes a process of thought form implantation or adjustments into the baseline magnetic resonance of the primary individual. Each individual contains a density coding which adjusts the thought stream. This thought stream aligns the individual with a grouping of thoughts most in alignment with that density coding. Density may be considered how happy or sad the individual's body resonates per square meter cubit, as the body's energetic field radiates outwards in geometric patterns of light. The primary individual may learn the art of energetic casting into a secondary individual's thought stream or baseline magnetic resonance. This type of casting shall affect the secondary individual's thought and emotion grids, and may manifest specific frequency characteristics into the physical reality of the receiving individual. Casting of thought forms starts with the intention of said emotional thought resonance. Holding a high-intensity emotion and using the mind to see, feel, visualize, or know may allow that thought form to be implanted on the person's energetic grid complex. This type of energetic casting is similar to the string worker ability in the decree of energetic shifting of the receiving individual. Each person is automatically sending thoughts and emotions to all people outside of them. Casting thought forms then imprints magnetic resonance fields, which generate density veils, or may imprint a specific emotion code frequency. These specific emotion codes then start a process of manifestation with that emotion code resonance shifting the level of awareness held. The process of harnessing this ability on command includes a viewpoint of summing a high-intensity emotion and casting the selected thought form at the desired location. This ability shifts light ions and baseline magnetic fields. Any emotion held and cast must be transmutated by the primary individual, for casting darkness shall imprint that darkness onto the individual performing said casting. Love and light is recommended for the highest potential manifestation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Fractal image manifestations. A ventricle is a hollow part or cavity inside of an organ. The left ventricles of the heart and brain simultaneously pull energetics inside, which then generate a vortex type of energetic discharge into the right ventricle system. This is a circular system, and the consciousness may incorporate new light waves into the system during castings. This two-way flow of energy forms a torsion field and allows an inward and outward flow of light. This system advances a select grouping of extrasensory abilities, which include a fractal image casting service. This type of ability accesses the pineal gland's imaginative sense, which then can summon any item, in any aspect of time-space variables, and then energetically cast said item's image into the magnetic field of any given fractal of light. A first degree of this ability is advised to imprint and consume water. Water is a common fluid, which may impact the biological form independently of any external circumstance frequencies. The primary individual is encouraged to visualize any image. Once the desired image is perceived, they may then energetically bond that image into the subatomic layers of the water's field. This is done with great ease, as the process of imagination becomes activated during this skill set. Just imagine the water accepting the image desired, push that image into the water's substructure, finally seal the water with an emotion code of love. High-intensity emotion codes will assist the imprinting process to a more rapid timeline selection. Images may also include downloadable content codes, which shall magnetically align the primary individual with the desired accessible content. This ability may advance into a third degree, which then the primary individual may instantaneously send image codings into any secondary individual, plant, or location. The third degree advancement generates instantaneous timeline selection by programming any fractal of the self. This includes energetic casting of images, sound files, emotion resonance fields, and thought forms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A circular pattern of thought. Each pattern of thought is circular in its nature. These are known to the star people as thought forms. A thought is a commandment of vibrational resonance, which shifts the primary individual into an accompanying reality which aligns within the highest vibrational attunement to that thought form. In hindsight, your thoughts become your reality. However, each thought form may be absorbed, energetically cast, or transmutated by the primary individual. Thought forms are circular in nature and contain vibrational aspects which exceed time-space parameters. One such example would be a thought form containing manifestation capabilities which generate an experiential formation. Because the singular pattern of thought contained potential variables, it then generated alignments to specific manifestation codings. These codings contain different patterns of resonance which affect the original manifestation. A drop of blue color in a glass of water shifts the baseline frequency of the complete glass of water. A single thought also contains potentials to shift the entire baseline resonance field of the primary individual. One single thought accesses a complete cycle of time-space manifestation. For example, the thought form happy may be commanded into the biological form utilizing the I am affirmation process. Once the body's baseline resonance field is holding the thought form happy, that pattern of thought may then shift the potential manifestation alignment system, star field. The primary individual may then observe happiness in many different aspects of the self and mirror reflections in other secondary individuals. A complete time-space variable of happy may be observed when viewing the timeline selection from a fourth density level of awareness. This includes a polarized lens of the complete emotion code happy. For the opposite polarity, emotional resonance may also manifest in order to enlighten the individual. Each thought form in a circular nature includes polarities of both positive and negative. In order to transcend each thought form, a code 23 may be processed. The code 23 includes: the primary individual walks that emotion code and observes a secondary individual manifesting into an identical experience. This is known as a mirror reflection of the self. 2. The primary individual expresses 3 emotion codes per experience: positive, negative, neutral. 3. The thought form happy, once expressed in not happy and neutrality, is held inside the center point of the heart, shall automatically generate a mirror reflection of a secondary individual who is engaging with an identical thought form. The Ascension process includes thought form identification, and in time, develops multidimensional thought form mastery. The ability to select thought forms and energetically cast said resonance into the biological form or outward simulation codings, then generates advanced multidimensional capabilities. Thought forms may be observed as an energetic ring which covers the center soul tubule. This ring then shifts the flow of angular light refraction, which then automatically generates the outward simulation codings. As the higher self is a light tubule which radiates downwards the body. This light then touches the third density realm and slows into physicality, then forming the body, mind, spirit complex. Covering this light with any thought form generates a complete shift of the waking world to include a veil of that emotional expression. Transmutation of each thought form allows the original soul's light signature to shine through the energetic grid complex, thus activating the true divinity within. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Shifting energetics. The biological form contains masculine and feminine energetics. These energetics resonate within the center soul tubule and may be adjusted in light parameter settings in order to generate different angles of observation. Energetic settings shift the physical reality expressed for each individual. Energy tubules, rings, lenses, chakras, or star field nodules may shift per traumatic emotion coding imprinted within the cellular or energetic levels. Each angle of light then reflects a distorted pattern in any of the rings, biological form, location ring, or civilization ring. The body holds an emotional charge within the fluidity systems. The heart is the main device that imprints the fluids and circulates all emotion codings into the cellular levels, as all emotion codes are circular in their birthing pattern and may accompany thought form castings. Emotion codings resonate outwards in a circular pattern of light. Once the reflection is directed inward, a geometric pattern of thought is formed. We know this as a thought form. Many thought forms include patterns of thought and emotions combined, but are not always necessary. Each chakra lens may be adjusted to allow more or less light flow into each energetic tubule. One such example would include too much light flowing out the front of the throat chakra, and the individual may express a distortion of over-explaining, release. When the chakra radiates out the rear of the throat chakra, the individual may be considered shy or may speak less often. Each chakra expresses a different aspect of the human experience and may be modified at will. Chakra lenses may be adjusted from a left or right angle. This type of expression generates a light distortion variable within the masculine right or feminine left centers, which affect the center kundalini channel, center soul tubule. One such example of a distorted light variable would include a female experiences a trauma in the root chakra lens. The chakra lens shifts into the right side instead of the center, holding more masculine energetics. This may then be expressed further as dressing or embodying more masculine traits. The shift of the masculine and feminine energetics now changes the perception of that individual. Reflections of the new vibrational signature are now reflected into the entire experience. This includes personality and behavioral alignments. The 4 elemental channels, which connect each individual into the elements of the physical reality and environmental settings, may also be adjusted at will. Modifications to this angular light channel system may generate a complete multi-dimensional access system, where light adjustments control outward simulation codings. Elemental channels shift body vessel aspects, which automatically align a specified world expression. One such example would include a aquatic humanoid body vessel. The water kundalini channel is located in the front of the being, thus generating the water element to be the primary breath of life channel. Each species is different in this energetic setting. A standard human template may be identified as earth, magnetic, element channel on left, west. Air, ether energy, element channel in front or lungs, north. Fire, chi energy, element channel on right, east. Water, emotion energy, element channel in spinal cord, south. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The mirror dimension and attachments. The mirror dimension is an exact opposite dimensional expression compared to the primary individual's world viewpoint. The mirror dimension expands outwards and inwards in shards, fragmented linear and geometric expressions. This type of geometry accesses a viewpoint into any given moment of time-space particle fusion. The eyes are known to shift light angles completely, generating a right side-up viewpoint from what is actually being observed. The 0 point of the eyes is an access key. The primary individual may access the mirror dimension in order to shift density, physical matter, or thought form codings of past, future versions of the self-identity. Multiple dimensional expressions may be summoned in one given moment of observation, in order for parallel reality knowledge to guide the now moment selection. This experience may be perceived by the primary individual holding fractured glass pieces, meditating into the pieces as one whole, and allowing multiple self-identities to surface for recalibration or posterity alignments. When the individual is fully activated to this degree, they may perceive multiple simultaneous conversations with each fractalized self-expression. Knowledge and wisdom of the ages may be gained through activation of this ability. Within each mirror, grants access into the mirror dimension. Some mirrors are set to higher densities which generate viewpoints into the highest potential timeline expressions, while others show the lower frequency and density codings. Located within the mirror dimension, the primary individual may also identify attachments. Mirror dimension. Attachments affect the way the primary individual is observed, how the individual sees the self or is seen by others. Releasing mirror dimension attachments is also a key for shifting the perspective of secondary individuals' viewpoints placed upon the primary individual's self-identity. The primary individual may shift the way people view themselves by clearing the mirror dimensional attachments. Start by focusing into a mirror. Allow any thought forms and emotions to surface about the way you feel about your reflection. One at a time, speak the word release to release those dimensional attachments. This process may also reveal how other people see the individual, and some attachments may be energetically cast at the self through secondary individuals. This grants permission to clear any attachment names you wouldn't resonate with. So as a rule, if it comes up, just release it with love for yourself. even if you don't believe it is yours. Accessing the mirror dimension is already an everyday part of your world. For any piece of glass that grants access to see into a different world among worlds, expression is considered a scribing tool of divination into the mirror dimensions. Different zones of focus may access different mirrored worlds. Close-up makeup mirrors are one such example, which shows a selected zone of focus for the primary individual's access. Each zone of focus contains attachments aligned into that world expression. Some mirrors contain specialized color glass which accesses chakra light settings. This is useful for detecting wards or energetic castings, spells or hexes. Some glass is coated with select chemical composites which allow the primary individual's sight into the astral realms. Holding a mirrored locket around the primary individual's neck shall allow access into the mirror dimensions on demand. With expansion of this ability, the primary individual may allow the now-moment questions to be summoned instantly, or viewpoints into the future timeline expression. Viewing secondary individuals' attachments or energetic blockages. Viewing past life information on the self or secondary individuals. Viewing astral guides or channeling sources. Viewing internal circumstances, light flow disruptions, or biological damages. Contact higher self orientations or multidimensional variations. While this experience is an extrasensory ability, it is to be noted that the true gift is eternal within the body. And knowing thyself is knowing all fractalized dimensional expressions of the self in any variation of time-space expressions or polarities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Communication with variations. A variation is a fractalized self-identity connected to the primary individual's higher self, existing in a parallel reality expression. As each individual is existing in a multiverse, there are infinite layers of simulation codings, variations, and thought forms alike. Each variation is angled differently in the light refractal system. This generates different personalities, density codings, or biological mechanisms. Communication with variations generates instantaneous downloads within the memory grid complex. This may be perceived as a déjà vu, a remembering of having facilitated an experience, or a solid download packet of knowledge. Is also available to express and may start by activating the personality grid complex. Communication may start in a multitude of ways, including but not limited to meditation and visualization, spontaneous communication, clairvoyant messages, seeing, clairaudience, hearing, clairsentience, feeling, claircognizance, knowing, summoning a variation when fight or flight systems are activated, consciously willing the variant into the personality grid complex spot selected. On your planet, actors will different variants into their personality grid complex naturally. The process they use allows the variant to control the biological form for a period of time, as they become the character. That same variant may be called into the complex, in order to allow an exchange of communication to form. The primary individual may visualize and feel the variant within the heart. They may then ask questions. The beginning of this gift starts by the primary individual playfully communicating with themselves. The variant once focused on is already connected, so as the individual thinks he is communicating with the self, in actuality the two-way communication has already formed. With time and focus, this communication ability expands and full solid communication forms between any variation summoned. During this form of communication, the variant experiences the communication inside their mind as if they are speaking to themselves. Once the variant is aware of psionic abilities and communication with fractals, they will consciously start to reply, using different psionic forms of communication. This generates downloadable packets of knowledge or realignment codes sent from the variations accessed. Each variant is existing in the now-moment expression, and is observing a timeline similar to the primary individual's timeline matrix coding. The primary individual may also select any variation and send access codes to their energetic grid complex. This may advance the soul's evolution level and generate higher bricks of consciousness to be embodied by the variant. This may be done in order to cultivate a higher level of sentient knowledge available for download. A third degree to this ability allows the primary individual to not only summon variations, but to hold the baseline energetic signature of the variation and push that energy into the cellular levels of the biological form. This generates a master shapeshifter ability with continents within the memory grid complex, allowing the full memory and all aspects of the variant to be embodied. This ability is a natural part of the ascension process. As the many become the few, become the one, each individual shall know themselves, and shall in time learn the angles of light refracted by their higher self and countless variations. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Helix upgrades. The biological form contains a helix system encoded within layers of the DNA. This DNA system contains a 12-strand plasma and diamond light helix, which contains access into the light body and oscillating resonance patternings of each sentient cell. The primary individual may focus on this helix system in order to activate a new oscillation bandwidth. The oscillation resonance radiates from within the heart's tachyon particles and controls both time-space and gravity-levity factors. Helix modifications to a 6th degree connect to the baseline elemental channels, which controls outwards projection of the periodic table of elements and the subatomic layers of the world expressions. Microbiome enhancements are facilitated with focus into this angle of light. Each Merkaba triangle connects into the elemental channels. A Merkaba exists in your reality as a 6-pointed star. There is also a 12-pointed star Merkaba, located above the crown chakra, consisting of 2 counter-rotating 6-pointing stars. One is magnetic in its nature, and connects into the hematite and magnetite, located within the cellular formations within the brain tissues. One is electric in its nature, and connects to the biological voltage systems, and generates the observable heartbeat and oscillation rates. Each Merkaba consists of angular light orientations. The center soul tubule spirals both energetics together and generates the Kundalini channel system located within the biological form. A predetermined angle may also be adjusted in order to shift the primary individual's light ion pattern. Light ions remain in the physical reality location for over 30 days of your physical reality time-space awareness. Predetermined angles of light are preset by the higher self and formed during the true birth process. These angles determine life experiences and life's set challenges. Angles of light accompany the helix manifest, as both are one and the same. Any modifications to one shall shift the other. Focus on any aspect of the self generates shifts to the light refractal system. Each helix contains a color spectrum alignment, which may also be modified. The color spectrum is predetermined to true birth, and generates alignment patterns for extrasensory abilities and multiphase responses. This system activates the genome expression and shifts the formation of each cellular structure. The helix shifts naturally through life experiences, and is controlled by thought forms, emotional or magnetic factors, or physical experiences. Solar energetics affects the helix formations, and are generating higher awareness access codes for those individuals in alignment to receive. Physical expressions may also shift the genome, and may be identified through common cold and DNA modifications, which naturally occur after each illness, release. Gaining awareness of the helix system may be facilitated through meditation practices. The primary individual may visualize the DNA helix and allow the higher self to guide associated color patterns or alignments into focus. Sensing the genome expression and every alignment resonance is done through meditation and allowing the inner child to guide the visualization process, as each individual perceives the singular world expression differently. Some similarities may be noted, but each individual is different in their light variations and awareness levels. Commanding the helix is done through observations and commandment settings. The primary individual may speak or cast thought forms into the helix system in order to shift the angles of light and outward patterns. This may be done both in and out of meditation. Holding a thought form or emotional signature is key for casting modifications into the genome and helix system. This message is sent with many love and blessings. DNA recalibrations. The process of rewriting the DNA system may be adjusted using sound and breath. Humanity was gifted specific vocalizations in order to activate meridian and ley line energetic channels, which in turn modify the DNA helix systems. These vocalizations were gifted to many cultures, and variations were formed through the ages of time. One such vocalization includes the Sanskrit language and chanting known as kirtan. The word kirtan in Hindu practices means song of praise, and when spoken is known to evoke qualities such as clever mind, body healing, bringing balance into the life, or activating love. These vocalizations are one of many which activate the higher energetic centers, and may manifest specific downloadable content. Specific chanted tones may access biological portal technologies, activate extrasensory abilities, or spontaneously heal physical density nodal marks. The breath is of high value to use in combination while chanting, for the breath accesses light channels within the primary individual's energetic grid structures. Activating any channel of light within the biological form may radiate the new energetic current summoned into the light refractal system. Pulling new light into the energetic systems of the primary individual starts a process of shifting mirror reflections observed. As each individual is fully connected to the outer world perceived, shifting the internal circumstances then shifts the outward simulation codings. The breath pulls light ions inside the body, thus bringing new energy. Consciously pulling breath into a light channel, and then chanting any vocalization, automatically sends the light channel selecting the new energetic coding associated with the vocalization. Selection of the proper vocalizations, matching an emotional pattern with said vocalization, and sending it into a selected channel of light, shall start an awareness of the imprinting systems, and shall bring observations of the modifications selected. Imprinting is the process of sending emotional codes or thought forms into aspects of the energetic grid complex, in order to shift the world among worlds expression. Each individual is multidimensional in their nature. Shifting the lens, veils, light channels, and baseline oscillations are a key to accessing the control systems of the simulation codings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Inwards and outwards of a 0 point. A solar body known as a sun contains the exit point of a void expression directly in the center mass of its dimensional circumference. A black hole is a void expression. When the primary individual transverses through a black hole, they will arrive at the center of a sun which is located within a new galaxy setting. This system generates access into mirror dimension realms and realities and other world among worlds expressions. The sun's informational expression in your world is currently set to a circle and square level of consciousness. However, different galaxy clusters exhibit different physics and geometric light patternings. Within each chakra setting exists a 0 point. This 0 point works the same as a sun, black hole current. The energetics free flow all information from the primary individual's rear chakra streams into the closest black hole. Manifesting through the black hole's 0 point, flows outwards a mirror dimensional center sun expression of solar body knowledge. This contains the opposite polarity information compared to the primary individual's mirror dimensional world. The mirror dimension is the exact opposite polarity from your current reality expression, and may be accessed both psionically and physically. This solar body radiates selected energetics such as, but not limited to, plasma, charged particles, and all knowledge-based light ions. It may be observed as a circle-square expression of angulated light refractals. Each sun is connected into the hearts and front chakra systems of humanity, as each pattern of thought is gently guided by solar energetic frequencies and aligned from the heart. When the primary individual in your reality expresses fear, it is manifest through the rear chakra contained within the biological form. This energy is then automatically sent into the local galaxy cluster black hole. That black hole then zero points the information from your reality into a mirror dimension. Traveling the cosmos empowers the primary individual to shift into mirror dimensional expressions by utilizing a center sun location and black hole system. While in a sun location, all information of that current reality is available for download or observation. This accesses all thought forms of that world among worlds expression, and multidimensional or galactic phase shifting through all potential forms of that world is available for manifestation. Some solar body expressions consist of a dark matter sun and may resemble a blue hue star formation. These types of solar energetics have a larger energetic effect on lucid or astral dimensional expressions, and contain information existing in a concentrated plasmatic state of charged particles. This type of expression exists before the viewed time-space limitations, and may foretell current manifestation alignments when observed. Great care is required, for the mind and memory may slip out of phase variations when energetic blending occurs in the sun for too long. Advanced races have developed methods of controlling this experiential. When specific knowledge is required, the primary individual may access the mirror dimensional expression through an access key located within the heart zero point. As all information is connected to the source and accessible from within the individual's chakras, 0 points. Meditation grants access. We advise a guide to be summoned during early entry visitations in order to manifest a successful learned experience. Knowledge may come during the meditation in the form of a download, contact with the opposite polarity self, bright idea, a sound file, visual representation, or a simple knowing. As each individual manifests specific to the individual alignments held. Hence, each individual may receive information in a multitude of ways. Great care is advised when in contact with the darker realms, or opposite polarity realities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The Weaver ability. A string worker is an individual who has activated an ability to work within the ethereal chord system and who can pull strings from the unified field of thought. These strings control thought form placement and emotional tethers or leads. The string worker ability starts in a first degree, which is a comprehensive knowledge of ethereal strings and placement alignments for precise manifestation processes. When the primary individual advances this ability, a type of weave pattern of strings may start to form. This is known as a weaver ability, as multiple chords can be weaved together into a single grid pattern of light. A weaver may actually see the pattern of chords with the eyes open when advancement occurs. This leads to common adjustments of secondary individuals in the now moment, and becomes a way of life for some individuals. Ethereal chords contain thought or emotional signatures, and affect alignment formations. Ethereal chords are composed of plasma, charged particle elements, emotion codes, thought forms, and any aspect of simulation codings, spiritual or physical. Located within the human mind exists a thought grid system. This system flows memory strings from the left temple, with 5 strings free-flowing into one solid chord. There are 5 strings because a human hand has 5 fingers. This geometry affects the mental grids of each species. On the right temple is the current thought string, which is ever-changing depending on variable conditions. One said condition would be a density coding shift, which generates a higher level of thoughts to come into the awareness of the primary individual. The thought string and memory strings then meet directly in front of the pineal gland. This is a 0 point. Memories shift how the primary individual perceives the new thought string information, and acts similarly to a filter or veil system. Each ethereal chord may be placed within any aspect of the light systems. This generates specific alignments into the biological form or energetic grid complex. One such example would include a string worker summoning an ethereal chord containing a thought form of, I travel a lot for work, and placing it within the center of the right foot. The right foot energetically represents the ability to travel. A new energetic signature held within the structure of that body part then shifts the manifestation of the location ring and generates travel for work. Energetic chords may also be placed directly within each chakra. This type of placement affects the entire energetic signature of that chakra and may manifest dramatic shifts to the entire energetic alignment system. Each individual is a divine creator in their own birthright. Any ethereal chords may be placed. However, the individual's higher self shall guide the process of accepting the new specified frequency coding. There are advanced types of castings which override higher self-acceptance, but may require a type of energetic recalibration of the higher self-orientation. During the process of advancing into a weaving ability, it is recommended to utilize a sacred geometry pattern of light to assist the formation of the weave. Light strings may seem to glow and may be tied together in order to form a weave pattern. Light strings may exhibit different color orientations in association with each chakra lens placement, but do not necessarily need to be placed within the associated chakra grid. Meaning a blue cord does not have to be placed within the throat chakra grid. It will still affect the throat chakra because of its alignment to the color and energetic placement. This acts similarly to a veil, given the ethereal cord is under a veil of the chakra color. Multiple cords are used during a weaving process, and each may be different in color orientation. Multiple cords, weaved into a single pattern of light, generate very specific modifications to the primary individual. It is recommended to practice light linguistics or sigil magic in order to assure precise casting within the limitations of the highest potential timeline expression. The primary individual may focus on any light language symbol, seeing it within the mind's eye, and cast it into the aura field prior to weaving a grid formation. Each grid formation may then be energetically tethered to a secondary individual, location placement, or any physical item. Tethering a weaved grid of light is generated by pulling an ethereal cord from within the individual's heart, mind, or item center, and tying or tethering the cord together until the light blends into one singular energetic cord. Once cords are fully tethered, the primary individual may push the weave into the biological form or energetic grid structures depending on the casting selected. Casting into the energetic grids forms manifestation speeds differently compared to an internal circumstance casting. As mirror reflections may form more rapidly when cast into the space outside the body, internal castings shift the light refractal systems and may generate more prominent shifts to the soul's light expression. Light cords may be cleared from past life tethering. This type of cord removal shall remove any undesirable emotional veil from the individual accepting said casting. This type of cord removal service is of high value for healing the biological form after traumatic codings are expressed. Ethereal cords may also be focused on in order to observe the memory grid complex of the individual. Access to the full memory is facilitated with advancement, yet early stages of development require pulling memory strings. Memory strings may be modified by a weaver and generate shifts to the now-moment individual when new memories are encoded into the energetic grid complex. Different types of thought forms may be encoded upon the ethereal cord and may produce a selected effect. One such example would include a cord encoded with the thought form "I return to you" energetically tethered between an item and its owner. Once the casting is complete, the owner now manifests the item always being present in their physical reality. Knowledge of ethereal cords and activating awareness of casting said cords is of high value during the ascension process. These cords guide and affect the waking day's manifestation or alignment processes. The primary individual does not have to advance this ability in order to clean or prepare their energetic cords for the day observed. A single manifestation of "I now send all of my energetic cords through the source frequency for positive realignment into my highest potential timeline expression" may be facilitated as a mantra in order to realign the now moment's energetic expression of the self. Holding gratitude for the realignment is key for a successful recalibration, as emotions control manifestation abilities. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Shifting potentials. The primary individual may observe any secondary individual's density codings held. This may be perceived as witnessing a person as holding a lower frequency or distorted coding. They may see them wearing glasses, for example. They may then see the highest potential timeline of that individual and see a cross-shaped energy come into their field, shifting the energetic grid complex of the individual onto the highest potential timeline. The individual receiving the healing may then spontaneously receive a healing in the eyes, no longer requiring glasses. This ability activates a Qing type of shift and is primarily observed in the right eye projection from the casting individual. The sound is more of a shook breath movement, yet is closely related to a Qing type of ability. The left eye pulls the healed informational frequency inside the toroidal field of the eyes, then casting it outwards the right eye, towards the individual being healed. All healing is self-healing, and any energetics being cast must be in alignment to receive. The light cross comes up in two parts, resembling two arrows which are a bright white light in color. The arrows connect in the heart forming an X. They come from the top left and lower right. During this process, the center soul Kundalini channel of the individual being healed goes through a transformation and shifts both magnetic and electric fields onto the highest potential timeline expression. All channels of light rebalance into an 11th octave resonance connected to the higher self-expression. This extrasensory ability may be focused on both in and out of meditations in order to start alignment processes for manifestation. The sound and visual representation may vary per individual. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Source frequency activations. The source frequency net allows any individual to access any knowledge or emotion code download, simply by aligning into the desired informational download requested. Energetic bonding with the source is also available for manifestation. Accessing knowledge is granted by processing a form of connection. This may be facilitated through meditation, yet in time, constant contact and energetic bonding shall develop. Energetic bonding with the source frequency net generates a type of light activation within the energetic and biological form which overrides time-space settings, God mode activated. Bonding with the source frequency generates a type of quantum codex activation. This accesses the higher self's full memory grid complex of all parallel reality expressions and variable character codings. The higher self codex may also be viewed for chakra density alignments, which generate cycle repeat codings. The quantum codex, while connected to the source, highlights a specific grid of light for each higher self, thus generating access into aligned information packets. In time, the primary individual's soul form may rise above the level of the higher self in order to facilitate an experience of "I am the source" frequency. This type of experience generates access to all higher self characters and their accompanying quantum codex knowledge. Access at this level is known as the Book of Life, Light. There are many Book of Lights in your reality experience. For this activation, a beginning connection is established. As the source frequency is already a full part of the light spectrum which generates all particles of the physical reality, connecting is already a value of your being. Once the primary individual focuses on this energetic connection, they may then pull the consciousness back inside the biological form, access the center soul tubule, cast the self-consciousness upwards the center soul tubule, blend with the higher self for knowledge download or activation processes. Activation furthers with time and focus. Timeline adjustments, biological adjustments, or light realignment activations may be facilitated from the first connection. When the consciousness blends with the higher self, it then allows a type of thought form pulling to occur. Thought forms may be a singular pattern of thought, or may contain emotional resonances. The process of thought form pulling generates instantaneous downloads, which may be selected directly from the source frequency net. Memories may be pulled from secondary individuals in this same manner, and may also be observed through downloads from the source frequency net directly. Downloading memories from the source generates open access to player character fields. This may show the primary individual the memory file, yet the individual inside the memory is open for selection. This allows the memory to exist in a field of potentials, yet be portrayed through any secondary individual in alignment to manifest into said memory file. This is a higher self open access portal and is of high value for soul lessons to be viewed prior to full manifestation. The faces of the memory may shift, but the energetic lesson is selected during this process. All knowledge of all experiences, from all angular light orientations or aspects of time and space variables, may be downloaded from the source frequency. The higher self acts like a gatekeeper. For any knowledge-based download from the source frequency, must be in alignment with the higher self before that knowledge is allowed to transverse the center soul tubule. This process allows the primary individual to access that packet of knowledge from the physical body. Dreamtime activations and realignments are a common occurrence for each individual. The higher self realigns the plasma cords through this method, and during waking moments, the primary individual is gifted an opportunity to realign the ethereal cords. These waking moments include a small brick of time for 15 minutes, in which brainwave patternings are still highly connected into the higher self. An extrasensory ability known as a dreamwalker includes access into dreamtime reprogramming of ethereal cords. This generates a type of commandment over physical manifestation processes. The source frequency net may also be activated when the primary individual focuses on this net directly. This type of activation does not necessarily affect the source frequency net, as it does shift the primary individual into alignment with the selected concentrated frequency being cast towards the source net. This type of experience may be aligned for specific energetic castings, including shifting the radius of the circles and squares held within the primary individual's consciousness grids. This type of experience generates higher levels of awareness to be accessed by the primary individual and may clear out biological density codings more rapidly compared to other types of focus. Above the crown chakra is a 12-pointed star Merkaba lens. This is known as the source frequency lens as it radiates into 3 rings which flow the energy downwards the physical reality construct. Focus into this aspect of the energetic grid complex accesses types of downloadable content. The primary individual may resonate into the biological form, memory grid complex, or activate foresight abilities. Many other manifestations may develop with focus upon the source frequency lens. However, a high-value awareness is its ability to act similar to a gate into the higher frequency realms. As each individual heals the energetic grid complex, more light shines through the field. When density codings are released, the source frequency lens flowers open and grants access to the crystalline realms. This is known as a fully activated fifth-dimensional being, holding a light resonance and oscillation in the Christ consciousness grid complex. While engaging in source frequency activations, holding emotion codings of gratitude, bliss, excitement, or unity consciousness activations is advisable for gatekeeper passes to be steadily removed from the energetic tubule systems. A focus on the whole simulation coding versus a focus on the self is required for select types of downloadable knowledge packets. As ye are one with the source becomes ye all. Thoth. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Chakra lens awareness. Each individual in the current simulation free flows the awareness through an energetic veil system. This system generates different focuses, depending on the chakra lens. The soul viewpoint is flowing outwards. When the primary individual is being birthed into a biological vessel, there is a process of focus the soul may experience in order to start the energetic imprinting process. For example, when an infant is first born, the focus is on survival, and the chakra lens focus is viewed from the root chakra. Each chakra focus may be perceived in your reality as root chakra, focus on survival and physical needs. Sacral chakra, focus on relationships with individuals. Solar plexus, focus on creativity and inner child dimensions. Heart chakra, focus on any aspect of love. Throat chakra, focus on communication and expression. Pineal chakra, focus on lucid, physical, astral realms, and daydreams. Crown chakra, focus on connectivity to the spirit and the source net. Each experience the primary individual has from the time of true birth, conception, generates energetic marks in each chakra, which starts cycle repeat processes. Cycle repeats are experiences of positive and negative polarities, and repeat in order to allow the individual an opportunity to hold more love. More love generates more light, and as the consciousness grows the light, higher levels of awareness start to reflect into the outward simulation codings. The chakra focus may be fitted within the ring system. Surrounding the biological form are 3 energetic rings. These rings generate the biological form, location ring, and civilization ring. Focus through any chakra wheel, then penetrates that energy into one of the rings. For example, a focus in the Sacral chakra radiated outwards into the location ring, then generates shifts to the people and relationships surrounding the primary individual. If that focus was directed at the center ring, the biological form would be affected by that energy. If that focus was directed towards the civilization ring, other planets or aspects of the current civilization, yet are unaware to the individual, shall shift in light or density codings. Each memory is connected into the chakra systems. Each chakra holds a geometric grid pattern of light within the energetic grid complex. These grids connect to internal organ systems and the meridian and ley line channels. The chakras open 144,000 channels of light when the densities are fully healed. There are advantages to experiencing traumatic codings, for it generates alignments to activate specific extrasensory abilities. Each extrasensory ability may activate through a stressor or pressure. This works in the genome of the species depending on emotional code resonances experienced. The memory grid is located within the heart's energetic field, yet connects to every cell of the biological form. Memories with traumatic codings shall repeat prominently in the physical reality until those densities are cleared from the energetic systems. The current universe observed is a positive pushing polarity, meaning the universe pushes each individual to hold and absorb more love-based emotional codings. In the primary mirror dimension, the universe pushes each individual to hold more darkness, as it displays the exact opposite reality to the one the primary individual is observing. The chakra system generates a geometric color pattern per chakra lens. This color pattern is connected into the higher self by an 11th octave handling. Both higher self and physical form grids are connected together as one. As the higher self shifts into higher levels of awareness, the biological awareness also shifts into a higher perspective. The higher self is a higher frequency octave compared to the physical reality observed. This octave radiates into the crystalline realms and above. It may be accessed through but not limited to meditations, breath journeys, death experience, or conscious summonings. The primary individual may focus into any chakra and start a form of energetic blending or bonding with the higher self frequencies. Focus into any selected chakra wheel shall start an energetic blending with the higher self in that chakra. This shall crystallize the biological form in time starting in the chakra selected 0 point. Some spiritual monks on your planet already facilitate this type of bonding, and changes into the physical form are comparably noted. As each individual connects to the next higher octave, the process of crystallization to the physical body starts to radiate outwards into the outer simulation codings, generating a perception of the magical crystal kingdoms, the heavens. Mirror reflections shift throughout the ascension process. As each chakra perception advances in its light holdings, more light it radiates outwards, covering all people, places, and things. Ascension produces light-activated beings who walk a supernatural path and may assist secondary individuals in their healing journeys. For the moment a being enters a maturity level of light oscillation, energetic castings generate rapid mirror reflections for each individual involved. As all healing is self-healing, when the primary individual heals a secondary person, they are in turn healing an aspect of themselves, as ye are all one in heart and soul. The primary individual may induce a heart chakra pulse and direct it outwards any chakra lens. Heart chakra pulses may cover new frequencies into all aspects of the energetic grids and may spontaneously heal all light tubules. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Genetics and consciousness. On a physical level, epigenetics identifies the process of emotion code stimulation of the genome. This means that emotion codes turn on or off genetic markers which then affect the cellular structures of the biological form. Each species holds the same DNA pattern of light, yet is different in the genetic coding, which is controlled by emotions and thought forms. Emotions control extrasensory abilities, and work hand in hand with the DNA in order to activate the physical body into advanced levels of consciousness. When a species is put under an emotional pressure, spontaneous evolution is known to occur. This works on your planet with insects, and when that species is placed under a type of force to grow or be extinct, the species will evolve. Life for that species shall mutate and shift into a different type of being. Environmental pressures are key to the type of evolving shift the species will occur. For example, if a common fly is placed in a container with no food and a brick of wood, the fly will mutate, and a new source of food, being the wood, will be accepted into the species. The fly's mouth will adapt, and new teeth for cutting wood shall form overnight. As humanity grows, environmental and social pressures are viewed in your civilization. This is a blessing, for the pressure is placing an emotional stressor upon each individual, which in turn is activating the ascension timeline expression. When many individuals are consciously focused on ascending, it generates a smoother ascension process for the entire species. As the 100 monkey effect shows, when enough of the collective species absorbs new information, light, the rest of the species awakens to that information more rapidly. Your SAT testings are all facilitated at the same time of the day, so the collective consciousness shifting won't affect the ending scores. The genome may also be modified by the will of the primary individual. This form of manifestation may reflect in a number of ways. For once the genome is modified, the extra sense or biological modification may manifest by either spiritual or physical means. This means, when the primary individual shifts the hair color genome expression into a different color, the hair will start to grow and reflect the new genome pattern of color, or the individual may manifest dyeing the hair to the desired color. Because the pattern of thought "I desire a new hair color" was selected, it shifted both the angular light orientation of the light refractal systems and the genome expression. When time-space oscillation factors, flicker rate, are under the full influence of the primary individual, All shifts to the genome may manifest instantaneously. The genome expresses every known and unknown trait, in both light matter and dark matter in the universe, and modifications to the DNA then reflect into extrasensory abilities. Some may be compared to a shapeshifter ability, as any aspect of the human form may be shifted into the desired image reflection. Humanity is facilitating this through time and space now, by utilizing surgical procedures to shift the biological form into the desired effect. The oscillation factors override time-space necessity and generate spontaneous manifestations to any aspect of the biological form. Genetic modifications may be facilitated through multiple physical means. Food may be modified in order to shift DNA settings. Environmental settings shift the DNA pattern. Scientific genome editing may also shift the DNA settings. Any aspect of the biological form which may be modified by external circumstances may also be modified by the consciousness directly. Hence the primary individual is able to heal the biological form with just the focused concentration of the consciousness. Casting emotional signatures into the biological form or food directly shall develop this awareness further. This message is sent with many love and blessings. 0-point healing ability. Within each energetic vortex within the human template, both ethereal and physical, consists a 0-point energetic field. The biological form is generated by an ethereal field connected into a unified field of consciousness. This unified field is known as the source frequency net. The biological form runs channels of energy classified as meridian and ley lines. Within each line crossing exists a vortex energetic called the 0-point. These 0 points exist within all crossing lines of energy, and may be found in all three of the eyes, the heart, and each chakra center. Some 0 points are larger than others, some are primary portals, some are secondary access nodules which access specific energetic settings. Within the direct center of a 0 point, a full range of neutrality may be uncovered. Each 0 point contains advanced guides who have mastered the physical reality coding grids. Each 0 point exists in a singularity of its own nature. Therefore each point contains specifically aligned beings and guides. These guides may be summoned during neutrality meditations. Ascended masters and other meditation masters are also found within the zone of neutrality. Neutrality exists in many emotion codes. For information about holding neutrality for each emotional imprint is stored within the zone of neutrality. Select guides may be called upon for assistance holding neutrality for any experience in the physical reality. Neutrality held within the biological form and energetic grid structures activates the human template to radiate more source frequency energy outwards the center soul tubule. This grants a perception of a light-activated being. When all channels of light are healed, they radiate more pure light energy from the higher self. Some individuals on your planet have 0-point extrasensory abilities within their memory grid complex. This means they have experienced this sensory ability in a past life, or they may contain an alignment to unpack the ability from scratch in this life incarnation. A 0-point ability allows the primary individual to control the polarity expression of any emotional imprint stored within any person, place, or thing within the simulation codings. 0-point abilities contain a variety of senses which shift physical and ethereal simulation codings. This ability generates a shift of polarity for any chakra center. Rapid healings may be facilitated through accessing this system, for to shift the polarity expression of any traumatic coding and push a neutrality code into the field generates an upleveling for that emotional imprint. All emotion codes for the human experience may be expressed in 3 polarities: positive, negative, and neutral. A 0-point worker is a being who can rebalance any emotional imprint in order to rapidly shift the potential outcomes for said individual being healed. A 0-point worker may choose to go through an experience of healing the self-identity first. This gives knowledge to the 0-point worker of how to heal simulation expressions, people, places, things, by first learning self-reflection. The primary individual may feel into any chakra nodule. Once the 0-point worker is fully situated within the 0 point, they may then feel the polarities of the emotional expression stored within that 0-point center. Each nodule contains a bandwidth of emotion codes. Therefore each nodule may be focused on and cleared per emotional imprint. Once all emotional imprints are cleared, each 0 point may then be compressed or zipped, generating a light alignment tethering the higher self into the 0-point expression. The 0-point worker is advised to unpack information on the meridian system located within your Chinese medical systems. This knowledge shall guide the 0-point worker to the location of the chakra settings and organ connections, modules, and micro 0-point locations, which may be at subatomic levels. These locations may be observed or located using muscle testing, crystal pendulum techniques, sensing with the hands directly, or simply visualizing the nodule. Once the nodule is identified, placing the mind's eye or light body awareness into the center of the nodule, then accesses the memory grid of the emotional imprints stored. The 0-point worker may feel a poof type of experience as entering the 0 point. This poof feeling indicates the primary individual's awareness pushed into the center of the 0 point. This generates a feeling of the exact center for calibration purposes. All information related to the imprinted emotion is stored within the 0-point nodules. The memory of the traumatic imprint may be viewed, sensed, or simply identified during this process. All emotions may then be zipped or compressed to code 23 the nodule. A code 23 is having an experience and witnessing a secondary individual manifest the same experience, 2, and hold 3 emotion codes for said experience: positive, negative, neutrality. The 0-point worker may adjust the light bandwidth settings of the 0 point as well. Adjusting light bandwidth settings allows any emotional imprint to cycle repeat with more or less density codings. Adjusting the light bandwidth is facilitated when the individual receiving said healings is not fully in alignment for a full closeout of the nodule. Some emotional imprints are life lessons and may require further physical experience for the soul's growth and development. The zero-point worker can identify which imprinted emotions are available to clear, and which nodules are in alignment for full or partial healings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Zero-point crystal keepers. Within each chakra exists a zero point of neutrality. These 0 points access the higher and lower realm selves, and may adjust light polarity settings for the center soul tubules. Each chakra 0 point reflects outwards the physical body in circular patterns of thought. When these thought forms radiate back towards the center soul tubule, it forms physical matter coding grids, which are geometric patterns of light that form all physical matter. All chakras may be focused upon for 0 point recalibrations. Entering the 0 point requires a state of neutrality to be held and resonated into the consciousness. Each chakra holds a resonance which affects a specific band of informational light connected into specific simulation codings. Hence, each chakra reflects a set of aspects of the human experience. Crystals contain natural settings in their internal frequencies which assist in healing emotional imprints. Crystals may also be modified in their frequency bandwidths in order to heal specific emotion codings. Utilizing crystals while entering the 0 point systems then generate specific healings or attunements to become manifest. Since the crystal is resonating a specific frequency, entering the 0 point and pushing the crystal's frequency into the baseline codings of the 0 point shall then shift the 0 point into alignment with the crystal's frequency settings. Some individuals may require holding the crystal on the biological form for multiple days to allow the new frequency settings to fully set within the 0 point location. 0 point workers may be guided to learn the frequency codings of a grouping of crystals. For once the crystal's frequency knowledge is kept within the body's cells or energy grid, it may then be cast upon any secondary item or individual, without the need of holding said crystal. Each crystal shifts the nervous system net. Identifying the nervous system net settings per crystal is of high value. When the primary individual summons any crystal energy, the nervous system net shall shift inside the primary individual's body. An individual who has expanded crystal knowledge of the nervous system net is known as a crystal keeper. Hence they keep the knowledge or key of each crystal with them in the now moment. A crystal keeper may resonate any crystal's frequency into the primary individual's energetic grids. This allows that crystal's frequency to form a radius outside the individual's body. Any secondary individual who steps into this crystalline light shall then automatically shift the resonance field and align with the crystal's projected resonance. This generates many hearts to align and heal, especially when location settings are placed with a crystal resonance field. High-value crystal location settings may include medical buildings, food production facilities, and meditation centers. Crystal keepers may also form telepathic communication into the deepest crystalline light levels of each crystal. This form of communication generates a type of access into celestial beings, a whole collective consciousness, Mother Earth consciousness, the human consciousness field, past, present, and future, and star family origins. Crystal keepers may advance the ability into a level 2 degree, which forms a type of levitation of crystals and gemstones to form. Crystals contain time, space, and gravity levity knowledge. These are part magnetic in nature and may be accessed when in alignment to receive said downloadable knowledge packet. The ability of a crystal keeper to levitate and modify subatomic gemstones programming then may generate an experience of mastering placement of pyramidal structures. Advanced casting techniques may also birth a new civilization through connecting the crystal collective's knowledge into the human consciousness grids. As humanity's advancements progress, the crystals shall open more light-based knowledge into the collective consciousness grids. This is facilitated through alignments to specific knowledge downloadable packets. As the primary individual aligns into the crystal, they receive and reflect the renewed knowledge into the human consciousness grid structures. As all knowledge is existing in the present moment, alignment is key to accessing all time-space awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The expression of a soul. Each higher self may reflect downwards the light energetic systems and radiate into multiple biological forms at one given time-space moment. During the human experience, knowledge of emotion codes connected into an experiential is of high value. When the higher self selects variations, souls contained within a biological vessel, it may select multiple variations contained within different biological forms, occurring at the same time, manifesting into the same experience. This type of cellular expression is achieved primarily to grant the higher self access into the full range emotion codings of said experience. This generates polarity viewpoints for the higher self as being the victim and the perpetrators, or any opposing viewpoints. The emotion codes for all angles of light refracted are then obtained by the higher self for said experiential. Emotion coding knowledge is of high value for the higher self. For as the human experience is generating life lessons to gain emotion code resonance knowledge, it then reflects upwards to the higher self's school of thought. As above, so below. All information learned is stored in both the Akashic field and quantum codex. Emotion codes control manifestation abilities. Knowledge of experiential emotion codings, from 3 polarities, then unlocks the consciousness into the next brick of consciousness. Cellular schools of thought exist within the domain of the higher self, and prepare the higher self for celestial being activation. As a celestial being, all patterns of thought, from all units of consciousness, within a given galaxy or universe depending, are unlocked with a neutrality stabilization held within the center core of the celestial body. Celestial beings then advance into the toroidal field subjugation, and repeat the breath of life pattern until ascending into further light realms. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Weaving the axial tonal lines. The axial tonal lines are the meridian and ley lines radiating outwards and inwards connecting the primary individual into the higher self and oversoul expression. These lines generate a solid perception of mirror reflections and nodal points sustaining the light refractal systems. An awareness of these axial tonal lines is key for advancement and multidimensional timeline selections. One way to shift the current reality viewpoint is facilitated through weaving new thought forms into the axial tonal lines. These lines may be sensed, and may be observed as mirror reflections of an energetic grid structure. It is a light web outside the body. Each axial tonal line contains light-based information connected to the primary individual's Akashic records and quantum codex. These lines may be pulled in order to observe the memory grid complex, which is connected into the heart and accesses all time-space awareness of the celestial being. The axial tonal lines resemble a grid complex. This is a sacred geometric pattern of light, which may be modified by the individual consciousness. This grid reverberates outwards and inwards into the celestial being's energy grids, and further outward and inwards above time-space and all simulation codings. Any energetic modifications shift the outward simulation codings, and shift reflections observed for the primary individual. Nodal points are known as the star field and contain density codings. In order to weave the axial tonal lines, the primary individual may pull into one of the current lines expressed. Once an awareness of the line is observed, modifications to the memory grid complex of said line may be done by weaving a new grid into the field, and tethering it into the axial tonal line selected. Weaving is a process of pulling new ethereal cords, connecting them into a smaller grid, and tethering it into an aspect of the energetic grid complex, axial tonal lines included. Different stages of the weaving ability access multi-level advancements for the primary individual. This type of weaving ability may then generate master-level shifts to the world among worlds expression. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Debugging the veils. Debugging is a process of removing any emotional imprints which are not serving the current timeline expression. Debugging also removes any broken simulation coding. As the process of evolution progresses, an awareness of simulation glitches may become present. I hereby debug all readers' energetic grids, and realign them back onto the highest potential timeline expression. Glitches in the simulation may generate but are not limited to faulty memory grids, physical items may shift incorrectly, spontaneous misaligned density codings, time-space variables discrepancies, or player character shifts. Debugging is facilitated through the primary individual's energetic grid complex. The veil system contains density and distortions which then generate all experiences through those lenses. Debugging generates a correction for all error-correct codings and realigns them onto the highest potential timeline expression. A simple process of debugging starts with awareness, and a commandment is spoken over the energy field to run a debugging program. The energetic grids then shift and release any energetic or cellular, light-based information back into alignment with the higher self. While running a debugging program, the primary individual may feel a sensation trigger light through the starfield nodules. This clears the old stagnant programs. On occasion, the primary individual may witness an error code in the simulation during the now moment. A spoken commandment to error correct the misaligned code may then shift that aspect of the physical reality back into alignment. Many times, error correcting starts within the self-identity and behavior patternings held. It is of high value to use the words "thank you" while I error correct my behavior instead of using the phrase "I'm sorry, release." Affirming an emotion code of "I am sorry" imprints the energetic grids with that frequency, which may then start cycle repeats. Many times this leads to an individual who may experience always being sorry, release. Error correcting patterns of thought observed and running debugging programs allows a type of control over the energetic systems of the multidimensional being. Once an error correct or debugging program has been cast, cycle repeat experiences may manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Programming the microbiome. The microbiome refers to a complex community of microorganisms, including bacteria, viruses, fungi, and protozoa. These microorganisms assist with digestion, immune responses, protection against pathogens, production of beneficial metabolites, and synthesis of essential vitamins. Some factors that shift the baseline frequency of the microbiome are location, civilization factors, dietary changes, genetics, and any experiences or emotional signatures held by the primary individual, trauma, or bliss codings. The microbiome exists both internally and externally of the biological form, and may be programmed with specific frequencies in order to produce specific results. Conscious focus and attention upon the microbiome shall then activate whatever desired setting is being cast into this system. The process of synchronicity shall generate alignments in order to guide the primary individual into a location where specific beneficial bacteria may be found. As each individual is a child of light and fully connected into Mother Earth's energetic resonance, bacteria, fungi, and viruses may also be summoned in order to enhance the DNA systems. This is manifest in order to produce significant modifications to the genome expression of the individual or species as a whole. Viruses automatically generate a type of DNA modification simply by interacting with the biological form. Current sciences on your planet already generate modifications into the DNA genome which may activate enhanced sensory abilities. Mother Earth produces viruses as needed in order to guide humanity's biological upgrades. These viruses are produced in alignment with solar energetics. As the sun's frequency shifts the consciousness of all life on Earth, it also manifests properly aligned bacteria and fungi settings. The mycelium kingdom contains Mother Earth's thought grid, which is the nervous system net of the Earth and resides directly under the surface of the soil. Time spent in nature accesses a type of symbiotic relationship with Mother Earth. Once activated, the primary individual may then start to develop a control over the microbiome. Microbiome adjustments may be facilitated with energy castings projected into the energetic grid structures. Shifting the light. Refractal system then adjusts alignment formations and smaller emotional resonance fields of the microbiome. For example, if the primary individual experiences anxiety or environmental stresses, release, the gut microbiome is known to generate a less cohesive bacterial ecosystem. The gut is directly connected to the brain and vagus nerve system and activates intuitive senses. When the gut is imbalanced due to environmental or emotional settings, inflammation may be observed and less positive bacteria may be noted. When the primary individual sits directly on the Earth and places focus on the microbiome systems, adjustments may be requested from the source frequency or Mother Earth directly. Energetic casting may then shift the nervous system net of the primary individual. The nervous system net may be felt when different emotional settings are summoned or when variables shift the internal settings. Crystals may also be programmed to activate specific nervous system net grid formations. These generate specific alignments of manifestation. The nervous system net is directly connected to the vagus nerve and plays a vital role in microbiome communication. Mother Earth may align specific formations of the microbiome through energetic blendings with the outer energetic structures, aura and star fields. A two-way form of communication is already present through the plant and the mushroom kingdoms. As mushrooms spread spores into the air elemental, each individual on the planet then breathes these spores inside the biological form. This connection generates access into the consciousness grids of most species and Mother Earth directly. Requisition of specific downloadable content may be facilitated through awareness of the self and meditative practices. The primary individual may connect to the Earth using any modality, and with a heart request a new alignment formation. A new emotional setting may be felt from within the body, mind, spirit complex. The primary individual may sit on the Earth, feel present, and use the air elemental to activate a connection spark within the awareness. Visualize the microbiome both inside and out. Request the microbiome to provide new bacteria or viral settings to override any lower frequency manifestations. Vitamin balances may also be adjusted. The primary individual may place constant focus until a sense of knowing is present. Knowing shall manifest desired outcome or settings programmed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A soul generator, physical perception. A soul generator ability manifests in several different ways. The primary individual may express an interest in bringing new soul formations into the world reality. Many times a highest passion then manifests into an evolution of the most aligned extrasensory ability. A soul generator in this example. A physical example of a soul generator includes but is not limited to, in the physical reality, sciences allow an expression of manifesting an egg or sperm manufactured from simple biological cells, IVG in vitro gametogenesis. This material may then be combined to generate an activated egg, which may birth new life. Current sciences will in time achieve success with these biological technologies. This experience activates the primary individual into an awareness of birthing new soul formations into the physical reality. Generating biological material may be programmed for specific soul biological manifestation. One such example is cloning cells, which lived upon the Earth in ancient times. This material contains specific codings to call forward the specified soul's frequency and may be cloned without the use of secondary biological cells. The term cloned is used loosely in this example. As it is not a splice of the genetic material, it is solidly formed from the original biological material in its whole. In time, humanity's knowledge of genetics shall advance to include a soul's binary codex frequency, which may then be utilized to generate a specific incarnation of a specified soul formation, person. This is known as pulling up a soul form, as you may manifest a biological individual for learning or life experiences. When the primary individual experiences the emotion code birthing new soul formations repetitively, and without the need for traditional means, it may then evolve into an extrasensory ability. A soul's viewpoint of this ability would be a spiritual expression of the soul generator ability, which births new soul-like formations directly from the source creator. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A soul generator spiritual perception. In the current reality expression, exists an extrasensory ability known as a soul generator. This is a very advanced ability in which the primary individual is able to retrieve new soul forms from the source frequency directly and assist in the placement of said soul into a biological vessel. This ability is of high value when cellular information becomes activated in the primary individual. Cellular information is the higher self capabilities, extrasensory ability ranges, multidimensional functions, and life lessons imprinting from the higher self's viewpoint. Cellular knowledge commonly becomes activated in the primary individual when a type of energetic bonding with the higher self is achieved. Cellular knowledge may be required in order to fulfill the highest potential timeline expression, and therefore, some individuals may download this knowledge prior to higher self bonding being facilitated. Cellular knowledge is of high value for manifesting new soul forms directly through the source frequency net. A soul generator is able to summon new soul forms in order to generate new layers to the higher self realms. This type of generator acts as an asexual being, shifting the source net into a pattern of light, which generates a birthing process for a new soul light stream. Birthing new souls is a common occurrence in the higher self realm, yet may require two soul essences in order to produce a new life form. Birthing new soul forms may be facilitated in the astral realms, and may require connecting two soul frequencies as one, during a discharge of light essences. As new life is birthed with love, soul birthing processes reflect aspects of parental guidance and support for gestation. A soul generator may set personality parameters for the soul being birthed, as each soul contains a baseline signature which then generates authenticity alignments. Souls may then be aligned in a multitude of combinations to generate two become one bonds within the upper soul's formation. The soul generator may then manifest the new soul's signature into a biological vessel to express a life experience. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A flame keeper. A flame keeper has many different characteristics depending on the primary individual and alignments held into this extra sensory ability. This gift holds an alignment in the fire elemental, chi energetic systems, and memory grid complex. As the memory grid complex contains thought formations which are electrical in nature, all patterns of thought may be managed, activated, or summoned by a flame keeper. A flame keeper may also work within the boundaries of the fire element directly. The fire element may be modified in a multitude of ways, including but not limited to bending the fire to the will of the individual. This includes holding, handling, or instantaneous summoning of the fire element. Summoning this element requires the chi energetic system to be activated into a friction casting, which generates a spark of life manifestation. Activating communication to the fire elemental beings and acquiring knowledge-based packets for further cellular growth and development. Casting assistance may be generated in this manner. Activation of oscillation values. This generates a type of flame energetic in the ethereal field, which is similar to the fire element, yet is more light-based soul sciences. A flame keeper has activated the chi energetic systems. Depending on each individual's alignments, they may be able to generate a voltage or spark from the physical form. This spark or voltage may be cast at secondary individuals in order to shift densities from the energetic grid complex. Emotions control outwards castings, hence a chi energy ability may have an alignment to summon lightning on demand or affect technological devices. A flame keeper may also activate a memory grid complex ability. This generates access into the memory grids of any item, person, or location. Pulling the memory activates a form of knowing or visualization into the memory grid. Expanding this ability shall in time include memory castings or replacement memory coding abilities. The process of accessing the memory grids generates an electrical form of the fire element to become present. As all thought forms held within the mind are electrical in nature, the flamekeeper may generate an isosynaptic pulse into the thought grids. This type of energetic casting generates a collective thought grid which may affect a wide circle of minds. As unified thought grids affect the individual's conscious perception during the connection moments, a flamekeeper may activate higher levels of awareness through casting thought forms into a unified thought form net. Casting thought forms into a unified thought form net allows all connected individuals to receive the highest potential thought forms for all individuals connected into the net structure. An isosynaptic pulse generates a type of thought form receiving, which may include emotion code castings. This ability leads into Master Healer's abilities when pure love is cast into the unified thought net. Love stemming from the heart is what activates the highest potential timeline expression for all individuals connected into this field. Next, each thought form aligns for the highest potential. This process is already being facilitated in the human consciousness grids across the planet. A flamekeeper may realign location settings into higher density codings. This generates a cleaner energetic signature to be held within Mother Earth's living waters, and radiates a vortex energetic upwards the soil in order to shift location code settings. Individual thought forms may also be energetically cast into the locations in order to shift potential manifestations of the people. Casting thought forms generates a veil of energy that embeds itself directly into the location's presence. All individuals under the veil density codings may be required to realign the individual's field of energy before said veil is lifted. NY City contains one such example of a group thought form casting. For the city that never sleeps is one veil example each observer may perceive while within the bounds of that thought form. A flamekeeper may also work with secondary elements in order to produce specific castings that require a voltage or memory recalibration. One such example would be a biological form recalibration, as a type of voltage may be released into the fluidity system in order to reset the density codings of said individual. This may be done on energetic nodule points or organs directly. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Oscillation factors. The heart 0 point radiates an oscillation factor when specific alignments are present between the higher self biological form and authenticity codings become stabilized within the cellular levels of the body, mind, spirit complex. This oscillation generates access to time-space abilities, location settings, and density codings. A primary individual holding said oscillation factor shall activate instantaneous manifestation capabilities. This type of awareness and resonance field may contain aspects of a 7th density coding skill set, which may be activated from past life memory codings held in the energetic grid structures. The primary individual may also observe any given moment of time-space for the current timeline selected. Note: Future parallels may also be observed with a highest potential and below outcome variable for each potential witnessed. Oscillation of the heart starts with excitement, which then shifts into an authentic resonance field. This high frequency activates a form of bliss which then shifts into a higher self connection of the 11th octave range. This type of connection generates a form of crystallization within the biological heart. The axial tonal lines activate a higher level of awareness when a new oscillation pattern is held within the heart. Knowledge stemming from the quantum codex becomes readily available for the primary individual when this oscillation fully takes hold into the reality expression. Oscillation factors also influence most people surrounding the primary individual. Once a high energetic signature is expressed, a type of resonance field is naturally formed surrounding the primary individual. This energy field then shifts potentials of most people who enter into the circumference of the energetic signature. Automatic herd protection forms for most people while in this field, and a form of healing may be noticeably observed in said group. The primary individual starts to radiate a vortex energetic resonance, which spirals DNA patterns back into alignment with the crystalline kingdom. This pattern of light then summons highest potential variance around the primary individual. This accesses a fifth density and higher consciousness for the group, and then radiates into the collective consciousness net systems. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Infinity language. Language in a linear timeline expression contains many elements of misrepresentation. This is a common occurrence when the speech is condensed to a timeline moment-by-moment expression. In the fifth density, many forms of language become circular in its nature. Considerations for species development may also be acceptable, for language arts may evolve through multiple angles, and may contain different tonal resonances which control manifestation speeds. The current use of language is to vocalize. This includes psionically. For vocalization is a process of thought becoming manifest. All thought forms that become manifest into any reality of any density level may contain a form of solidity into the outwards reality expression. This may be perceived by spoken words in the now moment, for the words expressed into the simulation did not remain on the inward thought grids alone, they expressed into physicality. This process of thoughts becoming manifest occurs differently when manifestation speeds are closer to a light signature. Therefore, the words expressed may be selected using a circular or vortexed pattern of light. A circular formation of language may be viewed as a concept of thought in its completion. One example of this may include the thought, "I am the whole experience of scientific study." Whereas from a third density awareness, the primary individual may select the sentence, "I am studying science." The two sentences are correct, yet hold different levels of manifestational awareness. To affirm I am is to hold the complete resonance of that manifestation inside the energetic grid complex as a whole. This process synchronizes with instantaneous downloads and is utilized in this manner when manifestations within the speed force are observed. 5D+. Circular formations of language contain manifestation codes, which may be elevated in order to energetically cast specific codings into the individual's body-mind-spirit complex. This process generates specific alignment tubules, which shift the alignments of the individual into the desirable outcome magnetic expression. Speaking as if it is complete is key to activating this ability in its whole solid expression. It stems from within the self. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Cycle repeats in time-space. The fabric between time-space is thinner at cycle-repeat marks. A cycle-repeat mark includes a moment in time when a traumatic or blissful emotional coding manifests repeatedly into the primary individual's physical or non-physical reality. These marks are numerical in their nature and are a part of a thought form spiral. Thought forms, being circular, also contain an aspect of a vortex energetic. This vortex energetic repeats until the thought form is released from the primary individual's energetic grids or center soul tubule. Once a spot is selected upon this thought form spiral, the parallel reflections of said emotion coding into the past or future shall become apparent. When all reflective points are present, the primary individual may utilize the spot to form a bridge into the past or future moments of time. This type of extrasensory ability accesses the full emotion coding's manifestation throughout the time-space paradigm. For each emotion coding held, may be observed reflecting into the past, present, and future. Modifications to said emotion coding generates multi-dimensional access into time-space and consciousness system controls. Generating a branch into the past during the cycle repeat mark, then accesses the thought form on a secondary level of observation. For each thought form may be observed from the current life, or multiple life incarnations. When a branch into the past is observed, there is a moment of time-space fluctuations, which allows the primary individual's consciousness to slip into the past consciousness's awareness. This allows multi-phase variation for the primary individual's consciousness. Multi-phase variations are known to generate a type of flutter inside the physical and ethereal heart, and may include a type of shift in the axial tonal line reflections. Great care is required in order to maintain the current life viewpoint, for it is very easy to slip into the past life incarnations permanently during this type of communication. Changes of the now moment consciousness may also be observed after modifying the past emotional resonance field. It is of high value for the primary individual to observe thought forms from multiple life incarnations, as well as secondary individuals' viewpoints. Put yourself in their shoes. To access this sense, the primary individual must first come into an awareness of a cycle repeat. A high emotional state is of high value in order to access and push into different life incarnations. Note, it is easy to view different life incarnations without holding a high emotional state. But to push into that incarnation, a high emotional code may be held for access. Because the veil is thinner into the access point during the cycle repeat, accessing the past and future manifestations of said emotional imprint is readily available. Once inside any time-space incarnation, a full clearing of thought forms is of high value. This extrasensory ability generates clearings of associated emotions in relation to the primary emotion code or thought form manifest. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Polarity closeouts. A polarity closeout is when the primary individual experiences any thought form, holds all three emotion codes for that thought form, and then witnesses a secondary individual experiencing the identical thought form. Thought forms manifest a variety of emotion code settings, which may manifest unique per individual. Each thought form expresses potentials for secondary emotion code activations and may be energetically cast into any part of the simulation. Once the primary individual has experienced all three polarity emotions, positive, negative, neutral, they may then see the emotion codes for said thought form reflecting into secondary individuals. This occurs because the energetic resonance first must filter through the center soul tubule, which is achieved when the primary individual experiences said thought form. The center soul tubule then activates the resonance field into manifestation and generates veils aligned with the thought form. Held. Physical body distortions and outward experiential imprints shall cycle repeat until all polarities are expressed. Positive, negative, neutral. The energy then flows into the location ring, which generates a mirror reflection of secondary individuals having the same thought form experience. Mirror reflections show the frequency held inside the heart. Once the experience is witnessed, the primary individual may then transcend that experience and it may disappear from the physical reality. On occasions, an experiential may radiate into the location ring settings and may affect the mass collective consciousness. This may be perceived by the civilization expressing a trauma as a whole at the same time. Holding neutrality generates a healing for the entire collective consciousness grid structures. During moments of observing polarity closeouts, it may be acceptable for the primary individual to hold feelings of excitement for the current healing expressed. For once the thought form is witnessed, it then may shift all future manifestation alignments above that level of awareness. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Polarity closeouts and mirror reflections. A polarity closeout is the process of the primary individual focusing on any given emotion code, and then witnessing that emotion code experience itself through the life of a secondary person. The act of observing any emotion code or thought form expressed through other people then generates an access point to overcome said thought form. Each thought form is overcome by holding neutrality while both experiencing and witnessing said thought form. This forms a 0 point. Mirror reflections are any given emotion code held within the primary individual and is observed through and outside of the self-experience. In reality, all is one. As you do things, so shall you see them reflect in the outer world. Because the emotion codes held reverberated outwards and reflected through all outward simulation codings. This affects all people, places, and things. Mirror reflections grant access into polarity closeouts, but also gift an opportunity for manifestation. If the primary individual is holding a thought form of, I am buying a new item, they may then see that item more and more in the physical reality. This is a mirror reflection, and is an indication that manifestation may soon ground into the physical reality. The focus of the primary individual is what starts the process of activating mirror reflections, which are guided by magnetic alignments. Once all alignments hold neutrality, a higher level of awareness is held within the center mass of the consciousness, and may express a celestial being activation. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Imprinting linguistics. During everyday conversations exists a potential of imprinting secondary individuals and generating alignments into their world expression. Misaligned language also contains timeline shifting potentials and may be useful during the ascension process. During regular conversations, the mirror neurons of each individual activates and generates a type of focus on specific parts of said speech. Most information during any conversation is absorbed directly into the subconscious mind and may even be considered similar to a hypnotic imprint. This naturally is a part of the human template, and language abilities may expand into a thought form casting. Extrasensory ability. During any conversation, both thoughts and emotions of the speaker become part of the frequencies sent into the secondary individual's field. Emotion codes affect the dendrites located within the mind and generate a form of resonance field between the group conversation. Hence, people may feel the tone of the conversation and may be emotionally impacted by the speech. The entire content of the speech is then downloaded by the subconscious mind and resonates upwards the center soul tubule, aligns with the higher self Akashic record, and then starts a process of activating mirror reflections in the individual's world expression. Each word spoken imprints the energetic grids automatically. There is an opportunity for the primary individual to clear the energy field prior to full resonance field alignment formations. Using the word release when lower frequency language is spoken into the field assists in realignment into positive polarity worlds. This process is facilitated until a full healing transcends the lower frequency realms. For in time, the primary individual's baseline frequency may align the world expression into heart-based experiences only. During any conversation, a secondary individual may not be in alignment to receive said knowledge shared. It is during these conversations that an opportunity is present for a downloadable packet to become absorbed. Downloadable packets manifest in many forms. including listening to speech and not fully comprehending said language. Sitting in the energy of the speech is of high value. When it contains higher frequency access codes, this generates alignments into mirror reflections, which allow the speech to then unpack into the physical reality expressed. For example, the primary individual listens to a podcast on any topic. The emotional resonance of the speaker, plus the content itself, then imprints an energetic signature in both the subconscious mind and energetic grid structures. New alignments then form in the ether cords, which then align the listener into a new world among worlds expression. This type of shift is common, and placing focus and attention on desirable content selections for Ascension activations is of high value. When an individual is experiencing a misalignment with a friend, it is of high value for both parties to hear each other speak, even if they do not fully comprehend the speech expressed. This shall then unpack in both individuals' reality, and shall guide both to receive awareness from said experience as a whole. This type of communication is one example of a downloadable packet of knowledge, for the viewpoint of the secondary individual shall reflect into the primary individual's mind's awareness. This can also represent unpacking the emotions. This type of extrasensory ability may be expanded into a third degree, which generates a type of instant timeline shift for individuals receiving a type of light linguistic imprinting. Light language contains downloadable frequencies and may imprint thought forms into the energetic field of a person. Many forms of linguistic abilities contain extrasensory abilities, as each individual is empathic in their nature, and reverse speech grants access into true emotional resonance fields contained within language expressions. Emotions affect manifestations. Each individual may observe patterns of speech in order to activate extrasensory abilities held within the fabric of the words themselves. In time, each individual may start to sense and program each aspect of light connected into the self-energetic grid. As ye are all one in heart and soul, you may heal an aspect of yourself and observe a mirror reflection of secondary individuals change or shift in and out of your life perception. Everything and everyone is connected by a sound frequency resonance net. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Zip file ability. A zip file is an ability the primary individual manifests, which enables a polarity close out for any experiential thought form pattern. This ability also generates packets of information to be compressed or sent to secondary individuals during psionic casting practices. The primary individual may see the entire memory file or potential available for manifest during this ability. This may then be cast outwards to secondary aspects, people, places, things, density codings may be modified, polarity expressions may be selected, and ethereal chord settings may be adjusted. This gift may expand due to trauma, as the darkness brings potentials of the light. It may start with a child who has to tell the adult all of the story's information very rapidly, because that adult is going to lose focus and won't listen. So the child feels the need to say all the information at once. They may be required to remember the entire story at once, so as to not forget any aspects of the situation. This ability may then evolve into a zip file ability in which that child matures and learns how to energetically cast packets of information during one singular communication brick. In time, the entire packet of communication is observed prior to casting. This also generates access into the density and polarity codes of the file. Selection of the polarity and zipping the memory file for secondary individuals generates a spontaneous healing. During this form of energetic casting, the primary individual may observe the entire memory file. Past, present, future, may adjust density codes or polarities imprinted, encode the file with neutrality, and zip the file in order to complete the manifestation process. Inside each energetic vortex contains memory files. This includes the primary chakra system and the star field directly. The primary individual may place their consciousness into the center 0 point of any vortex, feel a slight poof upon entry, and pull up a compressed memory file in order to zip the file. The zip file ability accesses the complete memory of the experience, cycle repeat memories due to the original trauma, and past, future life reverberations. Recalibration is as simple as sending love to each emotion code observed within the memory file. Speaking the words I am healed, sending that new thought form into the memory file, and then zipping the file to close it. In order to properly zip the file, the primary individual may hold a point of neutrality within their heart. This activates the 0 point, and generates the polarity closeout required for Ascension. They then may zip the file closed. This may look unique per individual, yet may be compromised of a light string, which contains white light, fading into dark light. As the cord is in the mind's eye, with the left hand hold the upper part of white light cord, the right hand holds the lower darker cord. Pull both hands opposite directions to shift the light cord, and with the consciousness, zip the light cord center, and send it upwards, into the source frequency net grids. Right hand is on the right side of the cord, and pulls upward motion when zipping. The left hand pulls the light cord down and remains on the left side of the cord. Hands may be apart when zipping, and the cord shall still react to commandment. In time, this may be done inside the mind without any physical movements. This may be done on plants as passing by, for example. Memory files are energetic in their nature, and also compound into the waters of the body. The heart processes emotional settings into the fluid systems, and sets memory files into the biological form. Healing memories realigns the fluidity systems into higher frequency, geometric resonance fields, Ascension. This ability is of high value for Ascension, and may expand into civilization healings, family karmic healings, location-based healings, and larger group healings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Accessing the nervous system net. The nervous system net may be dropped into, This awareness activates one of the primary light body shifting abilities. Shape-shifting, included. The primary individual may start to focus just beneath the skin's surface. Placing the awareness during meditation on this location then generates a backpulling of the light body into the nervous system net. The shift is very significant, and the primary individual may feel a slight sense of dropping into during the meditation. There are several different types of light body shifts which drop into various biological locations and energetic systems. Depending on the primary individual's current frequency held, the nervous system net placement may be located beneath the skin's surface, or appear more closely to the outside of skin. Some examples include, but are not limited to, when an individual is glowing, the nervous system net may reflect more outwards the body vessel. When an individual is in deep sorrow, release, the nervous system net may be felt deeper inside the body. The nervous system net stores all patterns of thought. This includes both thought forms and emotion codes alike. Meditation accesses this system and is simplistic in its nature. Each pattern of thought may then be modified in order to shift the light expression of all simulation codings. This is a primary system for changing all biological systems, location settings, and civilization settings. These settings then modify the light refractal systems, the light rings, and all energetic grid structures. Feeling into the nervous system net generates all body feelings, which may then be modified back into light alignment with focus on the nervous system net. All distortions of light may be shifted with focus into this system. Body weight settings and facial features may be modified using the nervous system net, and may adjust body locations of cellular weight distribution or facial features such as shortening the nose or extending the eyebrow ridge. Once the primary individual shifts the nervous system net placement, the new pattern of thought may be pushed into the cells of the body. This generates a waveform recalibration to occur throughout the body, and may feel like a pulse of energy when set correctly. This pulse of energy is a temporal shift into their newly aligned timeline expression. This waveform radiates from the center point of the heart, and is very similar to a heart chakra pulse, which occurs in natural states of high emotional resonance. This message is sent with many love and blessings. The center soul tubule. The center soul tubule contains the light essence of each primary individual, and includes all information of the physical reality experience. The center soul tubule may be modified or imprinted in order to shift the world among worlds expression. This tubule is utilized during multidimensional operations and is the most efficient method of multidimensional shifting. Imprinting the center soul tubule is facilitated in multiple ways, and starts a process of imprinting the body, mind, spirit complex with a memory grid pattern associated with said imprinted values. This form of imprinting shifts the light refractal system and aligns the primary individual into a parallel reality world expression. One such example includes, but is not limited to, imprinting the center soul tubule with a thought form full of life. This may be facilitated through energetic castings. A secondary individual may send directly into the eyes. All information observed with the physical eyes imprints the center soul tubule. Therefore, any type of subliminal programming may also affect the center soul tubule. Love is received and sent through the eyes, and has a great potential to heal. Once the primary individual is holding the thought form full of life, the energetic grids now align into the fractal variant personality grids, and summon accompanying memories that fit into the thought form selection held. All memories are a now-moment expression of imprinted thought forms, stored within the energetic and physical structures of the multidimensional being. Shifting through thought forms is how the human template was designed to operate. Multidimensional operations include micro-emotion code awareness and a sense of knowing of the self and all angles of light observations. Traumatic emotional imprints may require heart releasing of stored emotions for said thought form to be removed from the individual. This process is facilitated through a release of the fluid systems, crying, sweating while engaged in said emotions, or bloodletting while engaged in said emotions, and a rebalancing of the current emotional state. The heart contains a zero-point access nodule, which may also modify the center soul tubule. This access point allows for memory retrieval, new memory castings, and micro-emotional settings to be used. The heart activates emotional settings, and pushes those settings into the fluidity of the biological form. This activates thought forms used and may vibrationally shift all cells in the body in order to create a quantum field alignment. This accesses variable world expressions into the physical reality coding grids. The center soul tubule is generated by 3 individual frequency waveforms which combine into a triangle formation and spiral into a single tubule of light. This tubule generates the binary codex frequency, experiential frequency, and location frequency. It reflects outwards in a circular pattern of light and upon reflection, generates geometric patterns known as physical matter coding grids. Modifications into the center soul tubule may also adjust life incarnation settings. Specific life incarnations may be summoned into the soul tubule in order to download packets of knowledge into the now moment awareness. Non-needed life incarnations may also be released from the center soul tubule and sent into the higher self's compressed memory files. The center soul tubule controls individual chakra lens settings. These are located inside the ring system within the biological form. The center soul tubule selects a primary chakra lens to flow outwards and adjusts the consciousness's awareness into that chakra. Each chakra perception accesses specific physical reality codings, and awareness is key to shifting larger aspects of the world expressed. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Center soul tubule healing ability. The center soul tubule of any item, plant, person, or location may be modified with advanced light settings in order to produce specific healing effects. Location tubules are wide and may be accessed similarly to an individual's tubule. The effect may also be programmed to modify a specific location, or a wider parameter may be set. Location tubules generate a complete location for the primary individual to experience. The first step to activating this ability starts with summoning any soul tubule, feeling into the energetic grids of said item, and sensing the tubule connection to the source frequency net. Beginning stages may include imagination of the tubule. Advanced stages summon the light cord instantaneously. Light cords are observed in front of the primary individual and are connected to any vessel, regardless of time-space variables. A flow of energy from the north and south poles may then be observed. In order to activate more health, rapid growing times, or shift magnetic levity fields, the primary individual may push or pull more light energy from the source frequency net, and free flow it downwards the vessel. Bringing more light into the vessel requires a pulling down of the light from the source net. An alignment of specific radiuses may be energetically cast into the ring systems. Use of the chakra lens during castings is of high value when selecting specific castings. Once the proper light setting is selected, the primary individual may then push the new energetic setting into the cellular levels of the body vessel. Pushing the light settings forms a circular pattern of thought, emanating from the heart, 0 point, which then flows outwards the body with a horizontal flow of ionic behaviors. This generates more light inside the biological form, which may then affect the physical matter coding grids. This message is sent with many love and blessings. A waveform to particle perspective. The process of perceiving a third density reality generates a form of awareness which aligns into an energetic waveform, radiating through the human consciousness grids and Mother Earth's resonance field. This waveform activates a linear timeline expression and generates flicker rate alignments to the resonance field of your solar sun. The flicker rate is how rapid or slow time-space perception is observed. The waveform resonance of Mother Earth generates alignments to time-space biological predispositions. How rapid any person or thing in the physical reality breaks down is affected by the waveform resonance. It generates a type of timeline cohesion, which all beings may adapt to until ascending above the frequencies observed. The Ascension process activates a particle perception, generating access into multidimensional senses and instantaneous timeline selection abilities. A particle awareness is expressed through the now-moment experience, and generates thought-form castings and frequency modifications in order to shift outward simulation codings. Awareness of axial tonal lines and higher self-bonding also occurs when the consciousness shifts into the particle awareness. A particle awareness generates a type of vibrational mastery over the physical reality, and accesses all knowledge and memory from all life incarnations. Focusing on the now-moment awareness starts to unpack an array of extrasensory abilities and multidimensional senses. Rising above the waveform frequencies of any planet generates a type of ethereal light to flicker within the main consciousness grids, and may be observed by higher frequential beings. This message is sent with many love and blessings. Void energetics and castings. In your current reality expression, some individuals contain alignments to induce the death cycle. Death cycle casting is a center soul tubule attunement, in which the center kundalini channels may become adjusted to allow a void spin to drain the life force energy from the individual, item, or plant receiving said castings. Abilities of this nature may be used in both light and dark polarities, and it is our intent to bring awareness to the gift as a whole. We encourage a positive polarity manifestation of the gift in our readers, which is an advanced healer's ability. This type of casting requires a high-intensity emotional state to be activated while casting said emotion code into the field of a secondary individual, and then adjusting the light settings located within the center soul tubule. This may be directed into any aspect of the energetic grid complex, yet may affect the center soul tubule primarily. Individuals who currently observe death or the complete end of a life cycle repetitively may also naturally become attuned to the energetic shifts of the center soul tubule and the biological form. This type of attunement may manifest because of a type of repetition to desiring a more rapid end of an individual's lifespan. Many times a type of prayer or wish to end an individual's life is done from a healer's heart sincerely and contains no ill will intent. This type of experience in time attunes the primary individual into a type of extrasensory ability known as a death dealer, void dealer, although the same ability when energetically cast with light is known as a giver of life. A void dealer does not only cause a physical death of a person, but may also affect plants, physical items, density coatings, or may affect secondary individuals. One such example would include the energetic casting towards the primary individual and affecting the individual's loved ones, plants, animals, or physical property. Usually wherever the weakest link in the energetic grid structure of the person receiving said casting is affected the most, as the center soul tubule broadcasts outwards each chakra lens refraction. A void caster may also display an ability to shift density coatings onto the lowest polarity, thus allowing the primary individual an opportunity to summon the exact opposite light code for the energetic nodule setting. This is a valuable reframing tool for ascending above any given emotional imprint. A life giver or vortex caster works with the same kundalini center soul tubule and pushes an energetic vortex through the individual's life force energy. This ability may spontaneously generate healings of miraculous results. Different types of healing abilities may spawn from this one type of alignment, and usually the primary individual shall activate this gift through healing prayers, intent, visualizations, or constant focus and attention. Casting an energetic vortex is a natural part of your world, for it is simply the act of sending love-light-based energies. An extrasensory ability located within the center soul tubule grants access into all sorts of cellular knowledge, time-space parameters, memory grid information, and the primary frequency of the individual's oscillation and baseline frequency rates. All energetic casting requires the higher self's consent to fully receive said energetic frequencies into the grid complex. As per psionic abilities are able to affect each individual to a varying range of frequency. This message is sent with many love and blessings. An assisted evolution. An assisted evolution is primarily manifest with higher frequential beings assisting any lower frequential or dimensional expression soul form. This may be facilitated through internal or external circumstances or beings. An external circumstance being may include but is not limited to extraterrestrial beings, plasma beings, multidimensional beings with a form or vessel, or angelic presences. An internal circumstance being may include but is not limited to spirit guides, ancestral beings, multidimensional beings in astral/lucid formations, astral beings, multi-phase beings, or Mother Earth. When an extraterrestrial assisted evolution is present, the primary individual shall experience a process of thought form imprinting and veil structure lessons. This process includes imprinting darker emotional expressions in order to gift the individual an opportunity to overcome said emotional expression. Each emotion code grants access into an opposing polarity emotional signature. This is a gift, for it generates extra sensory ability activations in the light realms, as many gifts start in darkness. The star field is activated during the process of imprinting. All star field nodules access plasma and ethereal energetics.